Okay, so welcome to CTWC 2025, the first codification slot. We are here once again. This is the fourth edition of CTWC and it's amazing to once again have the honor to cast this whole experience here at
we have Winter and Kanto who will all be qualifying here on the side stage. In case you're tuning in, or this is your first classic Tetris event that you are tuning into here, how the qualifier is going to work is that there will be 1 hour for the players to be able to qualify for the event. And they are ranked, they're seeded based off of the amount of max outs they will get in that hour and their kicker score, which is their highest non-max out score. Should a player not get a max out, then their kicker score will be the highest one counted. The top 64 players, so an increase on the 48 that we had from last time, will qualify for the tournament itself. It's a flat bracket, so unlike the sort of traditional knockout system where it's sort of going 1 versus 64 and so on and so forth. It's flat, so the players will be, once qualified, will be playing with closely matched opponents, so to give everyone sort of the fairest chance to be able to compete and also just have fun as well. And it's a double elimination bracket as well. So if you've watched any of the sort of online CTWC tournaments from 2020 and 2021, you'll be familiar with the double elimination bracket. Everyone gets a second chance, so everyone plays at least 2 matches over the course of this event, so everyone can of course play some Tetris. But I'm super excited to get things going here personally. I'm just here sitting on this really nice couch in this really nice venue at the Experian Cologne, who have hosted us for a number of years now. It's a great place not only of course to watch Tetris, but a great place to sort of enjoy video games and technology as well. It's a really great venue, really great location and city, and if you're in the area, I would wholly recommend coming down as well. But yeah, the 4 players here, of course veterans, all competed last year, all did very well, so I'm very excited personally to be bringing you the action here and to see what sort of happens here too. But we'll be getting going here in just a few short minutes here. I'll be bringing you all the action as it comes down, and I'd also like to just quickly tell you about a few of the sort of sponsors that we have this year, as of course without their support things like CTWC DAS would not be possible. And of course, the Experian, one of the primary sponsors here, as I've told you about before, they're an amazing place to sort of enjoy technology, enjoy video games. You can come with your friends, you can come with sort of anyone and just have a great time. And I've had the opportunity over the past day or two to sort of walk around the area, and it's amazing. Also want to quickly shout out the Hilo Gel. At CTWC, of course, we use CRTs and TVs, and they can be quite a nice trainer, especially when these players are playing multiple hours of Tetris at a time. So, of course, it's always great to just make sure to keep your eyes healthy, and you can use that with the Hilo Gel. It's great. Also, the Power Bear, the Gamer Gummies for Tetris. They're great. I had some of them, a lot of them, actually, at the Classic Tetris World Championships gone. Had some last year, too, when I was here. They're tasty, they're great, and also they contain various amounts and all the tetraminos as well inside. You'll never know what you can pull. In fact, I might just be able to, if we don't tell anyone, maybe just sneak if I can open it. If I can open it. But we will be able to, I'm terrible with, oh, there we go. We rip it. Let's see what we pull out. Let's see. I wonder what chat will guess. We got an L piece, so hopefully no one will be taking any massive L's today, but I have an L piece here, and we'll see how it tastes. It tastes very good. I'm gonna probably be eating a lot of these over the course of this, but yeah, the Power Bear Gamer Gummies for Tetris. You can buy them; they're great, and they taste very good too. And I'm a very picky eater, so you know that I am telling the truth with that, of course. Obviously, the CTWC as well, Classic Tetris World Championship. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've helped us sort of organizing and making sure that everything with this event is going to be fantastic. And of course, we have so many different staff to help out as well. But yeah, CTWC, of course, they've been providing the premier classic Tetris IRL tournament action for over 15 years now. I went to the main World Championships in Pasadena just last month, and it was a dream come true. And classic Tetris, of course, helps many people's dreams in terms of competition come true. So, of course, if you're watching on Classic Tetris 2 here, thank you so much. Make sure to support all our streams, all our channels as we continue to go on. But yeah, very excited to very shortly get things going here. Also, want to quickly shout out Hyperkin as well. Hyperkin makes some great accessories, controllers, a lot of them CTWC approved as well, such as the Hyperkin Cadet controllers. I've used plenty of Hyperkin controllers in my time. I have plenty of controllers home, and they're very comfortable. Great sort of alternative if you're not able to, for example, find the original controllers as well. So you can go to Hyperkin's website, look at the different sort of things off, not just controllers, but also various other things for any sort of system, not just NES, sort of any sort of retro kind of console. They've made great products as well. So Hyperkin, thank you for sponsoring this event. But yeah, the players that we have here are, yeah, really, of course, veterans of CTWC. All have been here before. Of course, again, the likes of Bergtroll, Gunter, Kanto, and Oblax will be on this stage here very shortly. I assume they're warming up right now and just making sure that they can get their last sort of laps in before they are able to go ahead and qualify for the tournament. Again, 1 hour they have, so they have to try and get the highest scores they can. Any max outs, of course, will be counted, and of course the kicker scores will also be really important for breaking the ties. In case, in terms of kicker scores, you're not sure about how the seeding of it works. So let's say that we have 2 players who get 2 max outs. So if one player has a kicker of 900,000 points and the other has a kicker of 800,000 points, the 900,000 points will be seeded higher. And then if someone gets 950, they'll be seeded higher than them. And if someone gets 800,000, they'll be seeded in between. So it's sort of ranking off of that. And we'll see if any potential records in terms of the amount of max outs will be broken. I believe last year it was 4 max outs that got first seeds. So we shall see if that's going to go any higher. Of course, we have our American players as well that are playing. I believe it'll be Meme who will be over on Classic Tetris 1 as well. So you can watch that at the same time. You can simulcast the streams, and it's going to be pretty awesome. I'll try to get Twitch up here so I can answer some of your questions if anyone has them. So just excuse me one moment. It is very exciting to be commentating here. I remember I was here last year. For the first time. It was my first real-life event that I went to, and I was just sort of blown away by the setup of everything here. You would think for sort of just, not just, but just for a DAS tournament, that everything wouldn't be as sort of high-tech and sophisticated as it is necessarily. Of course, it is, but it is such an amazing setup, and I'm so honored to be a part of sort of the experience of it all. So it's a great place, and again, if you're in the Cologne area or even just Germany in general, come on down. We're here all weekend. So if you're wanting to watch some cool Tetris, then this is the place to be at the Experience Cologne in Germany. So it is great. Let me know if my Bulbasaur top 3. Indeed. It's a great play. Bulbasaur is my co-commentator, color commentator here. What do you think? Riveting stuff. Riveting stuff right now. Experience from Adam? Absolutely. Absolutely. My headset fell out for a second. But, yeah. It's super cool. It's super cool. You're gonna tell on me, Tyler? No, that's disappointing, personally. Like, what would CTWC DAS think about? What would they think about this, Tyler? What would they think about this? That's quite upsetting. I'm very, you can see on my face, I'm very upset right now, but that's going to be changed with the amount of Tetris that we're going to be seeing, the Tetris that we're going to be hearing right in a couple of minutes here. But yeah, I think very shortly we'll be heading on over there. And yeah, here we are. Players are just finishing their warm-ups here. Again, they'll have 1 hour as soon as we get things going to qualify for the event. You can see some of them warming up. Level 19 speeds especially. Those can be a killer with this playstyle. As the DAS playstyle, of course, if you're tuning in for the first time and sort of unsure on the specific playstyles, or you might know rolling, for example, which is very popular, of course, with the top players, but not sure about the classic playstyle DAS. Basically, how it works is rather than sort of button mashing the pieces or sort of rolling the back of the controller, or smacking the back of the controller like you would with rolling. Oh, it looks like we're getting started here very soon. 3, 2, 1. Tetris! And we're off! So away we go. 1 hour these players have to qualify for the event. You can see the players there. And of course, all starting on level 18. The rules are that you can start from levels 15 through 19. But most players will probably start on level 18, as of course, as I was saying before, with delayed auto shift, with DAS. You hold down the pieces, so you hold down the D-pad rather than sort of button mash to get those pieces around. But the issue with that is if you don't have your timing right, there is about a 16-frame delay, I believe, in terms of the piece initially moving, and that can lose you a valuable amount of time, especially on these higher speeds of level 18, level 19. It can be really a difference between even just halfway up the board, getting a piece over, or hanging a piece and topping out. So it is imperative that you sort of get into a rhythm with the game and sort of almost play like a very careful dance with it in order to be able to get the pieces where you want them to go. But of course, this is the World Championships for a reason. These players are very, very good at that. But we shall see what happens. So now I'll talk a little bit about the players. We'll start at the top row here. And up first here we, of course, have Bergtroll, PB of 1.06 million with DAS from France. Everyone here is from France, so I don't even think I need to list out the countries at all. You know that everyone is from France here. Has been a veteran, of course, of CTWC DAS. Finished in the top 12 last year. Only lost 3-1 to the 2022 runner-up Schnecke. And also competed in 2022. Finished in the top 24, going out to Sidnev in one of the early rounds. But last qualified with a 9.25 last year. Got C12. We'll be hoping to try and push that up to a max out this year. And I mean, I hope, of course, all these players end up getting max outs or very high scores, but I mean, so far so good here. It looks like Bergtroll right now on 155. About 50 lines in. Generally about 50 lines in, if you want to be on good pace for a max out, you typically try to aim for around 200,000 points. Of course, not always. You could also have a very strong second half. But that is generally the goal that players will try to aim for when it comes to their scores. I'm going to here on the right, PB of 1.13 million with DAS. Got a max out last year in qualifying with a kicker of 878k, so qualified seed 6 Gunter, of course, great player, and one of the few players who has appeared at every CTWC DAS so far. Went out relatively, by his standards, went out relatively, or only got to the 5th round last time, going out 3-1 to Schnecke. Then the year before that got to around the 16, going out to Tim, and then 2022 was a member of the top 8, losing to eventual champion Adam NTS. But yeah, Gunter, I think one of a handful. There has been a few players who have competed every single year. We've been operating since 2022 with CTWC DAS. I think back then it was in Firth that the event was being done. We've been at the Experion in Cologne, Germany for the past couple years now. It's a great venue. And without them, sort of, we wouldn't have access to so much of the amazing production equipment that we have. To be able to bring you sort of so many different camera angles, these amazing chairs that you can see all the players sitting on. Of course, the graphics here in terms of the player boards and everything is provided by Nestrus Champs. Yobi and the team do a fantastic job with that. But as the first few minutes going here, so far we are yet to see any scores from these 4 players up on the board, but right now, just taking a look at everyone. Everyone's still on level 18. Of course, you have some players who will opt to reset if a game isn't going their way, because they, of course, just want to maximize the amount of time that they have. And you'll see that happen from time to time here. Right now, a 494 here from Oblex, just trying to maximize those scores. Has 3 lines to go now before level 19 arrives. Of course, level 19 speed will increase by 50%, and the amount of points that you get per Tetris and line clear will continue to increase, and it will continue to increase going forward with every new level, which appears every 10 lines. So there it is, 520. And again, it's the top 64 that we will see qualify here. It was the top 48 last year. But of course, as we have a lot more players competing, and of course our contingent from the United States that will also be here too, we've increased it to 64 because, you know, we just want as many people to be able to play in this as possible, even if you're sort of a intermediate level player. We want to sort of give everyone the opportunity to be able to just play some competitive Tetris. Last year, the kicker was in the mid-300,000s. And let me just quickly go through my notes to see who actually was the cutoff player last year. Let's see. Oh, it says it was me. Yeah, it was me. I was the cutoff player last year. I got a 330-something, I believe. I don't know the exact score off the top of my head, but that was fun. And not only that, I also was the cutoff player in CTWC just gone. So hopefully I won't continue that streak. But I mean, if I get in, I get in. Oblex on 699 here, level 23. Still on course for a very solid score here. Just needs to get a long bar or a J piece over there. Gets a long bar. We also have Gunter here in level 19, 509. So, Virtual and Kanto just starting off their next games. Oblex and Gunter both pushing forward. But yes, I also agree. CT2 has a very cozy setup. We're not on tables. Well, there is a table. There's a coffee table here. But instead of chairs, we got a couch. We got a lot of TVs here. It's great. It's a great setup. Not to say that CT1 doesn't have a great setup. They do. They, of course, have the multiple monitors and sort of the high-tech headphones and everything. But, you know, it's nice in here, too. It's nice and quiet. And besides, I'm on my own, so it's also a plus. But it's a very strong game here from Oblex. 818. Get the Tetris to go to 852. taking a few burns. Now we'll just see what this score will end up being. Tetris is now at this rate worth over 30,000 points. 896 going into level 28. Now, level 29, back in the day, and now in this event especially, we call it the kill screen, and you'll see in about 3 lines why this level is called the kill screen. But 931, Oblex can get one more Tetris before, gets the Tetris, 967. There it goes, couldn't get that bar over for the triple, 967. Will be the recorded score there. That's a very solid start there from Oblex. Got a 797 last time out. So that is already a marked improvement that again has been able to improve year after year. And this is a great thing about these yearly events, doing this once a year, because you'll see players who might not necessarily have sort of done amazingly last year, just sort of come back and be so much stronger this year. And I'm sure everyone here has come back stronger. Me, I hope so. If I haven't, then it is what it is. I'm just here to have fun, watch some Tetris, commentate some Tetris, as usual. But now it's Gunther's turn to shine here. Currently on 774. We'll get a Tetris to go to 808. Has the Aki bar there, and the Tetris to go to 842. Now is 5 lines away. And I think if Gunther's is going to get another Tetris here, he was going to have to go dirty. Gets the Tetris, 887 there from Gunther. He's going to record that down. And that is a very solid game there for Gunther. That might very well, I'm sure he's going to want the max out at some point, but that, if he does end up getting it, that's a very solid kicker as well. But a good start there from Gunther. Meanwhile, Kanto also having a very solid game here, 396 at line 99. And you can see the various sort of stats there on the side as well, just sort of what line they're on, the level, Tetris rate as well. Of course, the importance of the Tetris rate, looks like Kanto's going to record that 396. The importance of the sort of Tetris rate sort of depends on who you ask, but for me, it's a decent indicator in terms of the efficiency that these players are playing at, sort of in terms of with every move that they make, how many of them are going to be Tetrises. And that can sort of be an indicator in terms of not necessarily in a match who's leading, but sort of their general efficiency and how many burns they've been able to take. And if you can get that above 55-60% over the course of a game and you go all the way, you're well on pace for maximum. We got a contribution with the code 25 cents. Thank you so much. We have some contribution codes over on our Matcherino, which you can donate to, !Matcherino, for our prize pool. We want to make sure these players get compensated for a long weekend of Tetris. You can also view the bracket with the !bracket there as well. So you can see who's playing, who's competing, and how the bracket ends up shaping. Of course, it's early days, so the bracket definitely not set in stone just yet. I believe for this session we have 12 people qualifying. So something tells me we will still have more coming, and we will bring that to you. In fact, I'm qualifying in the next session coming up after this. But yeah, so far we've had 3 of our players get a score recorded down. Bergschel just still waiting for that game to come, but it's still very early days. We're only about a quarter, not even of the way through, so we are just waiting right now to see how this ends up shaping up, but most of them just getting things going when it comes to level 18 once again. stacks are looking fairly solid for the players. And a lot's been made this year, especially of the sort of international sort of aspect of CTW. Of course, CTWC, that's always an international event. We always have players coming from various different countries across the sort of Tetris world coming here, but now more than ever, it really feels like sort of a World Cup, because not only, of course, you have the best European DAS players coming here to duke it out, but you also have the contingency from America as well. The Jonas Cup top 4 are going to be here. Of course, you'll have the likes of Meme, who I think is qualifying right now on the Classic Tetris channel, but also Blue Scooty, Pixelandy, and Fractal, who won the entire thing. They'll all be here. They'll all be qualifying throughout the day here today. It's going to be very interesting to see how they do, if we may very well get our first American winner, our first non-European winner in this event. And Kanto just trying to get another game here going. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Americans can really make a splash here, or if our European veterans can show them what for, so to speak, and say that this is our territory, this is our Tetris territory, and no one's going to get in the way of us. Of course, last year, our winner was Robin. Won over 2 matches against Joji in what was, I mean, saying one of the most insane finals ever. Every final here, of course, is just so captivating. Of course, you've probably seen the viral clips of the finals over the years and the crazy commentary. We're going to definitely have more of that for sure over the course of this tournament, but it is always an amazing sort of atmosphere here, amazing sort of get together of Tetris, because I mean the community here, especially in Germany, it is a massive community of players and great people as well. It was sort of a no-brainer for me here to come back this year, because I mean this is great. And also, not to mention, this was my last year, my first in-person Classic Tetris event as well. I'd never gone before that, and it is a really great place. If you're in the Cologne area, or even if you're nearby and have always thought that you wanted to come visit or play in a Classic Tetris event, we're here all weekend at the Experian in Cologne, Germany. Come say hello. Some solid games here from Bergtroll and Gunther up top. Bergtroll might try to set up dirty. He's going to take a double here. Gunther goes into level 19, 489. As you can see, they're on the leaderboard on the right-hand side there. Currently, it is Oblex who is top of the leaderboard, but of course, you have players who haven't gotten their scores recorded yet because they're just waiting for that max out, or they just haven't gotten the score that they're wanting to report just yet. Of course, for the best players especially, it's also going to come down to strategy. Are you going to maximize that ability to get max outs, or are you maybe going to just sort of try and get your kicker in and then just go from there? I mean, it's going to be different across all skill levels, of course, but everyone will be hoping to get the highest scores that they possibly can. Bergtroll's on 471 right now. Gunther 559 on level 21. Kanto on 133 with that Tetris. 458 at line 126 here for Oblex, who is about to transition once again to level 19, try to improve on that score at 900k. 466. And we'll get the Tetris on 19. Tetris for Gunther as well. Virtual also into level 19, 567 right now. Watch that score, because that could end up being a very solid one there. But with the current players that we've seen be registered here, we do anticipate that there will be a handful of players that will miss the cutoff. Thank you so much for the code contribution there. That adds an extra 25 cents. Make sure you contribute. Use the command !matcherino in the chat. We do have some free contribution codes that provide an extra 25 cents to the prize pool. And combined with the amount of contribution codes that we have, that can really make a difference in terms of making sure that the players end up getting some nice prizes to bring back, especially the best players in this event. So we have 3 players now on the 19 speeds, and Virtual is going to top out 656, going to record that, just have a score down. Even if it's not necessarily a score that a player may be overly happy with, it's good to have something down just as a sort of a backup. Because if you don't have a score recorded down at all, it's going to be very difficult to get into the tournament. Is on 747, level 27 here. Already well on course to actually overtake that existing score. Level 28 now, the last 10 lines before the kill screen. Speed is shortly about to just sort of double and become almost unplayable with DAS, because with DAS you can only get the pieces around so fast, which is why you'll see these players burn even just not even halfway up the board, because there comes a certain point with DAS where things like that happen, and if you make one mistake, you top at 798. Top out there for Gunter is going to keep on going. Obelix is on 753, playing quite high up here. He's going to have to try and burn to get out of this. This is definitely diggable, but just needs perfect pieces. Gets that bar over, trying to flat burn, but can't do it, and will top out 757. Solid game there from Obelix, but not high enough to improve the current score. So pretty much everyone starting anew here. And as we're slowly starting to approach halfway here, currently, out of our players here, Obelix with the highest score so far, but again, it is the top 64 that counts, but the seeding is also going to be quite important with the flat bracket setup that we have here, as the higher seed that you have, then the further you will end up starting. So top players will end up starting a few rounds later than players who might be lower seeded. Of course, some of the lower seeded players we will end up seeing in round 1, but you do end up getting to wait a while, but as well, you also sort of progress further in the tournament as well. Nice cleanup there for Virtual. We'll get a Tetris. Also want to quickly shout out here as well, with CTWC and CTWC DAS, of course, we're not just having Tetris go on here as well. We have plenty of other really cool side events and sort of side things that you can do here as well if you want a bit of a break from the Tetris action or in between sort of rounds. And thanks to Pegasus, we have some board games that we have here too. Some really cool ones, some Tetris themed ones as well that we have. We also have some chess, of course, but Pegasus provided with the board games for the sort of off-game activities. We have those in our main lobby, and they're available for anyone to just sort of come in and have fun with. And they're really sort of high quality as well. I checked out the chess boards especially, but yeah, thank you so much, Pegasus, for that as well. There's so much to do here, not just Tetris. We also have a Game Boy station as well. So if any of you are Game Boy Tetris fans or played Game Boy growing up, or have just heard about it and thought that you want to play. We also have some stations here for anyone to sort of hang out. You could play with your friends or just sort of go for a high score yourself. We have that as well. We have so many sort of side events here, and it is awesome. Gunter and Oblex about halfway through level 18. 130 lines in total. Highest score you can get into level 19 is about a 750. And while we're not, of course, expecting anyone here to be sort of always reaching that. In fact, I think it's only been a small handful of players who have ever had a perfect transition with DAS. Because I remember Academus got it a few years ago. I mean, it would be awesome to have it, of course. And again, of course, want to just shout out CTWC, the whole organization itself, and especially to the sort of head of the CTWC, Vince Clemente, for being here and supporting the crew and supporting this tournament, putting the faith in this scene to be able to bring the premier, the best, the biggest DAS Classic Tetris tournament that there is in the world. And of course, especially when I was at CTWC and got the opportunity to talk to Vince and the whole CTWC organization team, everyone there is great, really approachable, really friendly. We are one really just sort of close, tight-knit community. It's been said a lot that Classic Tetris is really one of the sort of best and sort of friendliest and just sort of close-knit gaming communities out there, and I 100% agree. If you're watching and you've never sort of thought about competing competitively in Classic Tetris before, or if you're new to the scene and sort of want to get into it, I would wholly recommend it. Not just because Tetris is fun, but because the community here is great, and we all push each other to get better, especially the best players. The best players are more than willing to sort of share the knowledge that they have with others, and that's what I love about this community. We're about to hit level 19 transition here on Gunter and Oblex's screens, and we're going into level 19 with Gunter 432. And we're just seeing right now what Gunter can do. Does have a bit of a dig situation right now, but is getting the right burns. Gets the bar over. Nice triple there. Gets all the way back down. And of course, if you've seen the rolling playstyles, you might think that a dig like that is maybe a bit trivial or sort of easy to execute with things like tapping or rolling. But with DAS, and especially considering the limits and how high that you can, or how fast the pieces can only go with DAS, that is a very difficult sequence and set of things to do. But we are about to reach the halfway stage here of our qualifiers. Oblex topping out 564 there, just had a rough transition, but starting right back up again. Oh yeah, the time you get to qualify here, an hour can seem like a long time, but in Classic Tetris, especially if you're gunning for those higher seeds, you really need to sort of maximize your time, because a game, especially one that goes all the way, can last upwards of about 10 minutes or so, so you might only have a chance to get at most 7 or 8 good games in before you have to really consider your time here. But one player's now back on level 18, just trying to get those good scores in. Oblex still, as things stand, the top-seeded player here, but that may very well change, and likely will change over the course of this, because we still have, of course, 3 other qualifying slots to go after this one. Full of players hungry to qualify high in this bracket. Kanto here with a very solid game going on. Level 20 right now on 513. And last year, Kanto qualified with a 545, so on the brink of eclipsing that already. Has a Tetris set up here, and will get the bar over, gets the Tetris, so has already overtaken their performance last year. So very well done there for Kanto, but let's see how much higher. Let's see if this can be pushed up maybe to 600. Not quite. 556 will report that. Very nicely done there from Kanto. And as sort of an indicator of what we could potentially expect in terms of qualifying. Again, last year was 4 max outs that got you the highest seed, and that was set by Robin. But I don't know, it's a slightly different in terms of the qualifying rules there, but as sort of a benchmark of what we could potentially see by the end of qualifying this year. Top seed at the Jonas Cup, the Jonas Neubauer Cup, which is the American DAS tournament, which served as a qualifier for the World Championships here. Top seed was 6 max outs, so we could very well see someone get to that mark. They would pretty much need to play a near perfect hour to get there, but it is within the realm of possibility. And I mean, even at the main event in 2 hours, we saw upwards of 16 in terms of the total max outs there. And of course, well, we wouldn't expect anyone to do that, not without, of course, some level. I mean, you can do level 19 here, of course. If someone is confident enough to try and go for that, you can really sort of push that and maybe even get somewhere in the realm of 7 or 8. But you would have to just have so much consistent control over an hour period, which on level 19 with DAS, it's hard for anyone to pull off. Even the best players in the world, which is why you'll often see players go with a level 18, get used to the speed, and maybe try and go for it to get some extra points, because you do score extra with level 19. Just want to quickly shout out some of the matcherino contributions as well. Highest one so far, Summer B 76 with a $150 contribution. Thank you so much, Summer B. Says, CTWC DAS, woohoo! First tourney I'm spectating in person. See you there, and good luck. Have fun to all the players. Thank you so much, Summer B. I think you did say that you are coming out to the event. If you're already here, hello. But thank you so much for your generous contribution. Of course, if you want to contribute, you can use the command !matcherino. We do have some contribution codes up for grabs. And it's really sort of a get there while you still can sort of thing. We have different goals as well that we're trying to get to. Of course, we need a minimum of 1,000 to pay out the top 4. Top 4 players. Top 8 we can do if we get $2,000 into the prize pool. Our last year we got just over that, $2,071 contributed. If we're wanting to pay out the top 16, our goal is 4,000. Top 32, 7,000. And if we want every single player here to get paid, the top 64. If you want Adam Irish, who's probably going to finish somewhere in the 50s or 60s. If you want me to get paid, $10,000 is the goal. And I know we can do it. I know this community can get there. Not just for my sake, but for everyone here's sort of sake. But again, !matcherino for that. Oblex into level 19 now, currently on 584. Very strong game here. You can see that Tetris rate, 71%. Which shows the efficiency there. Gets another Tetris. What did Adam do? You don't need to know what Adam did. Adam didn't do anything. But speaking of, I'm actually going to try another one of these Power Bears Tetris gummies. And I want chat to guess what piece I'm going to end up pulling here. Is it going to be a long bar? Is it going to be a J piece? Let me know what you think it's going to be. If you get it correct, good for you. Oblex currently on level 21 here, 653. And as you can see there on the right-hand side, we do have our first max up recorded there, of course, from Meme, one of our American Jonas Cup qualifiers. But let's see if the French contingency here can get one as well. Let's see if they can respond back with their collective French power. I'm sure they're all encouraging each other in whatever way they can, considering the fact that they are occupied with playing Tetris at the moment. And Oblex will end up topping at 673 there, so we'll get to try again. We're just coming up to nearly 20 minutes to go, so almost 2/3 of the time already. Time has flown. I mean, you know what they say about time and how it flies when you're having fun, but oh man. All right, let's see. I want to see if anyone has indeed put a guess here. If you guess square piece, if you guess the square piece, then congratulations, because you win. Well, you don't win anything physical, but you win the approval of Adam Irish, the Adam Irish experience. So let's have the square piece here with the Power Bear Tetris Gamer Gummies. They're tasty, they're great. You can get them in major retailers as well, online too. But they are good, they're genuinely good, they're genuinely tasty. And not only are they tasty, they contain 20% fruit juice as well. And they're sort of the healthy alternative to sort of classic gummies. They're a healthy alternative. This one tastes like orange. 171 here for Bergschel. Going through with a 334, Kanto 138, Oblex 103. As for me, and of course it's not about me at the moment, it's about these players, but I hope, in terms of my qualifier, I hope to... My goal obviously is just not get last seed, because I've gotten last seed in both of the in-person tournaments that I have competed in to date. Which is both funny and also at the same time sort of concerning, but I think I'm fairly confident that that won't happen this time. But even if it does, hey, I qualified, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Oh, we're really top out there from Oblex, but this resets and gets going again. Gunther's getting the well back open here now. Is Tetris ready? 457 here at line 105. That's very solid pace here from Gunther. I'm gonna put my glasses on so I can look at these more closely, make sure that I'm not missing any of the action. And I spoke too soon, as Gunther now has to reset. So the moral of the story here is, when a player is doing well, I need to be quiet, because otherwise they will just top out. lot's been made as well of, I mean, I've said this before, but with the sort of World Cup of, I mean, this is the World Cup of DAS, but I think even more so now with the Jonas Cup players coming in from America. This does truly feel like a sort of worlds collide kind of thing. It's really exciting. And it's a great opportunity as well, especially if you're a fan of the classic Tetris scene and you're in the area. It's, of course, it would be also a great opportunity to meet those players because you have just veterans of the scene, world champions in not just DAS, but also world champions period with the likes of Fractal coming in. Man, lots of great Tetris going on here at the Experian Cologne in Germany. Just under 20 minutes to go now. So over 2/3 of that time has now elapsed, and this is where we start getting into the real strategy of it. Players will definitely be considering if games are worth continuing on. And especially in terms of the seeding. Bergtroll right now, that qualifier 656, as of now, is 7th seed. But the question is, how will that hold up over the entire qualifying period? Because seeding will matter in terms of the opponent that you'll end up facing at some point, and will be the difference between you maybe getting a bye into the 2nd or 3rd round and maybe having to go out in the or face off in the 1st round. So the players will be definitely hoping not to underqual. Bergtroll here on 650, so providing Bergtroll can just keep this board under control, should be able to definitely improve on this. Tetris ready here for Bergtroll, just waiting for that bar to come down. There it is, Tetris for Bergtroll, 682. Skimming with an L piece, gets another Tetris. Now on level 23. We still have the other 3 players going. Of course, they're all on level 18 right now. Gunther with a 348 on line 89, very solid. Bergtroll 727. This is still very well on course for a max if Bergtroll can play his cards right. Needs a... Okay, gets a long bar over. Another long bar dependency. Fills in the long bar perfectly. Bergtroll qualified last year, 925k C12. That was good enough for. Will be definitely looking to get beyond that. Has the well open now, just waiting patiently. Has to cover with a couple of S pieces, but so far so good here for Bergtroll. And gets that bar over, gets a Tetris 804, level 26. And another Tetris here, 836. So far, it's only been Meme who's managed to get a max out so far. And she has 2 of them so far. Bergtroll's a little bit, Gunther's a little bit high up at the moment on level 18, but is slowly bringing it down. Bergtroll trying to get that board back down to the bottom, but has a nasty hole in column 2 there too. Square dependency on the left, gets the square dependency open. Oh, but a couple of misdrops here for Bergtroll. Gets the bar over. Nice double there. Is there time? Is there space here for Bergtroll to maybe get one more Tetris? As that could really be the sort of big separator of these players. 2 lines to go. And I think Bergtroll might try going for it here, but can't. 866. Does get a line burn on level 29. That's very nice. Gets an extra 1,000 points out of that. 867 for Bergtroll. Very nicely done. And that should boost him up to 6th place as things stand. That was a very solid score there. Still has Just under 15 minutes to go. So now 3/4 of the allotted time has now elapsed. And there's still plenty of time to get a good game in. But prioritizing those games is going to be important. If a player might not be on pace, it might be their best interest to look at maybe resetting, maybe trying again. And I talk about it a lot, but the venue, the Experian in Cologne, Germany, it is a fantastic location. They have multiple locations. They have this one in Cologne, of course. They also have one in Berlin, too. And it is truly a massive... If you've ever been to an arcade before or one of those gaming cafes before, this is one of those, but on just a massive scale. It's almost sort of like a convention for games and video games that goes on 24/7. There's plenty of amazing sort of things and venues here, various sort of PC setups to play with your friends, console setups too. If you like football, you can play sort of the FC games too, games like Rocket League as well, Counter-Strike, League of Legends, any game you can think about. They also have events for too. Not only do they do classic, do they allow us at CTWC DAS to host here in this purpose-built arena sort of area for sort of esports events like this tournament, but so many other ones in the European esports scene. It's a fantastic little venue that we have. There's nowhere really like it anywhere, really. It's a fantastic place, and if you're in the area, or if you're in Cologne, or even if you're in Berlin and just want to check out and have some good fun and play games with your friends, you can do so. You can visit Experian on their homepage as well and check out more that they do as well, because they host various events all year long, and it truly is a great spot. I was in awe the first time I saw it last year. Just over 10 minutes to go now. Virtual had a bit of an LJ dependency there. Does get a nice T-piece there to bring things down a little bit more. That will help with board stability. And you see the way these players stack. It is going to be especially important for these players, and it always is. It's a key rule of stacking, just to make sure that you can accommodate as many pieces as possible at a given time. And of course, it won't always be possible to put every single piece down, but as you can see here, this sort of... Kanto's got a great example of this sort of... not flat, but not too flat stacking, to where you can sort of make setups if you need to, but that every piece can be accommodated. You don't have to sort of be dependent or wait on a tuck setup or anything like that. That sort of higher left, right, sort of like downward sloping sort of stack setup is sort of the most optimal one that you can have, because you can sort of put pieces anywhere, especially if you have a double well like that too, like what Obelix has right now. You can sort of burn extra pieces, put anything there. You can skim a T, like Obelix just did there, and then get a Tetris from that. And I can also even set up, if you have a bit of a low right side, you can also further set up more Tetrises by just skimming, but you can put an L, a J, a T, any piece really you can put down there, which is the great thing about double wells. And of course, it's not always possible to get them there, but if you have one, then it's sort of a lot easier to work with, and it becomes a bit less painful in terms of stacking too. So who is commentating for this channel? I'm Adam Irish. I am commentating on here for this qualifying session and a couple others. I am filling in for Jakub, who wasn't able to commentate for this slot. So I'm Adam Irish. I commentate all across the Tetris scene. I do sort of commentary for sort of the online events is my main sort of thing. I will do things like Classic Tetris Monthly, Classic Tetris League, things like that. I also do my own charity event, Tetris Boss Battles, where I get 6 beginner level players and face them off against grandmasters, and it's all for charity. It's a really great event. I'm hosting it again in August, actually, and it's really great because I can help fundraise for really great causes. Virtual with a 548 right now in level 19. And Virtual tops up and gets another chance here. Just under 10 minutes to go now. So just under 10 minutes left, and now it's going to be really important for these players to just try and maximize their time here. They might have time for 2 games, potentially 2 good games. Because, of course, when this time runs out, if they're in the middle of a game, they can, of course, keep playing that game out. So the referees will tell these players when that time runs out, if they're in the middle of a game, that this will be the last game. So if a player is close to a max out, for example, they won't be told, okay, turn it off. Too bad, you didn't do it in time. It's not like that. They get to play it out. So they can get that final score. And in fact, that happens a lot, where you'll see players where their best game is their final one. I remember at CTWC, I qualified next to someone who got that qualifying score that they needed to get into the tournament with that final game that they were allowed to get. So it's important that these players just make sure not to sort of immediately get up and leave if they're in the middle of a game when that time runs out. 7 minutes to go now. Gunter's on 328. Everyone else just sort of getting going again. As you can see on the right of the screen, currently Virtual 6th seed with an 867 there. Gunter currently up in seed 5 with the 887. Kanto, seed 9 with a 556, and Oblex, 2nd seed with a 967, highest non-max out seed so far. Of course, that might not necessarily be set in stone. We have plenty of players coming up. I think we still have over 60 still to come after this. And again, the top 64 are who qualify for the main tournament. Cutoff last year was about 300,000 points, set by yours truly. I'm anticipating it's going to be, I mean, with the higher amount of players, we have 64 instead of the 48 that we had last year. I would anticipate it's going to be around the same, but you never know. It's either going to be the same or a little bit higher, potentially. It'll also be interesting to see, potentially, if these players might opt to sort of start stacking more aggressive, and you might need to, potentially. I mean, Gunter right now on pretty good pace so far. 425, line 105. Gets the Tetris to go to 448. And a nice start there from Bergtrill as well. Got 8 Tetrises in a row to start off his next game here. Gets another Tetris to go to 233. Still going strong here, just under 5 minutes to go. Gunter into level 19 here, 508. Just waiting for a bar now to come down. Takes a double. Some nice burns here from Gunter. Tetris for Bergtroll, 304. Kanto's board getting a little bit high here too, but is getting some decent pieces for this square piece, not optimal. And we'll just reset there. Level 21 now here for Gunter, 597. Nice pullback there of that long bar. Make sure that the unnecessary burn wasn't taken there for Gunter. Now on 655, 61% Tetris rate at the moment, so I think still on course for max up before 29 if he plays his cards right. But now just over 3 minutes to go here. 180 seconds to get that last game in and get qualified. And all these players have submitted a qualifying score so far, but they can still submit a higher one if they can get this in this last handful of minutes here. Now under 3 minutes to go for qual slot 1. Again, we have 4 qualifying slots happening in this event today. And all be brought on these channels, Classic Tetris 1 and Classic Tetris 2. You can watch both at the same time. You can multicast to make sure that you're not missing any qualifying action here. But in case you want to stay on this specific stream, you have the leaderboard there on the right-hand side. It gets updated every time a score has been recorded. 742 here for Gunter on level 25. Gets another Tetris again. Last year, Gunter did get a max out with an 878 kicker. Now on level 26 with a 776. Looking for a JP Stuck, gets the perfect tuck, gets the bar over for a Tetris, managed to maintain enough DAS to hold on to the board there, and we'll just take the triple. Might try to go center well here potentially, or maybe, okay, no, just get back over. I think Gunter just wants to increase the score here, but now with a bit of a jagged right side. Just under 2 minutes to go now. 100 seconds remaining. And we are accelerating towards the finish here. Gunter now with an 867. We'll see here. Gets the bar over Tetris. 906 for Gunter. Has 2 more lines to work with, so can still get 1 more Tetris. Gets the Tetris. 942 here for Gunter into level 29. Trying to still stack up, but just can't get any more pieces over. 943, though, will be a very solid score there for Gunter. Definite improvement over his current score, so that might very well increase his seeding there. Now there's less than 1 minute to go here for this qualifier. These players now really have to start thinking about if their current game is worth continuing on, or if they want to just reset and try to get that last one in again. It's really worth just sort of prioritizing that. Yeah, you see Bergtroll just wasn't happy with that stack. Reset again. So now just trying to just keep on with doing this. I think Kanto just now also just taking a minute for starting up that final game. So it's interesting to see all the strategy here with these players. Just making sure that they are ready to go here. 20 seconds to go here. And as soon as this countdown comes down, I hope that if you're at home or if you're in the crowd, that you're counting down along with us as we're now getting into it. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the time is up, so whatever games that the players are currently in, it is their final game. This is their final chance to add on to the scores that they already have. Again, as a confirmation for what they currently have at the moment, Oblex has a 967 qualifier, currently seed 2 out of the players who played so far. Gunter's score yet to be recorded, but is probably going to be, yes, seed 3 with that 940. Kanto, seed number 9 with that 556, and Oblex with the 102, and Kanto's going to be done there, 26K. So score there. That 556 is going to be what Kanto ends up with, but still very solid there. And I believe that that was an improvement, I believe, on his previous outing. But GG's, solid qualifier there. And yes, it was. Got a 545 last year. So always nice to improve on what you did there. But well, let's see if that holds up and gets into the top 64. I say it should, but we'll see what seeding it ends up being. So Bergtroll, Gunther, Oblex still going strong here, still trying to get that last score, and all of them doing okay so far. Oblex's pace isn't the strongest so far, but it's not the worst. It can still very well be recovered in these next handful of lines. It's still just under 90 lines until level 29 here. Right, so here we go here again. Let's see, Bergtroll 188, Gunther 192, Oblex 145. It would be really great to see one or more of these players get their best score here. It is always a great feeling. Tetris for Gunther here, and for Bergtroll too. Oblex just trying to clean up here. It hasn't been the best of games in terms of scoring so far. Just been a bit unlucky with the pieces as well, and just the droughts that have come through. And again, as a reminder, this isn't the only qualifier session, of course. We still have 3 more coming up after this. We'll have a short intermission after this qualifying session is over and done with, and then we'll be back with more of it. And while watching these, if your eyes maybe get a little tired, a bit fatigued, well, that's where a Hylogel comes in. Hylogel sponsoring CTWC DAS this year. With playing classic Tetris, of course, we're looking at big, bright screens a lot of the time, nearly the entire day, and our eyes will get tired after a while with that, and they will start to be sore, but in order to sort of rehydrate them, that's where the Hylogel comes in. Put 1 drop on each eye, and it will help you sort of get through the day of sort of whether you're playing Tetris or whether you're working, or if you're in an area where you're looking at screens a lot of the time. It is really important to make sure that your eyes are nice and protected so that you can perform whatever you're doing to the best of your ability, whether you're playing, qualifying like this, or commentating like I am, or just watching at home. Even then, it's always great to have some eye drops on hand, and Hylogel, they're great as well. So yeah, thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Players at about 100, 110 lines here. The final 3 who are still qualifying here. Bergtroll's on 462, Gunther 484, Oblex 367. And you know what? This has been definitely an experience for sure in terms of I've never commentated on a couch before, but you know it's nice. It's like I'm commentating from like a living room or whatever, and it's a really cool vibe. It's a really great setup. The staff of the team did an amazing job at setting everything up. I'd almost forget that there's 3 cameras here also, and like studio lights and everything. It's amazing. So we're now coming up to level 19 transition. Oblex is already in there, 471 on level 20 right now. And Gunther with a 583. This is very strong from Gunther. Ooh, but I think the early shift there of that long bar, I don't think he meant to do that. Bergchel with a pretty nasty bar dependency on the left-hand side, but is getting the right pieces to fill out. Doesn't opt to go aggressive there. Could have maybe done that because the long bar came shortly after, but Bergchel wouldn't have known that in classic Tetris. Unlike the modern Tetris where you can see multiple pieces into the future, you only get one next box. That's it. That's all you have in terms of information to go on, and that's all the players have at their disposal. So you can't really bank on anything, especially as well with the sort of randomness of the piece sequences in classic Tetris. It is vital to sort of maintain, just sort of prepare for everything. Bergchel's on 626, Gunther 634, Oblak 617. They all want to get this final score in, and they all want to make sure that it's higher than what they have. Again, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen what they have right now. Level 22 here for Bergchel, 23 for Gunther, 24 for Oblex. Tetris for Oblex, 710. Has really started to recover from those early hiccups in this game. Could very well improve on this. Skims with the L piece there, just waiting for that long bar. Bit of a drought forming here for Oblex. Is that bar going to come in time? Takes a nice double there with that S piece. Bar over Tetris for Oblex, 749. And Bergchel also getting a Tetris going up to 698. Thank you for the code redeem there for Matcherino. You can use !Matcherino to contribute to the prize pool. Tetris for Bergchel. Oblex is going to top out at 753. So that 967 will be Oblex's score. It is second seed for now, but we'll see how that ends up holding throughout the course of this afternoon and morning here, as we have qualifying sessions going on all day here on CT1 and CT2. Gunther is also going to top out 727, so will remain seed number 3. Not going to get that max out this year. Got one last year, but not this year. But still a very respectable 940 there from Gunther. So now it's just Bergchel. 774 as an 867 currently. Level 26, so plenty of time to get that score up before opting to maybe set up a delayed burn here, but needs a long bar. Does get the long bar over. Now setting up for the Tetris. There's the bar. Tetris for Bergchel. Nice move there. Now on 808 so far. And oh, hello, everyone. Go back to the screen here. We're not done. This is the best part. 815 here for Bergchel. Gets the Tetris. 848. So now just needs one more Tetris to eclipse the score he's currently had. Just needs another bar. There it is. Tetris Bergchel, 882. Still has 10 lines to go, so can still get 3 more Tetrises before level 29 arrives. And who knows after that? Tetris for Bergchel, 920. And I think if Bergchel is looking for that potential max out, is going to need to try and set up a kill tris here, but we'll get the Tetris now. Can set up one more before 29. 956. Oh, doesn't have to take the burn. 957, so it'll be just short of Oblex, but that will be good enough for 4th place currently. That is a great game there for Bergchel. Fantastic stuff there. What a session that has been. That is incredible stuff. That was a great ending. I said it would have been great to see someone get their best score on that last game, and Bergchel did that. That is a very solid 957. They're doing a great improvement on what he was able to get last year. And as you can see there on the leaderboard that we just briefly saw for about 1 second, Meme currently top spot with 2 max outs there, but all our players doing very well. I think most of them improving, or at least getting very, very close to a max out there. But yes, as you can see there on the leaderboard, Oblex ended up getting 2nd place. Gunther, seed 5 at the moment. Kanto going up to seed 8 there at the moment. And yeah, we're just waiting, obviously, for confirmation on that score. But Bergchel will end up being seed number 3 there, at least scheduled to be. But I think we also saw another improvement there in the score as well. So I think we'll be number 4. But that is session 1 done there. We'll see if any of the scores from the 14 players who qualified end up holding up. I think we'll see about 72 people, I think, have signed up. So we'll see 8 people miss out, but we'll see if any of the scores here that have been listed to hold up. There's been some very good scores here, some very good plays. Of course, 2 max outs currently the one to beat, but we still have 3 more sessions to go, and yours truly is going to be going and heading off in a few minutes to do the second session, so hopefully that goes well, I suppose. But yeah, it's been great. We'll be handing off to some more people who will be commentating, bringing you extra action through the remaining 3 sessions of qualifying for the Classic Tetris World Championship of DAS, the World Cup of DAS for 2025 here at Experian Cologne, Germany. Don't go anywhere because we will be back in just a few short minutes with Session 2.
Okay, guys, so you've already seen our appetizer, but the French cavalry arrived pretty soon. Now we're gonna see some more of the superstars. Every session has some wonderful players in it. We've already seen that it's pretty hard to get even one max out during 1 hour session. This is a new one for us because we usually had more than 1 hour, so this is gonna be pretty challenging, and I don't know if all the players are used to that kind of short session. Well, after the French cavalry and memes 2 maxes, we got new players warming up. On the left we got Duży, who's normally a roller, but he decided to show his value in the DAS as well. Next to him we can see the Pixel Andy. Pixel Andy probably aiming for 3 or 4 maxes, but see, let's not jinx it, and we will see how it goes. And the only LATAM representative this year, Richard Wolf. Richard Wolf is still waiting for his first max out, so that would be really surprising if he gets one in this session, but we never know. Okay, so they're already started, and let's look at the screens. Andy, with the first game, we see that players are mostly pushing down, not all of them, but I was really thinking about, is it a good idea to push down during qualifiers? Well, I have ambiguous feelings towards that, because normally it would be advised not to push down, but this is also the timing factor. Because there isn't that much time, players would rather push down and oh, thank you. Okay. Oh no. Okay, Dewey tops out the first game. Dewey, our only Finnish representative this year, so he arrives from Northern Europe, hoping to show his value and show the Finnish style, which is considered crazy but smart to some. And there's our commentator Adam from the Green Island. He was in the top 48 last year. Actually, he was the last seed to qualify, so probably aiming for an improvement this year. The other guy from Northern Europe, Kanel. His first qualifier, cannot really say that much about this player. And the Jedi is not a newbie. The Luxembourgian player already competed in the first DAS tournament 4 years ago already, because this is our 4th one. You know, guys, with every single tournament I come here, since the first one in Firth, I say like, nah, there's no way the next tournament is going to be better than the previous one. But this year, we built the bridges. We built the bridges through the Atlantic, because so many great American superstars arrived this year, and this is definitely going to spice up the emotions we already had. Last year we had definitely a European final, but now this is gonna be more than that. I mean, top 8, top 16, this is gonna be top-notch, guys. All right, let's look at the streams. Jedi already with a pretty decent start, hoping for over 550 transition here. Let's see, skimming. It's so stressful. You want to have a good kickstart, because if you don't get the good kickstart, you're gonna start worrying, oh no, I've already wasted my 30 minutes, what now? And then there's more and more pressure. You don't see the pressure on the faces of those players, but I assure you there is a lot of pressure. I mean, the tournament, the live tournament has its own rules. You need to come here rested, arrive on time or even earlier, eat well, and whether you're a commentator or a player, always remember to stay hydrated. Well, those players probably after their first morning coffee already skimming, and Jedi transitions with 544. So this is a pretty promising start. Let's see, he's gonna try to skim and adapt to level 19 plus. Dewey still in a little bit of a dire situation. He will have to get the Tetris and reopen column 4. Jedi around 1 Tetris and a smidge from 600 score. Jedi told me that last year his qualifier wasn't that great, so I think it did not even exceed 600. So here in the first game he can already get well, a much promising start. Oh no, but there's a misdrop here, and he's going to be able to shift some pieces to the left, but now this is probably gonna have to be a flat piece right there. Oh, he wanted to go for a J, not an L. There's still hope. A square maybe? Oh, 573. This is probably gonna be the end, but the first score on the scoreboard for Jedi, 573. Not bad, not bad. Dewey still alive, about 400k on 100 lines. Not great, not terrible. Kane just topped out, so Kane will have to restart. Not really any decent score yet. We see that most players starting on level 18, however. Adam with level 15 start, which is also allowed. This year we play 15, 18, and 19 starts if you're courageous enough. Alright, Jedi already with his next game, hoping to improve that and make it a better kicker. Dewey with hopes for around 550 score here. However, there is a bit of trouble on column 3. He's gonna have to reopen that with a double. Almost there, and just 7 lines from transition. So this is going to be something about 500. Okay. Building on, again, column 3, which is a pretty easy column to do. And with another skim, we're going to see the Finnish player's transition. There we go, 523. Still staying on that column 3, but no, let's return. Let's return to column 10. That's what Dewey says. Dewey holding his pad on his ankle struts. Adam with dependency, longboard dependency. He's going to build for a Tetris, and he gets it. He gets it on column 6. There we go, 129. But let's focus on Dewey. Dewey on transition. There's a dependency on column 5. Yes, that Z prepares him for a Tetris. Skim with a T. This is a triple readiness. He's not gonna take it. This is good sacrifice. Now should reopen with an L or a J, which he does. Adam still with some garbage in the middle of the columns, so you can see all those mistakes that are visible. I mean, in Tetris, mistakes are so visible. All the good stuff we do disappears, and we can only see the mistakes. Like, I sometimes laugh that this is what your boss sees, all the unskimmed lines, and not the hard work that's been behind that. Dewey, close to 700. Just 1 Tetris away, so still promising. He's nodding his head, but this is still really a lot of potential. Can he do it? Okay, reopening. You have to go for that. Don't cover that third column. Reopening. Longbar arrives just a little bit too early, but there's another one into 700 on level 24, so 5 more levels. Okay, level 25, 744, 3/4 of a max out. I know he wants more than that. In the meantime, Kane with the best score of his day so far, 334, and this is looking really well. All right. Adam still cannot get back to column 10. Now he goes back, but not Tetris ready yet. In the meantime, Dewey close to 800, but is it still max outable? Kind of. Level 26, level 27. Yeah. But you don't have much time. All right. There we go. Blueberry 27, 825. Yes, this is going to be a close call. Oh, brother. All right, Adam with a drought. 21, 22. All right, droughted, but there we go. This wasn't such a harsh drought. Last year we experienced a horrible drought. If I'm not mistaken, that was Jesper and Robin matchup, as far as I remember, and we had a record drought of, if I'm not mistaken, close to 50 pieces. So that 7 back does not always work the way we used to, and some people say that, okay, maths is idiotic because of that. Oh, Dewey just on the verge of 900. So it's not over 900, unfortunately. Very close though, and that score gives Dewey an 8th spot so far. And in the meantime, Pixel Andy already with the first max out. So 2 American players in front. So many players aiming like 900s. It's raining 900s all around. Jedi still restarting. If you're not going for a max out, you just go for, okay, I just need one game. Give me that one game and send me to max out city. So far the max out city population is only 2. Mim, Pixel Andy, Obelix, Berg Troll Gunter, so the French cavalry with decent 900s. Eliva scored really well, so not unexpected. Eli was really great, an experienced European player. Anyway, Dewey's game doesn't look that amazing so far. He has to excavate that garbage. So a little bit of garbage day, and there's still longbar dependency. So is Dewey going to go for a triple here? I mean, he's hoping for a longbar. Longbar doesn't appear, so this is going to have to be a restart. And Adam tops out right after transition with scoring almost 400k. But Kane with 650, 654 now, and it's only level 21. TRT is about 66%, so 2 out of 3 skims are with a quadruple skim. All right, there we go. Also close to the max out base, but as well, I don't really want to jinx it. Okay, one mistake and you're gone. It's like working with electricity. One mistake and this may be your last one. Okay, but so far in the zone, staying with the double well, ready for another Tetris. Score 757. Okay, looking really good. Okay, that left side definitely fixed, but you wanna skim that extra line so that with that you're not gonna miss the left column. And he gets a Tetris on column 1, 793, level 25. Ah, so many games in the vicinity of 900s those days. Okay, 900 so hot right now. 800 already, that beats Dewey's score in the qualifier, and still going. The Norwegian player, not bad, not bad. Let's go. 800. It's definitely doable. Adam this time with level 18 start, but no pushdowns. So Jedi is pushing down, Dewey is pushing down, and Blueberry 27 for Kane. Kane ready for another. Another is going to give him a 900 plus score, but he had to skim it. Yeah, with DAS you have those limitations and you cannot go any further if you want to stay alive. Oh, triple readiness. This is a good delayed burn, but are the pieces good enough? Okay, reopening the well, 900. But this is not going to be max outable anymore. Really, really close doors. This is going to be like one shy of the max out. With that potato misdrop though, he gives up, but 934 is definitely going to put him in a position where I think he wanted to be. And there's still a lot of time. Okay, I mean a lot of time. We have just started the game and 25% of time is already gone. So must be pretty stressful for those guys. I mean, are you stressed after so many years of playing here? I mean, if this is your 4th year, I mean, I'm gonna tell you something, guys. There's always a little nerves. There's always a little nerves, but this is if the nerves don't paralyze you, it's kind of motivating in some way. So a little stress is good. Imagine like you're going on a date. Okay, you may be a little stressed, but stay focused, and this pressure may actually make you stay focused. So they're all great. They're all great players. I mean, creme de la creme. And Jedi another transition. Less than 500, but he's going to go for columnade. Sure, why not? And Tetris for Jedi. 499. Oh no! Let's drop. Alright. Let's fix it as fast as possible. That Jade did not land to the left, but long bar arrives pretty soon. Now reopening. Any LJ not coming. Okay. Let's stack it down. Adjust the stack. And yes, keep scoring from column 10. In the meantime, Dewey with average Joe pace so far. Not disappointing, but I wouldn't say that great yet. Adam carving his way into the best score he may get so far. So Adam with 381 so far, but only 2 Tetrises away from improving his qualifying score. So he got that for him, which is nice. Jedi going for a few sacrifices here. Doesn't want to misdrop. There's still a lot of time to qualify, but you don't want to land in a square city with this kind of stack. T-piece is always gonna work here, but when you go for that T-piece tack setup, T-pieces don't really love to arrive that much. Oh, and he gives up here. Never give up, guys. Never give up. Alright. Dewey looks promising, and Adam already with the same score he got. So this is gonna be a new PB on his scoreboard in those qualifiers. Looking forward to that 400k. And there we go, 409 for Adam. But transition is coming really soon. Another Tetris means transition into level 19, but that J prepares him perfectly, and there we go. Adam with 433. How is he gonna manage that level 19? All right, flat is good. He's gonna go for attack here. Oh, luckily he had a place for those Z's. Oh, it's raining Z's so much. All right, square not the best friend this time. Oh, come on, like he's so many Z's and TPs and not much time for square and too many castles on the left. This is gonna be really challenging. He cannot reopen that column 7, and Adam's gonna top out at 440. All right. I think he says, yeah, okay, I still have time. Okay, that's a kicker. Yeah. With the luck of the Irish, he's gonna be fine. Dewey. Close to 500 and 100 lines. Guys, this may be a 600 plus. Okay, a little sacrifice here, but full awareness of the stack. Dewey gets the Tetris and reopens that clogged column in the middle. This is definitely in the area of 600s. And Jedi, not bad at all. You want to have that at least 200k on 50 lines, but it's still early, so we're gonna get back to that in a moment. Kane, well, not bad pace either. I mean, those guys trains a lot. You know, I have an impression everybody's getting much better right before the tournament. I mean, after all, those guys are like preparing for the Olympics. So you want to go for your personal best. Kane with a potato there. Is there gonna be a TPCS? But he covers that T spin opportunity. Luckily reopens with the square. I think he's gonna be fine. This is still great pace. Adam with that 18 speeds. He has to shift that S to the left, which he does. Jedi gives up, okay. Probably needs a little hydration. Dewey with 659 so far on level 19. Really decent. Let's go, Dewey. Mike reopens. Preparing for the Tetris, level 20. A lot of runway. Still a lot of runway and already 2/3 of a max out for the Finnish challenger. Kane after that misdrop, still maintaining a pretty decent pace. 383 on the Norwegian player's score. And Jedi decides, yeah, let's push down. There isn't much time remaining. Dewey, almost 700. This is gonna be, yes, that's his best score so far. No, sorry, he's got 900. So you need 200 more. You need 100 more, dude. I know you want more than that. Let's skim this. Oh no. Whew. Was that a quick tap? I suppose so. Okay, J is always coming. You can always trust the J. And preparing for another Tetris. Dewey in the zone. Let's see. Yes, another Tetris. He says, yes, come to me. 765. And Kane with a transition. Close to 500, but those misdrops happen. Those misdrops happen again. Oh no, you've been playing for 5 minutes and now potato, just like that. Oh, my potato. Okay, well, there is a little potato in everyone, so embrace your potato, train more and improve. But that 830 on level 34, this is outrageous. All right, just survive. Dewey knows he doesn't have to go full banzai here. Just complete that left side, don't neglect the left side. Skim it. Okay, he was afraid to shift that piece to the left, so he doesn't hang it somewhere on column 2. Reopens it, and still a lot of runway for Dewey. Ready for a triple. Closes the well, reopens. Now waiting for a long bar. 843. This is gonna be close. 200 lines, and we got 878. About on that level, I would say about 4 Tetrises left, which is totally doable for Dewey. Level 26, 912. Blueberry 27. By some people considered the ugliest color palette. Unless you love blueberries. I mean, blueberries are love. All berries are love. What's your favorite berries, guys, by the way? Strawberries, gooseberries, blueberries, raspberries. My favorites are wild strawberries. They are pretty rare, but really sentimental to me. They have this special kind of flavor. But sweets for my sweet sugar for the daddy. And we got a max out for Dewey with 1 million and a smidge. All right. A max out is a max out. Doesn't count if it's peasant max out or not. Wonderful. All right. Adam still hoping for more, but yeah, let's go. Okay, Dewey happy. You can see the smile on the Finnish player's face. Wonderful. All right, so 3 players with at least 1 max out so far. As you see, guys, it's absolutely doable. And so many 900s, like, I was so close. Okay. Dewey's got some candy there. Power candy. Okay, if you ever tried Finnish candy, they are pretty disgusting. I gotta tell you. I mean, I love Finnish food, but Finnish candy is you need to get used to it. Aki once brought me Finnish candy, and it didn't taste that well, like this licorice taste. So I even had that story once where I had nothing in my fridge, and then I look in my drawer and I see Finnish candy, and then I think to myself, okay, I'm starving, but I decided to go to sleep starving rather than eating that candy. So sorry. All right, anyway, back to the scores. Jedi 436, 102 lines, so really decent. Jedi 573. This is definitely gonna be improved. See that TP's never comes in time. Okay, he has to cover the well again. Reshuffle. Didn't want to open with the long bar, and now there is even more excavation. Of course, the square appears on Castle's board. I say Castles is like there are those flanks, like you have the fortifications in the castle, which is not a really friendly thing if the square appears, which usually happens when you don't have a place for the square. Dewey this time really risky. Yeah, Dewey goes only like, okay, let's build up to the ceiling and then we're gonna see if we can skim. And transition for Jedi, almost 500 transition, 499. So let's put another 500 after transition, 500 before transition, 500 after. There's the Tetris into level 20, 529. Adam and Kane in early stages. Dewey has that 200k in a while if he doesn't get too droughted. Okay, doesn't close the well. No amateur moves by the Finnish player here. Oh, Jedi in an excavation situation again. Oh, so much work put to nothing, and he goes, oh no, I have to start again. 5 minutes for nothing. Oh, come on. Okay. Well, maybe not for nothing, but this is not even the best score. So you're not really aiming for consistency. You're aiming to hit that bullseye if you don't get a max out. Okay, pushing down. About 30 minutes left until the end of the second session of the qualifier. We got over 70 players this year. Top 64 is going to arrive in the bracket. So the deeper we go, the more we know. On one side, as a player, you want to start early so that you have it out of your system. But some players prefer to play in the last session so they know score of their potential opponents. However, it may be really excruciating to wait for your qualifiers for too long. Like waiting for the results of your exams. I mean, sometimes waiting is worse than just receiving the news, even if they are not the best news. No news is good news. Dewey 387. This is in the vicinity of 500k on 100 lines. Maybe a smidge less, but another decent play. Now with that max out, Dewey definitely feels great about himself, and now can go and stack with even more courage. Okay, Adam refreshing. Ready for another game. And we have... Sorry. And we have restarts all around. Okay, Adam decides to stack it down as well. Dewey in a little bit of excavation, but you know what? It's just a minor garbage. We love garbage. We raccoons love garbage a lot. So digging in garbage is part of the game, and although it's very annoying, oh no, I cannot get out in Tetris, I enjoy digging in garbage, guys. Like sometimes I think like you even do it on purpose. You put yourself in a dire situation so that you can have fun. Dewey, yeah. Maybe he quick tapped that square. 449 and transition coming right now for the Finnish player. 473, getting another Tetris. That's close to 500. Ooh, Adam on the left well, getting a Tetris. Okay, Dewey should get the 500, but covers the well. J or a long bar covers the well. J long bar, J long bar. There's the J. Yes. Okay. Just in time. I think that was. Oh, that was really close to hang that piece, but he's still alive. He knows his DAS. Kane, not bad. After 55 lines, 259, really decent. So we will look into the career of that young player in a while, but Dewey now, come on, where's the T-piece? See, T-piece never arrives. Right, the T-piece now would be great, but this is also a good solution. 541. He's losing some pace here. He has to dig out if he thinks about getting another max out. Maybe this... No, hey, you give up that early. Come on. Okay, okay. You know what you're doing. Kane, 351. 72 lines. Guys, this may be a big game. Jedi also pretty decent. Getting the J and avoiding to hang a piece on that red tower on column 6 and 7. Right. Where's the J? No J. Delay burn. No LJ. Jedi in an excavation situation. He says, please no square. And Adam never really returned from column 1 fully. He's still trying to dig out. Oh, maybe that piece should arrive, should go more to the left, because now what we have is this may fester into a really dire situation. But what he needs now is exactly a delayed burn. All right, adjustment, and back in the game. Okay, this game is pretty early though. Kane restarts. Interesting. He had a 400k score but decides to restart. Like, this is not gonna be enough. And Jedi pushing down to 86. So he lost some composure then, but still alive. You cannot score Tetrises if you're not alive. Trivial, but the simple things in life are like some philosophies in Tetris, and you can definitely find some values that are in Tetris and in life, and they are universal. The simple things are sometimes the hardest things to understand. 300k for Jedi, 200k for Dewey, and 100k for Adam. Adam in a little bit of a doo-doo, reopening column 8, hoping to get the double there, but he covers his well, and not even an L or an J. This will have to be a restart. Okay, 25 minutes left. Guys, brace yourselves. and get ready for some skimming. Dewey is going to build his triple ready on column 7 there. Where's the long bar? Reopening. LJ or a long bar. This is gonna make him ready. In the meantime, Jedi close to transition. Transitioning with 400, I would say 430. How much? Makes long bar dependency. Okay, let's just skim and adapt. Skim, adapt, overcome. Ultimate survival of a Tetris player. Adam really likes building on that column 1. Or is he neglecting pushing the pieces to the left? I don't know. Anyway. Jedi transition and 436. So I don't know if it's a max out score, although definitely a lot of potential in front of the Luxembourgian challenger. Oh, Luxembourgish. Oh, brother. Dewey, like playing a copy of a copy of a copy. Like every game, every of his game is like 400, 500 at 100 lines. Reopening the well, getting another Tetris in 418. Jedi hoping to get a J. He has to go for a delay bend. Ooh, that was just enough to shift the piece to the left. Getting another Tetris. There's a place for a square. Trying to complete the left side. Jedi on level 23, 512. Not bad at all. Jedi had 573, so he needs 2 more Tetrises to... Okay, one more Tetris to improve his best qualifying score. 552. Dewey is gonna transition soon with something around 550, I presume. But let's look at Jedi. Okay. Yeah. Is he going to go back to column 10? Yes, yes. Building on column 9 is not really that friendly, I got to tell you guys. So you always want to have place for the square and the long bar. Okay. 600. This is Jedi's best score so far. Yay! And still going strong. In the meantime, Dewey, 542. Level 19. Adam just restarting his game. Dewey with a tuck situation, but not the best pieces. Okay, this goes flat. This is good experienced move. Cool down. Where's the LJ? Okay, LJ to reopen for Dewey. Jedi on 27. This is super close to 700. We're just 1 minute shy of Tetris readiness, but here comes the long bar and Jedi with 722. That's already close to 3/4 of a max, but he's on the final level. Okay. Push it to the limit. Push it to the limit. Oh, Scarface is so great. Okay, no scars on this player though. I mean, unless there are some mental scars. Yes! He gets it. Okay, really close to 800. Well done, Jedi. Well done. This is going to put him in spot 12 so far. So he's definitely guaranteed a top 64 with that score. How is Kane doing? Kane. I mean, we see a lot of restarts. Dewey, how is Dewey doing? Okay, Dewey is doing really great. There is a 700 for Dewey. He's fighting for his kicker, like a lion in the jungle. No, there are no lions in the jungle. There are lions in the savannah. I don't know why lions are called the kings of the jungle when they live in savannah, but whatever. Okay, let's get back to the game. 738 Dewey. Yeah. leaving that spot for an L or a J, preparing for a Tetris, scoring another one, 770 and level 25. Well, this is gonna be on the verge of a max out. Maybe, maybe. Square City! Oh, welcome to Square City population UDW. There were like 4 squares in a short succession. Okay, now counting on that LJ, he's not gonna risk too much. Okay, he's gonna be no, not building for a Tetris. Okay, there's still time. There's still time to get at least a 900. Right, pushing the pieces to the left. Yes, this is very important. He's not going to go for Akibar. A little bit too risky. Still, oh, not even going for that skim. Okay, pretty courageous, but there is a drought growing on him. He gets Tetris into 859. There we go. Blueberry. Blueberry 17. One more Tetris on Blueberry. Oh, this is gonna have to be a skim. Okay, last level. 863. This is gonna be a close one. And he's gonna need 3 more Tetrises. So maybe a setup in the middle of the well. No, this is gonna be a transition already. I mean, into level 29, and we have a kill screen in 2 lines. Okay, sacrificing and getting the 939. 939 gives him a better kicker. He doesn't look happy though. Oh, come on. This is decent. This is really tolerable for you. And now, trying to get some wings for the last 18 minutes. Winged Dewey. Okay. How does the game serve the other players? Adam! Again, column 10 has to close it, reopen. Oh, this doesn't go flat, which builds a pretty foul situation. But he's not a chicken, so it's not such a foul situation as you may presume. Jedi, 300 on 60 lines. I mean, I always pat myself on the back when I see 300,000 on 60 lines. Jedi, taking that extra skim. Maybe he didn't have to, but the pace is still pretty decent, so stay alive. There's still a lot of runway, a lot of potential, and 82% TRT, really decent. Kane with not such a bad TRT either, 75%, so 3 out of 4 skims are with a Tetris for the Norwegian player. Now he closes his well and hoping for a J or something to reopen. There we go. Alright, and we're back on track. Jedi, 400k, and we're not even at the 100k mark. Let's go, Jedi. Do or do not. There is no try. That's what your Jedi Master said. Yeah. Do or do not. There is no try. "15 minutes left. It's sweaty, sweaty, sweaty. Sweaty like spaghetti. Ah, Adam, so high. Can you do something? Flat, 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 flat J. No, no. Ah. Kane constantly on that 300k mark. But Kane with 930, having that early, really decent score. I think he's not too stressed right now. So I got nothing to lose. Let's go for the best we can and hope for the best. Jedi, 500k. Can this be? Okay, this is in the vicinity of like 550 right now after those skims. Maybe 570. Okay. 2 more potential Tetrises before transition, but he doesn't want to shift that piece to the left. Yeah, 2 J's arriving, which Jedi should shift to the left, and now he closes the well. He's gonna look for a... Oh no! He's gonna look for an L, but the L arrives too late, and 120 lines curse, as some people say, seals the deal for Jedi in that game. Alright, just a little bit of a refreshment and still almost 15 minutes left. In the meantime, Dewey with another really consistent player. Come on, 400k already. I think this may be even the best pace our Finnish challenger had in this qualifier so far. And Kane doing pretty well as well. Okay, he's gonna need a 500k to improve his score, but the transition is coming in 10 lines. So 3 more potential Tetrises. Yeah, he creates that long bar dependency on column 5. Where's the long bar? J. An L would be better. Alright, let's just try to reopen. Build. Okay, triple. 500k. And Kane transitions. 524. Instantly ready for another Tetris. And blip. Another Tetris for Kane. 548. Dewey like 1 Tetris behind if they were in a match, but Dewey has not transitioned yet, and he's got, oh brother, like 5 more potential Tetrises before level 19. Adam with a little hollow bunny on the bottom of his stack. It looks like a bunny with ears, so maybe it's a lucky bunny. I sometimes try to imagine what the hollow pieces create, what kind of picture. Alright, Adam with 150, we're gonna go back to him if he scores something extraordinary. And in the meantime, Dewey with 600k, around 600k transition again. So let's see how our northern challenger deals with that one. Is he going to stumble upon some drought? Not yet. Okay, into level 20 with 650. And Adam still hasn't done anything with that bunny. Okay, that hollow bunny is still there. You can see that bunny, right? Okay. It's Easter. Oh no! Oh no! This is gonna be a top out. Dewey, less than a Tetris away from 700. He gets it. Fixes the well. Triple ready. There was a dependency. Okay, now you have to fix the left side. Oh, good shift. And the J. A holy J coming for Dewey. 730. Jedi with 228. Oh, Dewey struggling with that left side. Is he gonna be... Okay, this is enough. Good. The S's ruin his stack. 771. So a really decent game, but if he doesn't improve it, this really means nothing, because it's not a kicker nor a max out. Good. Okay. On 792. Blueberry 17, 833. Oh, Adam hangs that square on the left, and he's not gonna be able to improve his score in this game either. Only 10 minutes left. Guys, this is one of your last chances. 903. He gets the long bar in time. 938. 2 more potential Tetrises, but no skimming. You cannot even get a single skim. Oh, this may be a max out, but you need to go. Okay, now you cannot go for a Vitz because it's only 3 wide. Oh no, so close, but this is gonna be another kicker. Okay, improve your kicker. Not bad at all. Wow. All right, Dewey. Dewey stays in third position, third seat so far, but his kicker improves. Okay, 8 minutes left. Just enough to go from level 18 to level 29. And all the players decide to push down, except for Kane. Kane is trying to go for the best possible execution of his stack. Oh, Adam doesn't like to see that square. All right. Squares are unwelcome, but now reopening the well and gets the J. Ready for the run. Yes, please. Yeah, of course. All right, Jedi, let's go for one more. I think you're gonna be happy with the game, Jedi. Because if you had like 500 last year and now close to 800, this is a really great improvement. Jedi already competed in our first DAS tournament, CTWC DAS, 4 years ago. So he's one of the pillars of the Luxembourgish community. The whole Benelux gives us wonderful players those year. We have a lot of Belgian players, for instance, which we're gonna see soon. I think there are like at least 6 players from the city of Fries, from the country of Fries. Sorry, guys. Adam's score looks so great, but his stack doesn't. But the score is really good. Just stay alive, Adam. Come on. Just 5 minutes left, guys. Jedi, really good. We can finally see 4 games. 4 decent games on 4 tables. Let's go. Let's go. 438 for Jedi. 413 for Kane. Not even 100 lines, though. Whoa, okay. Adam, just survive. Please, come on. Oh no, potato. Oh no. Okay, to the left, to the right. Sorry, come on. Reopen. Wait, the square. No, where's this space? No LJ. Oh, survive. Flat. No. Oh, this is gonna be dangerous. Oh, Adam is not gonna be able to make it. Oh, maybe. Come on. Oh, come on. Let's go. No. Ah, so close. Okay, close to 400. All right. Well done, man. You still have time. You still have time. 4 minutes 50 seconds. A Jedi transitions, but he has some kind of guard tower built on column 3-4. I don't know what happened there, but 500 over 500 transition gives him a good chance. But that square hang on column 8 is gonna seal the deal for that game. Luckily, still got time for a little bit more. All right, wonderful. And Dewey 400 at less than 100 lines again. He's gonna go for that second max out in his potentially last game. Maybe he's still gonna have enough time to restart if things doesn't go right. But remember, if things don't go right, try to go left. It's actually pretty universal in Tetris as well, because it's pretty logical. Just go for the left well. All right. And let's go, Adam. Let's go. We have 60k for Adam so far. He's not gonna play 15 starts anymore. There is no time for that. And Kane tries to navigate the situation. He had to create that long bar dependency, I hope, and I think he gives up a little bit too early on that one. Okay, but the stack is ruined right after transition. So, one more game. One more game at least. Dewey, another 570, maybe, transition. We'll see. 3 minutes left. Oh. I mean, for us, it's so fast, but for the players, it's probably even faster. Like, how did this time... Okay, transition for Dewey, 561. Are we gonna see the second max out for the Moomin player? There we go. Who loves Moomins? Moomins are wonderful. Like from the Finnish things, like Moomins are definitely better than Finnish candy. $6.26 for Dewey. 2 minutes left. Reopens the well. Ready. Skim. Reopen the well. Another Tetris for Dewey. 6.57. And Bubblegum 22. Oh, I would go for a Bubblegum milkshake right now. 6.66 for Dewey. It's an homage to Tim. Okay, let's go. Double well maintained, but not many places for the square and the square city. Here we go. 696. The stack doesn't look dire, though, that dire after all those squares we've seen for Dewey, but the window is closing and the players will only have 1 more minute. So, guys, if you really feel that this is not the game, restart and try one more. In the meantime, 700 for Dewey, but the left side looks really unfriendly. He's gonna be able to shift the piece. Okay, 2 squares in a row. This is actually pretty helpful because there was enough space for the skimming as well. 713, there's still a potential. Dewey is definitely gonna go full metal. Dewey, 3/4 of a max out. Alright, sacrifice it. Building a long bar dependency, but there was a Tetris and not the J, the L. Where is it? Oh no, skimming. And he says, no, this is enough. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to do it, but let's restart the game. Okay, he knows his game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And guys, you cannot play any more games. Let's finish this one and we'll see if we have any last game miracle. Okay, who's gonna need that miracle mostly? Adam with 440 in his qualifier. Ain't talking about the dump. 440. Okay, Jedi 798, super close to 800. Kane had many top outs, but that 900 is definitely going to put him in a favorable spot. So Norwegian player really well, and Dewey with 1 max out and playing his last game in hopes to at least improve his kicker. But it's gonna be either a max out or not a kicker, because 973 is already a great kicker. And Adam knows he is not gonna be able to shift any more pieces to the left. He's gonna top out, and with a 404 PB not found. Okay, thank you, Adam. Hopefully we'll see you later in the bracket. And Jedi finishes his qualifier with almost 900, 800, 798 for the Luxembourg. So only Dewey and Kane left. Kane closer to transition. He's going to reopen the well soon with that T-piece. Going for that hang. This is pretty smart, but... And he gets a Tetris and good Z-spin. Let's go. Or is it an S? I don't know. I always confuse S and Z. I just say blue Z or red Z. Okay, Dewey with 200k on 40 lines. 200k is already good at 50 lines, and this is another one of Dewey's great scores. Good delivery. But let's focus on Kane first, because in one Tetris he's going to transition into level 19, which is going to be around almost exactly 500,000. And not a routed, 505. All right, this is your last chance. Let's go. Let's go, Kane. Let's go. This is a great Tetris. Okay. Fortuna favet fortibus. Fortune favors the braid. And this is what happens here. Dewey also alive with 300k on 60 lines. Very good pace. We're not scared to say the word pace anymore. They're all professionals, and then they don't blame the RNG for their failure. All right, Kane, 590 on level 21. The left side, fixed. You really want to go for that Tetris? Sure. Oh no! He would be so ready and reopen that, but now he's in an excavation situation. Still doable. He is? LJ? Yes? Ah, please no score for that guy. Please no score. Okay. Okay, there's a long bar dependency, and he's not going to be able to shift it. So, Kane tops out at 601, but 934 score puts him in the 8th spot, which is really, really great. Okay, far away from Pixel Andy, who got a wonderful kicker, and probably as he expected with 4 maxes. So 4 maxes for Andy, 2 for Meme, and 1 for Dewey, unless he's going to get another one in this game. And gotta tell you guys, this is another promising game. Not gonna lie here, yeah. Dewey scratches his nose. Don't scratch. Sheer focus. Oh, and he scratches his ear now. Don't scratch. Don't scratch! Stop scratching. This is sweat. Blood and sweat, I'll tell you guys. Yeah. Okay, yes, skim. Decent. 114 lines. Okay, a Z-spin or a J-tack, but none of those pieces arrive, so annoying. Maybe now on column 8. No, he doesn't want to do it. Okay, yes. Perfect. L to fill the Tetris readiness. And one more Tetris means the transition. Good J to the left fixes the stack. You can skim DW. And we got a transition 636. Last game of your qualifier, my friend. Ready with that square. 636, skimming. Don't slip. Oh, closes the well. Flat, skim with that long bar. Good decision. You don't want to close the well again. Oh, no no T tack there. Do you find another solution? You have to skim, man, in a while. Okay, because this is DOS. But there we go. 672. Okay, not bad. Huh. See? No scratching. No more scratching. There we go. Okay, to the left. To the left. Okay. Oh, you're not gonna build for a Tetris on a weird column. Yeah, let's go back to column 10. Okay, perfect. The middle. Okay, just an L or a J. Come on. Don't square him now. Please, please, please. Yes, flat. Good. Flat J. Reopen. There's the long bar. All right. There's some sunshine on DW stack again. Into 745 on level 23 and 69 TRT. Nice. Flat. 750. Okay, 3/4. Well, me no shy of Tetris readiness, and now he goes for a long bar dependency on that column, but scores the Tetris before that. Should reopen. Okay, wonderful. Spots that situation, but he's not gonna be Tetris ready here. 800 or level 25, into level 25. And ready for another Tetris. Where's the long bar? Whoop! Tetris for DW. 831. Reopening. Okay. One more. Oh, good square. Now flat. Okay, no skims. No retreat. No surrender. Let's go, DW. $879. I don't want to say, but this is like the last game, and can he get this? Can he get this? Please, come on, come on. Oh no! Oh no, potato! Oh, oh please! Oh no! Okay, but congratulations. That was a really decent performance for DW, and thank you guys. This was the second session of our qualifiers, so we're already halfway through, and probably less than 15 minutes. Okay, whew, guys, we're only halfway through. So we had our appetizer, our entree, and now it's time for 2 desserts, because let's make it double sweet this year, all right? So there are last transitions coming, and in the qualifiers we still have 3 players who maxed out, 4 max outs, 2 max outs, and max out. DW was really close to getting that second one with like 2 or 3 scores above 900k. But I think he's really happy with that. There are still superstars coming in this next session, so you're gonna see more of those max outers soon. So we're gonna keep you covered. I'm going to go into the qualifier mode right now. This is our chart, 32 players so far. Pixel Andy with 5. Wow, and an amazing kicker. And the next session is going to be really soon. So guys, hydrate and keep watching, and I'm going to go to the qualifier myself, so wish me maybe not luck, but lack of misfortune. It's gonna be enough. All right. But most of all, enjoy the show and let's see some more tetrominos falling from the sky. All right. See you soon, Raccoon.
Okay, and welcome back, everyone. You've just tuned in at the beginning of session number 3 of CTWC DAS 2025 qualifiers. We've already had over 30 players come up and enter in scores here, so we've had just under half of the players so far. We still have 2 more sessions to go, and we've just begun this one here. We're going to be on the side stage here for with 4 more players here who are looking to put in some good scores. You can see El Peltum there, Elena, Tim, and Vince all looking to put in some good scores here. As you can see there on the right-hand side, I put in a score last session, got a 440. It was okay. I choked a 500 on my last game. So I'm a bit disappointed at that, but I improved pretty significantly on last year's qualifier. So I'll take it, I suppose. But let's see how these players end up doing. Of course, as mentioned before, the top 64 qualifiers from this these 4 qual slots will end up in the tournament itself. We'll be doing the early rounds after that, after a brief intermission. And then after those are done, we will take a break for the day and then come back, do some more rounds, introduce our top 16, and then from there, over the next 2 days, we will end up crowning a champion. But yeah, these 4 players, all very solid dashes. We got, of course, El Peltum, veteran of the European scene, just in general, with a 1.1 million PB. Last time, finished in the top 16 overall. Had a very good run. And we'll be hoping to sort of replicate that form here in this session. Last time out, Elp qualified in Seed 18 with an 828,000. We'll be hoping to get that a little bit higher this time out. To his right, you have Yelena, who also put in a qualifier last year, appeared last year, got an 894. And that was good enough for Seed 14. Right now, Seed 14 is in the 700s, and we anticipate it's going to go pretty high here. So we'll see what these players can do. But so far, at least, all these players, I believe, are on their opening 1 or 2 games here. I think Tim and Vince still on their first game or so here. But right now, the players just looking to get their first couple games in, hopefully get a score up on the board. Vince with a hang there will top out 230. This isn't my first rodeo with qualifying or commentating qualifying for Vince. Actually got to do that at CTWC this year on CT3, which was quite a funny one because that qualifier determined whether I was going to be in the tournament or not. So it was a great time. I think the archive of that stream has been saved if you ever want to go back and check that out. But speaking of archives and multiple streams and CT3 and all that, we actually, for I think the first time in a while on CTWC DAS, we have simulcast. We have qualifiers going on all 4 channels, CT1, CT2, CT3, and CT4, because we have the side area also live doing qualifiers as well. And that's great to make sure that everyone has archives and will be able to go back and watch their qualifiers too. And as far as where everyone else who is qualifying in this session is at, for session 3, other than these, of course, players on the side stage, we also have Jesper, Adam Mountains, Robin, who is our reigning CTWC DAS champion, and Fractal, who is the reigning Jonas Cup champion, who will all be qualifying on the main stage on Classic Tetris 1. And then off to the side here, we also have Dobry, Piatek, Axiom, and Kadel as well. And then we also have Simur too. So a lot of action going on all across the Tetris sphere on our 4 channels. And you can check that out. You can even simulcast them. But right now the players are on level 18. And we'll be all hoping to put in some decent scores here. Alp with a very solid pace so far, 484. 15 lines to go before transition. But yeah, hopefully everyone so far in those first 2 sessions who's been watching has been having fun. I can see there's some supporters in the chat for our players. Someone's saying, go Elp. And interestingly, I know this person who chatted here and not supporting their fellow country person. Not going to say who because I don't want to put them off, but interesting dynamics going on here on the Classic Tetris channel. Also want to give a quick shout out here to Experian, which is the venue that we're hosting here in Cologne, Germany. Fantastic spot if you want to play some video games, hang out with people, maybe bring friends. It's completely free to walk in and have fun here. There's so many different things that go on here. Not just, of course, that you can play games, but also, like we have here, there's different esports events always going on, not just classic Tetris, but the likes of Rocket League, any football video games as well. There's some here. League of Legends also. Elp right now with a very messy board and is going to top out 665. And I think we'll probably enter that score in. As you can see on the right-hand side here, you'll see that some of the players are highlighted in green when it comes to their names here. And the reason they're highlighted in green is because that indicates that they are currently playing in the session. It looks like we already got a max out there from Fractal over on the main stage here. So current target for seed number 1 is 5 max outs. That was set by Andy. Four players so far have max outs, and 3 of them are our American contingency from the Jonas Cup. Still have 1 more to come after this session. And that will, of course, be Blue Scooty. Elena with a pretty good run here, 5:15. It's not the highest scorer in the world, but I think she will be hoping to bring this to 29 just to have a game down here. But oh, the hang of the L and S piece there. So Elena with a 5:18, that will be recorded down. And you can see that 665 has been put in for El Piltum, puts him currently in 19th place, now 20th, because Jesper also has a max out here. And in terms of how these players ended up doing last time out, as I said before, El Pelta did make it all the way to the top 16, I believe. Had a very good run throughout the entire time he was there. Just played really competitively. We'll be hoping to do even stronger. And of course, speaking of making it far, we have our prize pool. And the more that is donated towards it, the more that we can pay the players. And currently we have obviously the goal of 1,000 in order to be able to pay out our top players. I believe our top 4 players can be paid out, and then it will keep going up based off of how much we can get towards the matcherino. Well, let's try to get that up. Thank you everyone so far who has contributed. If you want to contribute, you can go to !matcherino in the chat. Tim with a 486 right now. Currently about to hit level 19. Just under a 60% Tetris rate right now. And generally having 60% can be a benchmark for players to sort of maintain in order to be in with a shot of getting a max out. Tetris rate is sort of a measure of how efficient a player has been, because it sort of indicates how many of the times whenever you make a move, it ends up being a Tetris rather than a burn. A burn would decrease your Tetris rate. But in terms of a match context, it wouldn't necessarily indicate that you're in the lead or anything, but it does indicate efficiency. Tim with a 601 here, getting another Tetris, now up to 60% Tetris rate, 628 on level 22. Meanwhile, everyone else currently on level 18, just plugging away, getting their Tetrises down. Tetris for Vince. Tim is looking to just get some burns and get this cleared away. Might go for a dirty Tetris. Gets a dirty Tetris for Tim. And does get back all the way down to the bottom here. Another Tetris here for Tim, level 24. Keeping this board nice and low is absolutely imperative to be able to get these pieces over, as the DAS playstyle is very unforgiving on level 19 speeds, especially if you're getting high up, because you can only move the pieces so fast over, so keeping that charge active is crucial, and keeping that board low is also crucial to staying within a shot. I believe it's, if you get up to 8 lines high on row 2, that's when you're going to start needing quick taps to get things over, and a quick tap is a kind of in the name. When you're with DAS and you won't be able to get things over traditionally, there's an extra tap, nearly sort of, I wouldn't say pixel perfect, but a very precise tap to get the piece over. And of course that is permitted within the rules of DAS, so players can employ that if they need to. In fact, we saw that plenty of times, especially in the later stages of the tournament over the years. Tim on 791, now level 28. 2 lines away, can get one more Tetris before kill screen, which is on level 29. And Tim gets the Tetris, 828, gets a double to boot. 830 will be Tim's score, and he is going to note that one down. Very nicely done there for Tim. Vince also putting up a pretty good game here, 403. As Yelena now also into level 19, 528 Alp with a very rough-looking board. Those S pieces just giving him nightmares. And Yelena's going to top out 563. I believe that will be down Vince with a 529 here. Vince, of course, is the head and main figure of the CTWC proper. None of this would be possible. None of what we have here would be possible without the support of Vince and the CTWC crew for their guidance and just unconditional support of the scene here. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be able to have Vince here for this event. And we'll just be hoping to repay the favor for him during the weekend. Right now he's hoping that the board can repay the favor, getting something over to the left-hand side. Gets a J and skims a T piece. Does get the J piece over. This is very good from Vince, but oh, the hang of the L piece. Can maybe still get a piece maneuvered around, but I think this board center is just too chaotic. Vince will top out 577. That will be good enough for a solid seed so far. And it looks like Tim's got the shades on now. Looking cool as a cucumber. So everyone's back on level 18, and we got some more codes being redeemed here. Thank you so much for redeeming those codes. Those codes are on our matcherino, where the prize pool is being gathered up. If you go there, there is some codes available for you to use that add an extra 25 cents to the prize pool. In fact, I'll thank a few people who have already used some recently. Thank you, Tokapitris. Thank you, Ziggy, thank you Pyramid Punk, thank you Zella, hello there, Squirrely. Thank you William, Sushi King, Chen, Vent in the Sky, Doc Pie, Chroma, Tetris Time. Thank you everyone who has contributed. We're currently up to $160.25 for the prize pool. We were looking to get a minimum of 1,000 in order to be able to pay out the top 4. In this event. So if you want these players at the end of a long and arduous weekend of DAS action to go home with a nice chunk of change, then head on over to our matcherino and put in anything that you can. Even if you only have as little as $1 or $2 to contribute, or €1 or $2 or £1 or $2, it is enough, more than enough in fact, and we appreciate your support. And of course you have those contribution codes as well. Help with a bit of a rough board here as 100 lines in, hangs the T-piece and is going to top out 423. We've only seen one max out so far from a player on the side stage. That was Dewey in the previous session. Was right beside Dewey when they got that. It was cool to see. See if one of these players can maybe join them. Yelena last time out made the top 16. Went out to Dewey. in the losers bracket. Again, in terms of the format of the event itself, it is a double bracket, which means that there is a winners and losers bracket, which means if you get knocked out of the upper bracket, you still have a second chance to continue playing. So everyone will get to play 2 matches minimum. And who knows many more if players do well. Some solid scores being put up here. Down on the bottom from Tim and Vince, currently on 408. Tim 408, Vince 343. Also want to shout out once again, if anyone was here for the first session, they know, the Power Bear Gummies, the Tetris Gamer Gummies by Power Bears. They are nice, tasty, contain 20% fruit juice, and are a healthy alternative to traditional gummies. Not only that, but they also come with various different tetraminos. In fact, all your favorite tetraminos. You got the long bar in here. You got the, let's see, a square is in here. Let's see. So, yeah, I've got an L piece here, and we're just gonna go ahead and try this. I think. Yeah, this one's very good. Yeah, you can get them at any major retailer as well. The Power Bear Tetris Gummies, 91K for Elp, 410 for Yelena, 563 for Tim, 498 for Vince. Vince going into level 19 here, 528. Already potentially on course to exceed the score you got shortly ago, but hangs the bar on the left and will be just short of that, 552. Another Tetris and a little bit would have been able to get him over the line there, I think. Meanwhile, Tim just going to try to get the well back open. Has a dirty Tetris set up in column 4. And gets it dirty. Tetris there for Tim. Row 3. So far, so good for our players. Yelena with a 558 transition will be definitely looking to improve her score here and is on pace to do so. Gets the well back open. Now is going to try to set up for a Tetris here. Has the L piece needed to do that. Now Tetris ready, waiting for the bar to arrive. And there's the bar, Tetris Yelena. $775 though here for Tim. Level 26 gets a Tetris, 809. And this could still be very easily a great score here for Tim. 845 now. Gets that tuck with the J piece. Skims with the L piece to set up. Gets the Tetris, 879. Still has 14 lines to go before line 230, which brings in level 29. There's the Tetris there for 914, level 28. Yelena, 617 right now. Level 23. Tim fills in the depends and gets the bar, gets the Tetris. 2 more available, gets 1 more. I think another one will be a max here potentially for Tim. Just needs to set up correctly. Can't afford any burns before 29 because another burn will put him right into the kill screen. Tim is set up. There it is, Tetris and max out there for Tim. And you can see what that means to him. Unbelievable there for Tim. Gets the max out. And our European players are responding back to the wave of Americans who have been topping the charts here. And I think Tim is going to take a breather after that one. We have just over half of our time remaining. As before, as has been explained, these players have 1 hour to qualify. And once time expires, they can still continue on with their final game. And as we've seen before, the final game can be crucial when it comes to increasing that seed. I mean, we saw there just in the session just gone that Andy got his 5th max out from his final game. Being Pixel Andy, of course, who finished in the top 4 of the Jonas Cup, the Jonas New Barrett Cup, which was the American DAS competition that served as a qualifier. The top 4 qualified for CTWC DAS here. It's great that all 4 of them managed to be able to travel out to get here. And so far, they're putting up some pretty good performances between the 3 who have so far already qualified. Help with a 620. And so far, and now 30 minutes have gone. So another 30 left to go here. So if a player has been struggling in the first half now, they can rid all that in the second half here. Help Hilton just trying to get the right combo here to get things uncovered. Gets a nice double there. Is he gonna go? Okay, gets the triple, very nicely done. That opens up an L dependency, which Alp doesn't fill in. Gets a skim with a T, vaults an L piece over, but can Alp get out of this? He's trying, but the pieces just weren't working out for him. Tops out 642. And still waiting for Tim to come back here. Maybe he was just taking a bit of a breather, or maybe he's... Well, we hope he's not just content with that. I mean, if you got 1, you might as well try to go get 2. But I'm sure he will be back. Vince is putting together a decent game here. 323 on line 82. Right now, everyone just cleaning up their boards. Vince is cleaning out Tetris ready. Gets that bar over for Tetris, but board has been a little bit compromised from that, but we'll look to get the right pieces to resolve this. And so far, just needs a long bar that will help with a burn at the bottom. We'll get that burn. And my mistake, it was actually the top 12 that Alp Hilton got to last year. Had a fantastic run and only went out to oof in the top 12 there. Vince about to hit level 19 here in the next 8 lines. Can get 2 more Tetrises before then. Just waiting on that long bar 15-piece trap, but does get a Tetris from there. Level 19, 504 here. And again, if you were waiting and wanting to see the current bracket as things stand right now, you can go ahead and check it out by typing an !bracket into the chat. And there you'll be able to see everything as it currently stands there, as well as, of course, also gets updated on the right-hand side here. Vince with a 544 right now. His current score is a 577, so very close to beating that right now, but just needs the right pieces. Vince going to take the double here. And gets the Tetris to go to 584. And it looks like Tim is back. Just took a few minutes. Now he's back to get some more Tetrises. Maybe try and go for that second max out. Nice triple there for Vince. Not going too aggressive, and it pays off. Gets the Tetris. 600K broken there for Vince. Now on 629, level 24. Oh, but just loses control of that board. 629, though, I'm sure Vince will be decently happy with that. That will be an improvement on his current highest score so far. Al putting together a pretty good game here too. 316 at only line 71. As Vince now getting back going, just under 25 minutes now remaining. So over half the time has now gone. Right now, Tim and Vince starting back on the bottom here. Alp at almost 100 lines, 434. Look at that Tetris right there, 75% there for Alp Hilton. Gets the Tetris to go to 457. And Alp right now just trying to get Tetris ready here again. Currently, as things stand, with these 4 players. Alp's highest score, 665, which is good enough for seed 28. Yelena, the 629, seed 30. Tim with that max out, seed 7, with that kicker of 830 in tow as well. We'll probably be trying to look to either improve that or get a second max out. Meanwhile, Vince, seed 29 with a 629. Currently only 400 points separating Vince and Yelena's scores there, so that's going to be interesting to see if either of them will be able to improve it. .602 transition there for Alp. 600k transition, very difficult to perform with DAS. You don't see it as often as you would typically with other playstyles, because DAS is a lot more difficult to be able to consistently score, as since you are moving the pieces slower than with rolling or hyper tapping typically. Staying so efficient is always a challenge, but Alp seems up for getting another Tetris to go to 662. And now has surpassed his current highest score. So we'll see how much higher he can push this and climb the seeds. Gets a Tetris 696. Yelena, meanwhile, 421, 8 lines to go before transition. And it's been a pretty intense day so far in Classic Tetris. A lot of players putting in the hours to get their warm-ups done, do their qualifiers, and a lot of that can be pretty straining, both sort of mentally and physically. And no part of us suffers more than our eyes, which is why we are sponsored by the Hilo Gel, which we use in terms of eye drops to be able to, if you're using screens, or of course playing Tetris like these players are, screens can be pretty bright and they can cause some dryness and strain on your eyes over extended periods of time. So in order to keep our eyes in peak condition, the Hilo Gel eye drops, very effective at that. They will come in very useful for myself and other commentators and players alike to be able to get through a day of having just so many different screens and lights and everything around. Yeah, thank you so much, Hilo Gel, sponsoring CTWC DAS. And you can get the Hilo eye drops at any pharmacy near you. And they are a great choice. 856 here for Alp level 27. Takes a triple, skims with the L piece. And we'll get another Tetris 902. And if Alp plays his cards right here, could be on course. Just needs to get something over to the left. Is there anything flat he can put? Okay, needs another long bar. Can Alp, okay, needs a bar in column 8. Is he gonna get anything? Okay, gets a single with the bar, but doesn't get the other bar over. He's gonna top out at 904. That's devastating for Alp, but that will be a significant improvement over his previous score, as now we come to just under 20 minutes to go in this qualifying session. So 2/3 of these players' time has already expired. This final third will need to be the one where these players can maximize their scores, get the highest seed that they know they can get. That 900,000 will move Alp into the top 16 currently. But I'm sure he's going to want higher to give himself a better chance of staying in that top 16. As I'm sure everyone here is probably gunning to be able to take a break and just relax for the rest of the day, not have to worry about playing again until tomorrow. as that's what the top 16 will be able to reap the reward of if they can get there. Tim now into level 19 as well, 572. As Yelena will, with a 725 will top out there. That'll be another improved score for her, so she will move up in the seeding. .725 will be good enough at the moment for C26. And everyone just getting back going again. And a little bit of fun facts here. In terms of the players here that I have played before, I think I've only played El Pelton before, and that was in a DAS Champions League qualifier, I believe. And we were doing, I think, level 12 or 15 starts, and Elp was being really funny, really aggressive in terms of his play, and I almost beat him as a result. And that was back when I was less good than I am now. Like, I think I was about a 600k player back then, which was pretty funny, but Elp is a good player, and he's shown that. Very nearly getting a max out, but now in a little bit of trouble, just trying to get these pieces right. Nice skim there with the J piece there for Elp, but now is L dependent. But Elp doing very well to survive this. Gets the perfect Z piece. Now just needs something to get the well open. Spins that T piece to create the double well. There's the bar. What a dig there for El Pelton, as now we are coming up to 15 minutes to go here. Just over 15 minutes left. 3/4 of the time gone. 1/4 remains. In terms of what's going on, in terms of everywhere else in qualifying, Fractal on Classic Tetris 1 has gotten his 3rd max out, as he looks to chase down the current target of 5, held by Pixelandy due to the previous session. And oh, El Pelton couldn't repeat history twice there, didn't get that bar over. So we'll top out at a 324. But it's fine, can just try again here. Also want to shout out another one of our sponsors that I've used personally, and that is Hyperkin. Hyperkin provide clone controllers and consoles, which are perfect to be able to play NES games with. So if you're wanting to get into classic Tetris but are sort of not able to get traditional original NESs or anything like that, the Hyperkin controllers and consoles are perfect to be able to use while starting out your Tetris journey. I actually used one of the Hyperkin controllers for my first CTWC DAS last year, and I managed to qualify with it. And considering the fact that I was a very new player then and wasn't, admittedly, probably to myself, wasn't very good, I am pretty happy because that controller was very comfortable, very responsive. And not only do they do accessories and consoles for NES, they also do SNES, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Atari, Sega, basically any retro or even modern console or video game that you can think of. They create accessories for it. You can go to Hyperkin's website, check them out, and see if there's anything there for you. Thank you to Hyperkin for sponsoring this CTWC DAS. So 12.5 minutes remaining. And now we're starting to get to the stage where players are going to want to start thinking about whether the game that they're currently on is worth continuing with. They're going to have to look at what pace they're currently on and if it's going to be good enough to warrant continuing with. I had that dilemma myself when I was playing, because my final game, I felt like I was on pace, and I was, but it just ended up not really working out for me, and I couldn't improve my score by the end, which was frustrating, but I'm still relatively content with my qualifier, personally. And Yelena's going to top out there, 455. We'll try again straight away. Vince with a very good game here as well. 499 takes a double there with that square piece. This game is with the T. Nice split double there. L piece would be perfect, but has to just burn there instead. Keeps the well open. Nice skip with the L and a Tetris for Vince. 530 into level 19. Continuing to burn down, but hangs that Z piece. And Vince isn't going to be able to get anything else over. We'll top out 531. Now we have 11 minutes to go before the end of this third qualifying session. Third of 4. We will have one more after this. I'm looking for an L or a J piece over to the left-hand side here, but it's just slowly burning down, making that a lot more manageable. Could potentially turn into a left well Tetris, and will do so. Just needs the bar for it now. But a little bit of a drought here for Alp, and now turning it into even more aggressive triple setup. And does get that bar over to the right-hand side, and gets the other bar to the left for the Tetris. That is a great move there for L. Perfect piece timing as well, but it's one thing having good piece timing, it's another thing knowing what to do with those pieces, and Elp did both perfectly there. Tim with a 448, also on solid pace, looking for his second max out. And Yelena and Vince both in the first handful of lines on both their games, looking to improve their seeding as well and move higher up the ranks. Tetris for Yelena, Tetris for Elp. And Elp with a 476 transition immediately gets a Tetris there to go up to 500,000 points. Elp's current highest, 904. So we'll need to play some pretty good, some pretty efficient 19 just to try and potentially make a run at that, but we've seen Elp do that in that game exactly, so we'll see what happens this time around. Gets that J piece over, now just waiting for the long bar. Because now we just have 8.5 minutes to go. I think for some of these players, they may have 2, even 1 good game left potentially. And oh, Alp hangs that bar, tops out 539, immediately gets going again. No time to waste here in the dying minutes of the qualifier. And Tim tried to pole vault that S piece over, but didn't quite work out. Can still burn down, and so far is, but now needs something over to the left Does get a J piece over there, so we'll slowly bring this back down. Just 3 lines of clutter now. Bit of a spire forming there for Tim. Is he going to be able to get those pieces around? Or try to get the well open? Not quite that time. 7.5 minutes to go here for our players. Yelena with a decent game here. 4:18 at line 105. Nice S-spin there for Vince. As Yelena's board getting a little bit high, keeping the well open, but needs a bar now. Not going to get it. Tops out 446. Seven and a half minutes now to go for the players. Tetris for Vince. Sets up for another. Just needs a piece to go down there. Gets a Z piece. That will be good to set up a Tetris readiness. And gets the Tetris. All these players now relatively early in their games. 7 minutes to go. So for some, if they're on course potentially to rival what they've currently got, they may very easily get into a position where they could have their final games here. Tetris for Vince. Tetris for Yelena. Up starting again. And a little bit more about these players here as we start to wind down. Get to know them a little bit more. Starting, of course, with Alp, whose main claim to fame, according to himself, is that he has lost to Kingsman 14 times in a row and lost 33 deciders in a row. But has the most ELO upsets in Classic Tetris, which means he has been the underdog and came out on top the most times in Classic Tetris to date so far. As for Yelena, didn't have any Tetris career notes to speak of, but she just said that she wants to take some nice pictures of everybody, as of course Yelena has been for the past couple of years or so the primary photo taker of people's sort of headshot photos and everything like that. And Yelena does a great job. In fact, my headshot from this or last year at CTWC Desk was my profile picture on Twitch and on various social medias for quite a while because it was a great photo. Loved it. Looking forward to getting mine taken again, probably later on. So thank you, Yelena. Meanwhile, as for Tim, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to Tim. Already has the max out, of course. Has been top 8 in CTWC UK the last 3 years running. And has the UK record for PAL Tetris, which is the... so everyone here is playing on NTSC Tetris, which is sort of 60 frames and is the traditional mode in terms of input that is typically used for the World Championship itself. PAL is the European standard and is at 50 frames. So it's a different version, different timings, sort of different nearly everything, really. And has the level 19 start world record, or UK record, excuse me. and has over 100 max outs with DAS to date. So Tim might be a player to definitely keep an eye on. Could be very well a wild card or an underdog here. Although I'm saying underdog is probably a bit of an understatement, because he is a very good player in his own right, already one of the few who has a max out so far. And last but certainly not least, I don't think this player even needs an introduction. Vince, of course, the head of CTWC itself, actually managed to qualify and play in the main World Championships this year, and is currently on course to essentially qualify for the CTWC DAS here this year if he can keep this pace up. But right now we see Tim on 535, level 19, Vince 620 on level 21. As we're just coming into the last 2.5 minutes here. So these players now with their last chances to get some good scores in. And Vince right now, he's on course for a solid game himself. .636. Right now that is good enough to beat his current high, which is in the 620s, but wants to definitely push that higher and increase that seed. Elena Olsen to level 19, 491. Just under 100 seconds to go. Tim with a bar dependency could maybe set up, nope, won't set up 30, just takes the triple. Playing it smart here, bringing it down to the bottom of the stack again. Vince's board getting a little bit messy, trying to get the right pieces around. Yelena also in a similar situation here. 497 Yelena, 678 Vince, 668 for Tim. And oh, the hang of that bar for Vince. 678 will be the top out score. Vince should have enough time to get another game started here. Yelena keeping an eye on the time as well. So those two will likely have their final games here. Tim on 728 is chasing max out number 2 here, now into 758 with line 186 there. So still in 24. And going for a delayed burn set up with that S piece. Tried skimming with a T, but it wasn't at the correct line. And Tim is going to top out, and he's going to just try again. He's going to abandon that run and just go for it again. That board likely wasn't really salvageable there, so smart now as 30 seconds remain in this qual slot. If any of these players might be unsure about their game, now is the time to reset and enter into that final game. 20 seconds now. Everyone is on level 18. The only player who's so far relatively deep into their game is El Peltum, who's on 277, line 64, as we're now 10 seconds away for these players. Their last chance now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. This is these 4 players' final game. This is their final chance to improve their qualifying score and to improve their chances of getting a good seed here. And if you look across the current leaderboard, might be the final chance potentially for Fractal to get a 5th max out. So let's see how these players do. Again, this is not the last qualifier. We still have one more to come after this. Qual slot number 4. And this one is going to definitely, I mean, all these are fun ones, but this one especially is going to be a fun one. On the main stage, of course, we would have a Game Scout, Leo, Scooty, and Joji. Be joined here by even more top players, which we'll talk about in just a moment as we finish up these final few games on here. Elpa's on 425, Elena 137, Tim 211, Vince 258. Vince filling on that long bar dependency, getting the double to get the well back open. Tetris for Yelena. Vince now Tetris ready. Elp had to cover the well just as he got Tetris ready here, but we'll take a couple of quick burns to get the well back open. Now just waiting for that bar again. There it is, Tetris for Elp. Coming up to level 19 here for Elp, but oh, just about gets that bar in time. 532 transition, but can Elp do much more here? That J hang was pretty nasty, but Elp is bringing the board down here and is staying alive. Oh, hang of an S piece, and that is going to be it for Elp at 541. So Elp's final qualifying score for here, at least, as things currently stands, puts him as seed number 18. Or sorry, that was last year, excuse me. Currently puts him, as things stand, at, let's see here, seed number 16, 904. But 904 will be probably content with that. It's around the same he got last year, but we'll see if that holds up. We still have plenty of players to come after Elp, so right now on the bubble for that top 16 spot. Elaine on 266, Tim 445, Vince 499. As our remaining 3 players now starting to approach level 19 themselves. As things stand, Yelena currently seed 27 with that 725. Tim seed 7 with that max at an 830k kicker. Vince seed 30 with the 678. And both Tim and Vince now into level 19. And Vince's board starting to fall apart. Gets that long bar for a single. Needs something over to the left. Can't get anything over. And Vince is done at 601. But a solid qualifier from the head of the CTWC organization. Again, thank you so much to CTWC and especially Vince Clemente for all the support that you've given the CTWC DAS crew over the years. It is always appreciated. We'll see how that qualifier does for Vince there. It's solid. Absolutely. Yelena on 406 needs a bar now, and Yelena's also going to be done with that 406. So final qualifying score for Yelena is 725. Currently puts her at seed 27. Which now just leaves Tim. Oh, but now it doesn't leave Tim as Tim tops at 638. Still got that maxed out, which puts him in a very good position. And that is session number 3 done. Very exciting one there as well. Again, we saw max out there with Tim. Managed to get that and put himself currently in 7th seed. We will still have another session to come in just a few more minutes, and let me just double check who is going to be on that one here. Again, it's a very, very exciting one. We got the likes of Game Scout, Leo, Scooty, and Joji on the main stage, but on CT2 here, we will have Yobi, who is, of course, the main creator and sort of head developer of Nestris Champs, which is the software that we use to have all those really great graphics that you see on the screen while the players are playing. We also got SV Sam Vaughn, who will also be playing as well. Got the farthest out of the UK players at CTWC, and now we'll be trying to make a good stance in the DAS tournament. Also returning Tugi for the first time in 2 years. We'll be looking to get his revenge and try and get that title. And finally, Gold, username Gold as well, will be on the side stage here. It's going to be an exciting next session here, which will be coming in just a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere. I think we will be back. And as you can see there, current standings. Fractal did end up getting 5 max heads, so Andy at the top seed, Fractal in second. So the top 2 closed off by the Jonas Cup qualifiers. Yeah, that's cool. It's fine. All right, hello everyone and welcome back to CTWC DAS 2025. This is the final qualifying session for the tournament itself. And it's the last chance for these players to be able to get into the tournament. There's 64 spots up for grabs, and the last of them will be filled in here in just a few short seconds. We got 4 more players coming up. We got the likes of SV, Username and Gold, Tugi, and Yobi, who will all be playing here. Let's go ahead and get this thing started. We are about to get this done in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Once again, I am Adam Irish bringing you the commentary here for this qualifying session. Session number 4. This is it. This is the final session. Hearts will be broken. Dreams will be made. As the final players will be fighting their way in. There's action going on all across the Tetris sphere, not just on this channel, Classic Tetris 2, but also Classic Tetris 1, 3, and 4, also having qualifying streams all going on at the exact same time. And you can simulcast them all as well. Twitch has built-in simulcasting features, so if you don't want to miss a single second of the action, you don't need to do so. Players are now underway, and this is such a stacked lineup of players that we got here. Players and just community legends in general. We'll start from the very top, on the top row here. First player we have here, of course, Yobi, who is not only a good player in his own right, but with that PB of 777,000 points, but see all those graphics that you see on screen, the Tetris rate, the score, all of that? That's all thanks to him and the Nestris Champs team, who have gracefully been providing us with the graphics for a number of years now, not just for CTWC, but for a lot of CTWC adjacent regionals and tournaments as well. So shout out to Yobi and the team for that. We also got, of course, SV, who you would have seen at the main CTWC World Championships in Pasadena. Was, I believe, the only UK player that time to make it all the way to the top 8. And now is trying his hand at the DAS World Championships here, looking to try and conquer that too. But has some very tough competition in his way, especially the likes of, on the bottom left there, Tugi, returning for the first time in 2 years, has made some fantastic runs over the years at this tournament. I believe has made the top 4 on one occasion, so now we'll be looking to try once again to not only get there, but go potentially all the way. Has one of the highest DAS PBs in the world with 1.34 million points. I believe at one point was the world record, and is the second highest ranked player in terms of DAS ELO at an 1870, only behind Pixel Andy. And last but certainly not least, Username Gold, PB of 1.24 million. We'll be hoping to stamp his name on Tetris Glory this time around. And those are your players, and they have begun their qualifiers. They have 1 hour to get a high enough score to be able to get into the event. We had, I believe, about 74 people qualify for the tournament, so about 10 will miss out. And these players will be hoping not to be on that list. For some of them, you might expect them not to, but you never know what can happen in Tetris. As things stand currently, looking at 10th to last, the current cutoff is 369, so these players would have to get above that, and Tuki is already on course to do exactly that. Gets the Tetris to go to 367. But of course, there's other players qualifying all across here. As I said before in the posing for session number 3, we got on the main stage, we also have Game Scout, Leo, Scooty, and Blue Scooty, and Joji, who was our runner-up last year, qualifying off to the main stage. We also have the likes of Alex H, Speeder, Jazzy, and I'm not going to pronounce CWIERC. So there you go. I'm not going to insult the Polish language today. We also have Geowolf, Iceblade, Tetrium, Pyrek, Marco, Anid, and Floxe also playing today on the various different stages. You can also check those out on CT3 and CT4, as well as here and on CT1 for the main stage. And so far, everyone going strong in their first games here. Yobi on 346, SV 473, Tugi 476, Gold 446 going into level 19 first. Takes the split double. And so far, in terms of CT2 max outs, we've gotten one from Dewey and one from Tim. But I think that I'm the most confident about getting multiple max outs from this session specifically, because we got 2 players with at least a 1.2. We got SV, who also has a very solid 1.1, and then you have Yobi, who you never know what can happen. I mean, 777,000. I mean, it's not in the realm of impossibility that he could potentially skip 800, 900, and then get a max out. Stranger things have happened. I have seen players before, not just DAS players, but in general, skip a few 100,000. What better way to do it than in qualifying in the Last Chance Saloon, session number 4 for CTWC DAS. With some strong scores being put up here, especially so far from SV and Tugi. They're above that golden number of 60% in terms of the Tetris rate, which generally is a decent indicator to whether you are on max out pace or not. But it's also good to just eyeball it in terms of the score. If you can get to about 600,000 by level 22, you're also in good shape, and Tuki has exactly that, pretty much 600k going into level 22. So doing good so far, gets a Tetris. So gold now in 695, Tugi 670, SV 719. And again, as a reminder, this is the final qualifying session, so after this, there will be no more qualifiers, and we will have our 64 players set for the main tournament. Three players still going strong on the 19 speeds here, chasing their first maxes of the session. Tugi trying to get the well back open, does it with that double with the T-piece. Nice triple there for Yobi, but an early shift there of that Z-piece. SV on 889, level 26. Tugi 840, level 27. Now 874 with that Tetris. And Gold with a 922, trying to maybe get something on 29, but just couldn't get that square over. So 922 will be Gold's top out score there. Solid first game there from username Gold. Tetris for Tugi. Can get 2 more, so the max out still within reach here for Tugi. Gets a Tetris 979. Tugi took a little bit of a comp break over the past few months, but has been coming back into the DAS tournaments to practice for this tournament in particular, and has been doing very well in those. Where's that bar? Is that bar going to come for Tugi? No, it's not. Tops at 979. That's a bummer for Tugi. And SV also just came short, 928 on level 27. So 2 players getting close to a max out here early on. So the players who were on 19, they're resetting, regrouping, and trying again. Because if at first you don't succeed, just keep on resetting until the pieces work out for you. That is a set of words to live by when it comes to classic Tetris. Try and try and try and try and try and try again. Now we have 64 players who have submitted a score, which means now the cutoff, as things stand, 2,000 points. Something for the players to definitely keep an eye on there. So we will start seeing our first players get eliminated from contention to be in the tournament itself. And there we go. We had Alex H put in a score, so that means that Der Hexer has been eliminated. First player out. Which now means the cutoff 86,000 points. Although keep in mind, not everyone has put in a score, and there it is. Now it's no longer 86,000, so now it is gone up to 97. That will continue to go up. You'll see who is number 64 there on the very bottom of the screen. And of course you can keep up with the bracket as well. If you type in !bracket into the Twitch chat, you'll be able to see it all as well. That will keep on regularly updating. And also keep on updating at the top here. Yobi into level 19 here, 417 currently. And Yobi just losing control of that board, topping out at 421. That will be a high score for him so far, so he will record that. .421 is good enough at the moment for seed 51. Or 52, excuse me, now. It just keeps updating so quickly as players putting in their scores. We'll see if that will be enough. Yobi will be probably gunning to improve. That nice T-spin there for SV. Gets the Tetris. And already at almost 45 minutes, 46 minutes to go here. Time is flying. Already nearly a quarter of the time expired. Tugi, 446, line 92. Very impressive here from Tugi. Gets another Tetris to go to 468. 8 players at the moment with at least one max out as Blue Scooty, also getting his first max of his qualifier. Tugi hoping to become a number 9 here, but so is Gold, who's on 413, line 99. players have crossed line number 100. Up top, SV on 284, line 61, also on some excellent scoring here. SV just looking for something onto the left side, maybe a T-piece, gets the T-piece perfectly. And nice adjustment with that L-piece for the long bar, but overshift or early shift there of that S-piece. It's not fatal so long as SV can get the right pieces to help bring the stack down. 634 transition here for Tsugi. Look at that Tetris rate of 81%. That just shows great efficiency there from Tsugi, but I mean, that's the efficiency that led him to have a 1.3 million in the first place, so he knows his way around and should know way around level 19 as well. Not slowing down at all here. So now 43 minutes to go, over a quarter of the time now elapsed. Nice J-tuck there for Tsugi. And gets the Tetris here. Gold will top out 649. Shame because that was looking like a pretty good game there, but has plenty of time to make up for it. Tetris for Tsugi. 785, level 23. That Tsugi is doing. Many players out there might be struggling with their 19 and sort of want a masterclass. This is one right here from Tsugi, although that T-hang, not the most master-classy thing to do, but Tsugi's dealing with it very well. Now it's sort of a survival 101 right here. Nice T-tuck there for Tsugi. Nice L-tuck as well. Really building out that row 3 setup that Tsugi has. Gets a nice triple, and just like that, has recovered very nicely. Just needs the long bar on the... doesn't even need the long bar, just burning this down slowly with pieces that he can get over there. And there's the Tetris for Tsugi. But Tsugi being slowed here a little bit. 901, level 27, but in a bit of a dig right now, trying to get anything back open here, but pace being affected here a little bit now into level 28 here. Has to continue to close off access, and he's just going to reset, not even going to go and try and do it there. He knew that he wasn't likely to get anything out of that. So it's just going to start again, not waste any time. And with only an hour on the clock in total, those are sometimes the calls you have to make, even that late. You'll be on 302, SV 368, gold 248. Tsugi only getting started back up again on 70,000 points. Just for SV here. Players still going strong. Oh, Yobi loses control of the board, tops out 308. Take a quick drink there. And get right back to it. So now we are done with, we're about to be done with our first third of the session, as 20 minutes have now elapsed. 40 minutes to go in this session. 40 minutes remaining. 4-0, so far in the first third we haven't seen these players crack a max out just yet. We've had 3 of the 4 get very close here. I would anticipate that it is going to be a matter of time before one of them does get one, you would hope. But so far, some solid games have been put up for sure. And Tetris is absolutely a mental game, especially not just a puzzle game, but a mental game too, especially when it comes to just strategy and just sort of thinking about, okay, is this going to be worth it here? Is this going to be the sort of game where I get my max out or my high score? You got to always have that strategy going on. So SV now 637, level 22. Gold 544 into level 19. Now it's SV just trying to just find that long bar. Gets the skim with the T-piece with that long bar dependency filled in now. And we'll get the Tetris to go to 737. Now on 640 as well. Both of SV and Gold currently above that 60%. Tetris right here. SV takes the double. And nice Tetris there. And Gold going to top out 672. 2 here on 497, line 125. On good pace here, but let's take a look at what SV does. Still on target, just needs those pieces to work out. Nice skim there with the J piece. Still holding on, 16-piece drop right now. Hopes that that doesn't last much longer. There it is, Tetris for SV, 943. 9 lines to go. Two Tetrises should get SV over the line here. And there's the max out there for SV. That's his first one. Very nicely done there for SV. Got that just about in time. Now He's probably earned a little bit of a break there. Can just jump it straight into it if he wants to, but he's just going to take a minute here, make sure that gets recorded. Now let's see what Tugi can do here. 682, level 22. Takes the double, now just waiting patiently. Does get that Tetris for Tugi. Another Tetris there. He'll be in a little bit of trouble. And he's going to top out at 445. Now, a bit of a fun fact, that will be Yobi's highest score, but not only that, that also passes my score, which is going to be fun. I think that puts me now in the 50s. Yeah, 51. Now I'm going to go down to 52 in terms of my seeds. So there's the current Adam Irish qualifier update, but GG's Yobi. So as you can see now, currently they're 264, currently the cutoff here. And while these players have all surpassed that, it is interesting to keep note, of course, as we have all the action in terms of every single player who's playing right now in this final session going on over on CT1, CT3, and CT4, as well as here on CT2. So it's all the Tetris all the time. As Tugi now gets that max out. So that's two players here who've gotten one. And he's just jumping straight back into it again, trying to save on time. Making sure he's not losing any potential opportunity to get more max outs than another player. With that now, Tugi is the 11th player who has a max out here. Does have a very strong kicker of 979, which would put him in 7th place in terms of the seeding at the moment. But we'll see if that ends up changing. There is still 32.5 minutes left to go, so just over halfway through our final qualifying session for CTWC DAS 2025. And if you're in the area, if you're in the Cologne area and want to watch this in person, come on down to the Experion Cologne. We're right next to the Hansaring train station. And it's a great location, not just for, of course, watching classic characters, but just a great location in general for being able to just play video games, sort of enjoy the various sort of products that they have, and it's completely free to enter as well. You don't even have to pay in terms of viewing this. You can come in and watch whenever you'd like if you're in the area. Huge thank you to Experian, of course, for allowing us to conduct the CTWC DAS, the World Championships here for the past couple years or so. It's a fantastic venue. I've been here last year as well, and everyone here, the staff and everyone who helps run the place is incredible. So if you're in the area, make sure to check it out. And if you're in Berlin as well, they have a location there too. Gold with a 558 right now. That's hit level 19 transition. So two players on this side stage have gotten a max out. Can gold be the third? Gold on 620 now, level 21. Gobi's on 67k, SV 300, Tugi 224. Tetris for Tugi. Gold gets the right side back open, now just needs the right pieces, takes a double. Stacking here from gold, keeping that left side high while keeping the right side open. But now that left side in a bit of trouble here for gold. Does take a couple nice burns. Gets the left side back open, might be able to get something over there, but the question is what piece? Gets a long bar over there. And an L piece, perfect burning here for gold. Still staying alive. Needs a long bar, gets a long bar. And another long bar over to the right-hand side. $6.69 here for gold. His overall pace has been slowed down a little bit, but can still recover with some good Tetrises in the closing 4 levels before level 29. Does get the S piece over and gets the bar over for Tetris. And another Tetris here for gold. Gold's current high scores, we'll see, it's currently 922. We'll see if he can eclipse that. Max might be out of reach at this point, but can still try and improve on what he's currently got. There's the Tetris for gold, 823, still has 2 more in the bank. There's one. But board is just too dirty. 859 will be gold score there. Won't improve on what he's currently having so far, but still a solid game there. .544 transition here for Tugi. And SV is just going to reset his game as well, so just taking a bit of a break. 26.5 minutes to go, roughly. So over half the time is gone, but still can get some good scores here. There's still plenty of good games remaining in this session. Tugi 695 now level 22. Gets the well back open, now just waiting for the long bar there. Nice burn and a Tetris there for Tsugi. The board is looking a little bit, there's a bit of a spire in the center right of that board on columns 7 and 8, but is slowly bringing it down now. A lot better looking of a stack as Tsugi builds around. That square piece is going to be pretty awkward there. Didn't want to put extra pressure on the well. Tsugi gets the well open, and bar over Tetris Tsugi. And another Tetris for Tsugi, 8-13. Does get the well open with that skim. Now just needs a bar. Tetris ready here. Bar over Tetris for Tsugi. 8:48 now. Now Tsugi going for the column 7 Tetris here. Just needs that bar to arrive in time. There it is. Tetris Tsugi came at a good time because that hang of a T is going to be a bit awkward there. And Tsugi's just going to reset. That's unfortunate there. Now Gold and SV are the ones who got fairly deep into their games now. 276 SV, 409 for Gold. Look at that Tetris right there for SV, 93%. And 322k on line 60. This is fantastic scoring here for SV, and this could really be a special score if he can keep this up. 23 minutes to go in the session. Gold now in 5:26. We'll take the split triple there. We'll have to take another one. We'll do so. Now Tetris ready, just waiting on that bar. Nice T piece to remain Tetris ready, and we'll get a Tetris there for Gold. The Gold's board now really high, trying to get pieces over and around, but just didn't have the right combo there. 572. Gold still hunting for that max there, checking how much time they've got, I think. Just over 20 minutes to go. We are starting to get to that time where players are going to sort of be looking at what pace they've got, if they're able to improve on what they've currently got, or whether they should just try again and not waste any extra time that could have been spent on getting some extra games in. Yobi on 372 right now, coming close to potentially improving on the 440k that he has right now. Takes the triple. And a nice double there too. Bar over Tetris for Yobi. SV now into level 19, 552 currently, line 139. Now SV on 613. Gets that bar over. Nice flip. Skim there. Very nicely done with that J piece. And there's the Tetris to go up to 651 there. Another Tetris there for SV. 547 transition for Yobi, putting up a very good score here. Yobi just staying alive here, doing very well. Meanwhile, SV 694. Going through a drought, and it ends just as that well's covered. 557 top out there for Yobi, but that will definitely boost him up in the standings. Tetris for SV. SV having to reset there. Now Tugi in level 22, 640. Seventeen and a half minutes remaining. Let's see if Tugi can get out of this now. Needs a bar down the center. Does get a bar there. And has a left well, dirty left well Tetris set up here. Is Tugi going to get the bar in time, though? Takes the triple. Doesn't put the bar down. I think Tugi may have lost Das there. And that's going to cost him 764 top out there for Tugi. He's going to just jump straight back into it now. $16 minutes to go, just over 16 minutes to go here. Right now, gold on 632. This is an unbelievable pace here for gold. Still has one more Tetris left in the chamber. but just takes the double there. 636 transition, just values safety. Kind of needed to get the well back open, and does do so. Tetris for gold. Gold has been super, super close to a max out so many times now. Is this game the game for it? Tetris here for gold, now up to 770. Ooh, early shift there with that L piece. Still working on it. Now 809, level 23. This is still incredible scores here. We got a contribution to the prize pool, the Matcherino 944 from Rogue Potato. Thank you so much. If you want to contribute to the prize pool as well, you can use the command !Matcherino in the Twitch chat. Or wherever you're watching. You might be also watching on YouTube as well. If you're on there, you can also use the command there too. And there's the max out finally for gold in level 26. So can still score even higher than this now. Pieces being a bit unfavorable, does get a Tetris there. Great game here for gold. There's another Tetris, can even get a 1.1 here. Still has one more Tetris, does get it. 1.1 million there for gold. Incredible stuff, still going. And gets an extra couple lines on level 29 there. 1.129 million for gold. Incredible play there. And now we'll add gold onto the name of players who've gotten a max out. Third player here. As now we cross into 11.5 minutes to go. And maybe 2 or 3 more good games out of these players. But they need to take every chance they can get now. And look at Tugi right now, 541 at line 126, about to hit level 19 himself. Goes in at 566. And the list of players with at least one max out grows. Now at 13. Andy with 5, Fractal with 5, Jesper with 5, Scooty with 3, Robin with 2, Leo with 2, Meme with 2, Tugi, Dewey, Geo, SV, Tim, and now Gold, all with 1. And there's still 10 minutes to go. We could have more people in. We could have some players getting 2 or 3. early tuck there from SV. Does still get the bar over for a Tetris. Needs to recover from these misdrops. Goes into 19,498. Tugi's on 652. And Tugi now just waiting for the long bar. There it is. Tetris for Tugi. Under 10 minutes to go now. Tetris again for Tugi. 778. And Tugi, nice adjustment. That T piece saw the L piece coming down. Gets a Tetris. $8.16 now. Tugi's still just about on max out pace here. But can he keep it up? Just needs that bar again now, taking some skims. But still just waiting for that bar. Finally arrives there for Tugi. 8.60. And another Tetris, 894. Tugi looking for his second max out here. Can he get it? Still has 13 lines to go. So can still get fourth, but now has lost up to now 3 Tetrises. This is still within reach. Gets another one. One more. Oh, but Tugi's board is still not clean. Oh, could maybe try and set something. Tugi's going super aggressive, but oh, it's only good enough for a triple. 976 for Tugi. That is devastating. And on top of that, it's not even good enough to improve his kicker of 979. That is devastating for Tugi. Just under 7.5 minutes now to go. There might be 1 or 2 more good games here that these players can afford to have. Nice tuck setups here from SV, just trying to keep that board low. Does get the bar over for Tetris. Tetris again, SV. Oh, and Tugi, very high center of the board, takes a double crucially. Gold with the 563, now into level 19 again. Looking for number 2 straight away. And left well Tetris there for gold. That is very risky in level 19. Because with the DAS playstyle, you can only get to a certain height on 19 before the board really becomes sort of untenable. But gold is keeping strong here. Gold 648 now. SV also coming up on very good pace here, 497, as now we are entering into the final 5 minutes of this session. 5 minutes to go. Is 5 minutes going to be enough time here for these players to maybe get an extra max out or improve their current score, improve their kicker? Tetris for SV. Gold with another Tetris 731 into level 24. And gold Tetris ready again. Is that bar gonna come? Skim and a Tetris. Thank you so much, Defi, for the $30 contribution to the prize pool. That brings us now up to 200. Thank you so much. If you want to contribute further, use the exclamation mark matcherino command in the chat. 3.5 minutes now to go until the end of the session. Gold hoping for another max air, so he has another chance again. We'll see. Tetris for gold, 900 into level 27. And another Tetris here, 934. Skims with the L piece. And a Tetris for gold, 970. So just 8 lines to go, needs 30k. A Tetris will do it. 2 long bars will set it up. Takes the double. Now, is that bar going to come down for gold? Yes, it is, and there's the max out of the 29 for gold. 1,018,000, and that will be max out number 2 for gold. Now Tugi 590 into level 19 here. 2.5 minutes to go until the end of this final session, until the final games will be played. $669 now for Tugi, $879 for SV. They're both well on target here if they can just keep up this momentum. Level 25 for SV, just waiting on the long bar. But, oh, has to block off the well. Trying to get it back open. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining for these players. Can SV get out of this? Takes a burn. Holding on there. Takes a double. But the board's just getting into too rough a shape, so SV's going to top out 889. So has another chance here, but now there's just 80 seconds remaining. $820 here for Tugi, waiting for a long bar. Gets a Tetris. 1 minute to go now. Tetris for Tugi, 882. Tugi is also chasing max out number 2 here. Now within 120,000 of it, gets a Tetris. 914. Tetris again for Tugi, 946. And there's the max out there for Tugi, level 26, and just immediately jumping into the next game because there is only 10 seconds left. Last chance for the players to reset. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is the players' last game, and it's the last games of these qualifiers. And this game's going to be all important for these players in terms of their seeding. If they can get a max out or a better kicker than what they currently have, it could mean the world in terms of who they may end up facing in the later rounds. Simul Tetris there from Tugi and Gold. It's not a match or anything, but that is always nice to see. Yobi's on 281, SV 71, Tugi 117, Gold 316. Tetris Yobi. And as things currently stand in terms of where these players will place with their current qual results, Yobi is currently on course for seed 46 with a 557. SV seed 11 with a max out 928k kicker. Tugi max out a 979 kicker, seed 9. And Gold at the moment is going to be looking like seed number 8 with a 922 and 2. Yobi and Gold about to come into level 19 here. Yobi's board in a bit of rough shape, but has time to get this dug out. Level 19 first for Yobi, 416. Gold with a 576. Oh, but Yobi losing control is going to top out at 421. So that is Yobi's qualifier done, but getting a respectable seed there currently. As things currently stand, Yobi is seed 46 with a 558. Very respectable there from the Nestris Champs Wizard. And SV's also done there. Got that singular max out. Currently seed 12. 928k kicker. It's just Tugi and Gold now. Tsugi is 9 lines away from transition to level 19. Gold's on level 22, 662. Has to cover the well, though, and losing control of the board, and it's going to top out 662, but Gold with a very impressive qualifier there. 2 max outs and a 922k kicker currently put him at seed number 9. And Tsugi now, level 19, 620. Let's see what Tsugi can do. Just needs a long bar. Does get the bar, gets a Tetris, 647. Tsugi takes the double, just trying to get back down to column 8 there, where there's that J dependency, fills it in. Still on course here, but just needs to continue to score Tetrises. 680, level 22 here. Covers with the square piece, but keeping the board clean. That spire of Z piece is going to be pretty awkward here for Tsugi. Hangs another one. And Tsugi can't survive, tops out 683, but will have 2 max outs and is currently seed number 6. So a very solid qual there from Tsugi. And that is it. That is it for our qualifiers. 4 unbelievably entertaining sessions that we've had. It was a great, entertaining experience, but we do have our 64 players, providing that there's no other action going on. As things stand, our 64 players should be set in stone by now. And yeah, it was a fantastic qual as usual. Qualifiers always so entertaining here, especially given this playstyle of DAS and just how unique it is. But with that, before we go on to a quick short break, we will just currently take a quick look at what is to come. Our bracket will begin, round 0 will begin, and oh boy, it looks like I am one of the opening matches there. How fun, how amazing. But yeah, that was the session, that was the 4 sessions complete. The seedings have been decided. Current seed 1 with 5 max outs and a 996k is Pixel Andy. About that, but some great performances all around. But that's our schedule, and we're gonna take a quick few minute break or so, and then we will be back to you with more CTWC DAS action. Don't go anywhere.
And there I am. Hello, and welcome to CTWC Dash 2025. You cannot see everyone, but they're all here. We had an amazing qualifying session, and I have the pleasure to start this tournament off. And I'm not doing this alone because we have a couple of special guests here in the Experience in Cologne. Please welcome Vince Clemente. Hello, Vince.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. Do you? Had a nice trip?
Oh, I'm having a great trip. I love being here. I love seeing what Mark and everyone has done here. It's an amazing setup, and it's just so nice to not have to do anything, from my point of view.
Yeah, sure.
So I get to enjoy just playing and seeing what's going on here.
You're happy with your qual?
Oh, it was all right. Sometimes on 19 you get there and you don't know what to do anymore, and that takes practice. So.
Yeah, well, that's the faith of a DAS player, I guess. But here are a lot of people who can play DAS better than us, and I'm curious to see who will come out on top this weekend. We have a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah, it was still
a couple two-digit max-out players this time.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the scoreboard, and you could see that there's max outs. The United States is represented here this year because of the Jonas Cup, and we're gonna see what happens.
You can show your shirt. Oh yeah, sick. Sick shirt. I need one of those.
But yeah, what Mark's built over here and everyone on the team and over the years, it's just incredible to see what it's all about. I mean, I've watched as a big fan on TV. I like the way the Europeans all scream in the audience and have chants and things like that.
There will be a lot of those this
I can't wait to be a part of those.
So in this minute, we want to thank the Experience Cologne that we may be here. A beautiful location in the heart of Cologne. Can I have a bit of applause? Then the main reason why we all are gathering together, why we know each other, it's the Tetris, of course, and it's the CTWC. Thank you, Vince, that you made this possible, that you are doing such a job for the community for over 15 years now. That's beautiful.
It's incredible to see it's grown this far, and now we're here, and there's giant tournaments like this all around the world. So it takes a community, and you all know. So lovely to be a part of this. So I wish everyone good luck.
And I would like to know if we are ready to go. Mark, hello.
Well, are you having fun? You're all dressed up?
I am having fun for sure.
Yeah, you look nice.
Oh, thank you. I mean, it was not only for Tetris. I mean, I have to say on camera that I only dressed up for Tetris, you have to look fresh on commentary later on, and you'll know. But I think everyone is just hot for, everyone wants to see those matches finally going on. We have already, maybe we can talk a bit about the flat bracket format and the double elimination.
Yeah, please. So we're going to have some matches today, right? I think there's 4 rounds of flat bracket matches. So I think the top 16 players get a bye, if I'm
correct. They get a lot of buys, actually. They can go and grab some food, but for first we'll have 16 players, the bottom 16 players, but no one is eliminated yet as soon as the matches are over. Since we have double elimination, everybody gets a second chance against a player of their caliber, so they can gather some experience, some air of this tournament. Everyone gets at least to play 2 matches. And
so you're not just getting knocked out and coming all the way here and just leaving immediately. You get to play a second match. Oh, that's wonderful.
So everybody has to play at least 2 matches. And I think that is the biggest live bracket of Tetris ever.
I'm going to say it is. 64 players made this bracket.
Yes.
And I think there's 25 countries represented, is what I heard, which
25,
is incredible.
Yes.
I can't wait to see how this goes. And I know, like, the players today, if they're going to make the championship, have a long road.
Oh, yeah. But that would be also a huge underdog story. Like, imagine one of those players, maybe someone didn't have a good qual at all, and then just smurfing from the bottom.
They just wanted to play a bunch. Yeah.
Okay.
Get their reps in, But it's nice to see, meeting for the first time a lot of the people that I've talked to for years. So I feel like I haven't met them. But meeting them in person is just an absolute joy.
That's always the magic of live Tetris tournaments in person. Because over here in Europe, there are just probably as in America, people who just cannot make the trip, you know, if it's because of the funds or because of anything else. At this place, I also want to thank you for bringing the top players to us. The Jonas Cup was a blast, beautiful tournament, and we're looking forward to get started. Yeah.
All right.
Ooh.
Let's get some DAS going.
Oh yeah. So we are ready to go. Was that correct? Okay.
Saw a
That's a
thumbs
thumbs up from Jacob, and this means,
Come on.
Vince, you want to have the pleasure to count the players down in just a couple seconds. Oh,
In
wait,
a couple, can you
there's-
count me down to count them down?
Okay.
All right. So.
Are we ready to go? No, we're not yet.
Okay.
Like-
Well, one thing
what?
I like about DAS is that it. I like that you know and everyone used to play that way, right?
Yes.
So that it inspires new and old players to come and play.
Yeah.
And there's just you can pick it up at home and play, and
Mhm.
get good, and come to one of these events and make a bracket. Even if the bracket's this big, a lot of players make it, right? So, and
And
then
it's also for those 300, 400, 500K players,
Yeah.
also a nice feel to get into such a big tournament, and that will motivate them to even get better and
Yeah.
maybe come back as a title contender somewhere.
yeah, and with the flat bracket, you get a lot of chances, like you said, to play against players in your caliber. So.
Oh yeah. And right now we are waiting for the seats 49 to 64 to get ready. And here's your daily reminder that we have a matcherino for this event.
And how do
For-
you contribute to that? What's the process?
You type down !matcherino into the chat, and then you'll get a link to there, and then you can contribute to the prize pool. Or if you don't, like every amount counts. Like either you can submit, you can claim the coupon codes we have. We should still have a couple of those.
Oh, and if they're there,
Or-
they should be gone pretty soon.
Yeah.
So with your help at home,
If it's not, just feel free to make them gone.
yeah, click, click, click. Here's a quarter. Looks
And-
like we're at $201 right now. So that's. But we have 3 days of competition ahead of us.
Yeah, it's just the first day.
Day one.
So
So
we're chilling so far.
just chilling.
And as I can see, we have 8 seats taken on stage. And this means
Hold on.
we're... Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you for the contribution. Feel free, keep going with that. And we're just waiting for the players to go on.
think
Who's
the-
your favorite to win this?
Me personally, I always root for the international players and myself, right?
Oh,
'Cause-
yeah, sure. You'll win
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
So,
yeah.
I want to see some good matches, and I think we're going to get to see with the double elimination bracket all the matches that we want to see. So a lot of these players haven't met or played each other live in tournament before, so it's going to be exciting to see those matches.
Okay. Nice to see. So you don't have a clear name to say. It's hard, right?
I can't pick,
Understandable.
I'm going to go with...
With?
I can't say. I'm going to keep it to
Yeah,
myself.
but
for
you
now.
don't
Yeah,
want to be rude to your American friends, right?
No, yeah. My American friends, I see them a lot more often, but I'm probably going to have to play scout in the bracket. That kind of tends to happen where I just come all this way and play
Yeah,
somebody I
just
see all
need
the
an
time.
American, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm rooting for, like Americans versus Europeans throughout.
Yeah,
To see who-
I would like also to see the Americans play non-Americans, especially
Right.
because, like, American matches,
Yeah.
that's what we have Jonas Cup for.
Yeah, you come all the way here and you just play each other. Yeah.
Okay.
So what is this? This is the fifth year here? Or,
That my
or
fourth. So this is the fourth CTWC DAS, and I was here for 3 of those. One of those I was in Hamburg on a trip. But this is already the 3rd time here in this location, and it's always a blast that we are getting hosted. Like,
Yeah.
this is such a next level production here. We love it here. The staff is also nice.
I'm just wondering when the beanbags are going to show up.
Beanbags. Oh yeah.
I remember that from the stream last year.
So maybe we can get a beanbag
don't
for
know.
Vince.
No, I don't need a beanbag. I feel like those are really hard to get out of. So
And thank you to Cole Bucket for the $20 contribution to the prize pool. Appreciate it.
Let's go, Cole. Thank you. But yeah, it's just great to see everybody here, and you know, this community is what it's all about. So we just all come here to hang out and, you know, have new experiences together. So
Beautiful, beautiful. Who would you like to play in the bracket?
I like to play people that I haven't played or I've just met this weekend. So
You have a name?
I want to play Gunter.
Gunter. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be an awesome
Yeah.
match.
I think we're pretty evenly matched.
It could
Yeah.
be. It could go either way. That's why probably good setup and.
And Yobi. I want to play Yobi.
Oh, Yobi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yobi is actually my pick to win the whole thing, you know.
Beautiful.
And big thanks to Yobi for, you know, Nestra's champ.
Yeah, thank you very much.
For,
This technique is beautiful. It's I just missed the word. This technology is too modern for me now. No, I'm not.
No, I think there's some surprises in store for this weekend. I'm not sure what they are. I think so, within the technique.
Oh. The technology is so progressed now that it's so modern that we're curious to see what's happening today. Not only at this NES Tris Champs, but also with the players who should be ready every second.
Have you had any power bears this weekend?
What do you mean?
Have you had any of the power bears this weekend?
I have them all the time.
All the time.
Like I still have a couple left from last year because I ordered a pack of 12 of those
nice.
big packs, and I still have a couple left. of
One a
those.
day, and then
Yeah, right. Okay.
So we're
I think
still waiting here, but we're just hanging out. So
Yeah, beautiful.
we're here to have fun. We have Adam Irish.
Are you having fun, guys? Yeah, let's go.
I couldn't really hear anybody.
Maybe a bit louder. You have fun.
There we go.
Beautiful. We're almost ready to go to kick off the biggest CTWC DAS
Yeah.
so
man,
far.
I can't wait to see every match this weekend. So, you know, if you're not in this room, there's a million Kingsmen yelling at us right now. There's all these screens in this room. I don't think the people at home can see this right now.
There are a lot of screens here. Only in this main stage room we have 10 of those, if you count the big. Oh no, 12. 12.
Yeah. And then out in the area over there, there's a bunch of people playing regular other games. And okay, I think we're ready here.
Oh wow, let's go and let's kick off the CTWC DAS 2025. The pleasure's yours.
All right, let's hear it, everybody, from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris!
Thank you, Vince.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Al Pilton. Here we're seeing 4 players from 4 different countries, actually. We have Strapinski, also known as Fractal's dad, who I didn't even know could play DAS, but he did very, very well. Qualified in seat 53. So showed some very good. He even got to like level 23 on his first game. So yeah, that promises a lot. And you have Sutertum, who I personally don't know, but got seat 60. He's from Germany. We got Jesse. Jesse is a very known player in the community. Played in CTWC 2018, I believe, like one of the earlier years. Is from Belgium. Also played in CTWC DAS. And then we have Pitek from Poland. Well, she barely snuck into the bracket. And oh, she's topping out at 10k, and Jesse has won his first game, I believe. Then we have Strapinski, 10k ahead. Bit of a messy board, has a long bar dependency, fills it in. Ooh, that's okay. It's a smart move, now needs a T. Strapinski is still up high. Sudertum can capitalize. That's a nice square adjustment from Sudertum. Strapinski, he can maybe survive this. Oh, but he hangs at space. Sudertum, he needs 7,000 more points and he wins the first game. He's set up for the Tetris. Will he get the long bar? Sudertum Gets the triple, and that's not enough, and this Tetris will actually do it. GG Surtum with the first game, and Jazzy with the first game. So as I said, Jazzy has a lot of CTWC experience, also played in CTWC DAS in 2022. Managed to actually kick me out of the tournament, so that's fun. Kinda rooting for PTech, not gonna lie. No, I'm joking. I'm impartial at all. But PTech topped out at 10k. Let's see if she can do better on the second game. So I believe they won't count down. They will just start whenever all 4 players are ready. And it will be separate from Classic Tetris 2. So you won't... Oh, okay, Strapinski... Did he start? There's a piece floating there. But can you guys hear me? Just to be sure. I am on stream, okay. Can the chat hear me? Because I now got a chat loaded. While they're still mentally preparing themselves, I like to shout out some sponsors. We're here in Experion. Experion is the host of the event. And they provide us with an awesome esports arena and all the equipment. So like cameras, lighting. And yeah, invite people to visit Experion. And even if you're not in the area, they have 2 different locations. One in Cologne, where we are, and one in Berlin, with over 3,000 square meters of gaming setups. And they host gaming events in every esport you can think about, like League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Rocket League, and the most important of all, Tetris. And we have Hilo. Hilo is for your eyes. The players look at the CRT for long periods of time. So Hilo, it's basically kind of like eye drops. So you put whenever you got dry eyes or they are painful. Okay, well, I got a message. Soon we'll start a countdown, which is nice. But Hilo is a German company, and the eye drops are very, very good. Three, two, one, Tetris. Here we are. We're all starting off with a square, and then a J piece and another square. So they almost got similar pieces, but not quite. Would be cool to have like 4 players on the same seat. But oh, Super Tom immediately with a well, not a misdraw, but a long bar dependency. Stepinski setting up for the Tetris, gets the Tetris. So did Jazzy and Pitek. Pitek avoids a long bar dependency, smart move to put a square to the left, right. And he set up for Tetris, is gonna get it. Simul Tetris for both Jazzy and Pitek. So Pitek starting off way stronger than last game. Already 5 times as many points. While Sudertum keeps struggling. Oh, misdrops this. J-piece. Oh, and some double flips. Can he get out of this? He cannot get anything over to the left. That's impossible with Des. And Sudertum is gonna top out at 9k. So Stripensky, Fractal's dad, has won a game. He was on good pace too. Meanwhile on the bottom, Pitek struggling a bit, has this left wall kind of set up. Jazzy with a almost 2 Tetris lead at 120. Pitek at 79,000 points. Error says they can hear me, thank you so much. Jazzy continuing to be Tetris ready, blocks the well, but staying low. Pitek dug out of the mess. So she can now set up for Tetrises. She's not that far behind anymore. Because Jazzy is a little bit ahead of in lines as well. Jazzy building a very big tower on the left. It's good to fill out your left in all situations. And there, 3-2-1 Tetris. Strapinski, Syrapinski. It's not a T. Sorry, it's I. Actually, the most important piece in Tetris. Syrapinski. I thought it was a T. They have started off, and immediately Syrapinski gets a Tetris. Surtem still waiting. Jazzy. Oh, 5-point difference. Pitek has managed to catch up. Vitek kind of setting up for this center well, but it's not really working out. She's not really set up. But might build on this. Jessie with another Tetris. Both players about halfway to transition. Would be cool to see a transition in the first round already. Because I believe the cutoff for the top 64, which you're watching right now, so this is seed, I believe, 48 to 64. The player with the lowest score, I believe that was someone who got a 335. So if that's your highest score, you might struggle on 18 speeds, because 15 speeds was allowed, 15 start. So to see a transition immediately would be very cool. But just Steve, I can't tell if this was an early shift or an adjustment, but gets the triple, should be out of danger. Steve, set up for Tetris. Just Steve's waiting. Sarapinski gets a nice double. Oh, and Vitek couldn't manage the board, stopping out at 220. Sarapinski still playing, so is Sudertum. Both are neck and neck. So Just Steve up by 2 games, I believe. Or not? Wait. Yeah, there he is. I think he won. There's no third hard there. There is a little bit of a discussion about that. I don't know for sure. So let's focus on Sarapinski versus Sudertum, as I figured that out. Sudertum setting up a center well, column 3, the Adam well. Doesn't put a square, and it's just gonna burn down, it seems. Sarapinski with a bad misdrop, bit of a diving board, but gets the Tetris. It takes one Tetris lead. It's a very smart placement. Might roof burn this. Some high level strategies. I mean, Sudertum is Fractal's dad, so maybe he got coaching from one of the best Tetris players in the world. And oh, what a nice adjustment. Sarapinski, come on, Sarapinski. Can he get out of this? Can Sarapinski, Fractal's dad, get out of this? I'm sorry if I mess up the player's name. I'll try to. I might sometimes accidentally. Okay, mispronounce. Okay, Sarapinski doing his best. Nice tuck. Nice D placement, but Sudertum actually in the lead now. 140, and Just Steve has taken the first round indeed. It's a best of 3, so this is for all the marbles. Sarapinski gets a nice double. Finally is out of trouble. And they're 80 lines in, so plenty of time to make up ground. As I said, Sarapinski got to level 23 in his qual. So even if he has to play deep into 19, that should be possible. And fun fact, I believe he's the oldest max outer with rolling nonetheless. So very impressive. Can also play Des. Sudertum still almost 2 Tetris ahead. Has a nice clean board. Is triple flipping actually. Is set up. 15 piece drought, 16 piece drought. And gets the bar, but wasn't Tetris ready anymore. So Sudertum still aiming for a Tetris. Sarapinski is set up now. And even if they're the players lose this game, they're not out of the tournament. It's a double elimination structure, so you get a second chance. And you get to play against other players who lost the first round. Tetris for Sarapinski. Still only 37k behind. It's very manageable. Players are nearing the transition. And also, if you want to donate money to the prize pool, which goes to the players in the end, the organization takes nothing. Everything goes to all the players. Click or press exclamation point matcherino. Write that in the chat. It's kind of a fractal error, says this Sierpinski triangle. Yes, interesting. Oh, but Sierpinski gets the piece over. That's a terrible T-piece, but managed to put it flat. He's still behind, so if you cannot get out of this, you'll get knocked down to the losers bracket. He's managing, and that's a double. He's out, and he transitions. Can he get a Tetris? And Tetris for Sierpinski. He's up so high for Des. Oh, and he doesn't get the J over. And he's gonna top out at 241. Söderström wins. And Fractal's dad is going to the losers bracket. Hopefully he can do some damage. Söderström got the higher transition, which in the end it was only about one Tetris, but that definitely made all the difference. So the Germans are actually focusing. They're like, the Americans, they're coming here. No, we're gonna defend. We're kicking them out of the tournament. We're kicking them down to the losers bracket at least. And if you have lost and you're a bit angry at yourself, you can always calm down, take a power bear, which is a beautiful. Hello, hello. Oh, hi. Look, it's me and my mate, Bulbasaur. As I was saying, if you got knocked down to the losers bracket, you might feel angry with yourself. You can take a power bear. It's a kind of candy. It's fruit juice. It's kind of healthy actually. They are shaped like Tetris pieces. Let's see which one I get. It's, oh no, it's the S piece. I always hate getting those, so I'll gladly eat them. So if you wanna get power bears, I believe you can go to, well, it doesn't say, but there should be, you should go to the CTWC website or the Power Bears website. Just Google it. They're delicious. Look, an O-block goes into my mouth as well. Bulbasaur, you want one too? No, he's already had like 5 bags of them. Bulbasaur has had enough. He might evolve into Ivysaur if I keep feeding him. So yeah, buy your power bears. And if you, let's see, what else do they have? They have vitamin C and E. If you are tired of playing Tetris, well, no one is tired of playing Tetris, but if your eyes get tired of playing Tetris, you can get high-low eye drops. So the players, they look into the CRT, they might get dry eyes, and then you grab yourself some high-low eye drops. Am I still on stream? Okay, yeah, I was gonna do demonstrate. Okay, and are they now? Okay, they're seeing the bracket, but they're not seeing me. Okay, well, you can drop the high-low eye drops. So let's see. You take off the cap. You grab your eyelid, like underneath. You pull it down. There should be like a little bit of a gap, like, and you press into it. And then, if I do this right, which it's been a while, honestly. Come on. Oh, like this. Okay, I got it. I think I figured it out. Yeah. So the bracket, as you can see, we've had Sierpinski, who lost in a decider to Söderström, so an upset because the number 60 seed beat the number 53 seed. Yasmina got defeated by Adam Irish with 2-1. Also a bracket upset, Kanto is through to round 1. Jazzy in a sweep is also to round 1 and is facing Game Scout. And Mayhover, Geowolf, Ari, Seimer, Tolstoy, Xeobot, Anit and Nell will play next, I believe. And for the players that got knocked out, so Sarapinski, Jasmina, Bastinator and Pitek, they will all get a second chance in the losers bracket. And if you look all the way to the right of your screen, you see the top 16. There's 8 players that have already qualified: Pixel Andy, Robin, Jasper, Georgie, Leo, Scooty, Tugi and Fractal. As our players that are playing right now make their way into the bracket, at some point they might have to face the best of the best. That's how the bracket works. But if you qualified high, that will give you the advantage of having to play later rounds. So yeah, not having to play right from the start gives you a massive advantage. You can, like I believe Tuki and Georgie and Fractal and Scooty are doing right now. They're playing football somewhere. You can, I don't know, eat power bears. You can actually play board games from Pegasus, our sponsor. And as you can see, there's like all kinds of different nationalities playing. We have Yobi from Singapore, we have some people from England, we have Adam Irish, and we have like 7, I believe 7 or 8 Americans actually who made the bracket. They flew out all the way from America. 4 of them actually got sponsored because they won the Jonas Cup. So as I said, in the Jonas Cup, Fractal actually managed to win, which, I mean, it was not an upset, but if you look at the Fractal now, he's the second player. He's the second seed. Pixel Andy is seed number 1, and Pixel Andy is kind of the final boss. Won, I believe, 6 CTM Dance Masters tournaments, which are incredibly competitive. You need like a max out average of 2 in an hour to even get in, and he casually wins like almost all of them. So Pixel Andy, Fractal, Scooty and Meme. Meme is 10th seed. Meme will play in round 5 for the first time. Got 2 max outs, but had the first slot of qualifying, so she didn't really know what to get, what would be enough for top 8. And the jet lag might have played a factor, because the Americans at normal CTWC, they get the advantage, they play at their optimal time. Now it's the Europeans who get to play finally at their preferred time. So who knows, it might be a European versus American final, as we also have in this bracket, I believe, almost every previous winner. Adam MTS, who qualified 28th, which was an upset because people expected him to max out, but he will be in action today. We got, well, Poet did not play this year. We got Robin, the winner of last year, seed number 8. Robin versus Pixel Andy might already be a top 8 matchup, as you can see the bracket, which might be super high hype. The best North American player versus the last year champion. And we have Georgie from Italy, who came in 2nd last year. It was a nail-biting decider that in the end he just lost to Robin. She was too good. We got Leo from Bulgaria, super strong gas player. Didn't attend last year's tournament, but is now back with a vengeance, because he only got into the top 8 2 years ago. And as you look to the rest of the bracket, there are people, as I said, from all kinds of different nationalities. We got Austrians, Italians, Polish people, someone from Luxembourg. Yeah, as I said, also me from the Netherlands. But there we go, we finally got our players. They have started, I believe, at least, well, Richard Wolf and that's not Richard Wolf, that's Tolstoy. Tolstoy is playing, I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, but yeah, he's doing very well. The unknown player, the U stands for unknown. So the unknown player actually in the lead by almost 2 Tetris's already, flying out of the start. And another one, 103 for the unknown player, and then Tolstoy as the bottom is also finally starting. We have Anit, I believe, on the left side of the bottom of your screen, who is from Mexico. So another international representative. And Nell, who did she get a false start? And Anit is topping out with 0 points as well. Did Nell just win with 2 points, or this must have been like a false start? Like, were they not on? They might not have been on the same scene, honestly. And a top out for Tolstoy, as the unknown player is Xeobold from Germany, and this is starting to become another upset. Tolstoy seed 55 and Xeobold seed 58. Very, very strong start was what made a difference already. So Anit actually competed in CTWC DAS 2022, the first edition. She managed to get into the bracket with, I believe, a 400 or 500k score, very high. She didn't make it very far, but she left an impression, as sorry, I don't know what's going on. I think she won with 0 points. That's the first in Tetris history. And it is down left. Yes, we get a heart. Enrique cheering. As I said, it's a bit of a... I have as much information as you, but they are discussing with the judge. Something has happened. And that goes to show nothing in Tetris, like, we're reliable on 34-year-old like equipment, on everything to function, everything from from cameras to lights to same seats. So yeah, it's a massive tournament. Some things are bound to go wrong. But let's see. Oh, there we go. Xeopold did indeed get the first heart, and Tolstoy is looking to avenge his loss to get back into the game, because if Tolstoy loses this game, he is down to the loser's bracket. Xeopold starting off, and Tetris, simul Tetris actually, as Tolstoy with a misdrop that doesn't burn and places a D piece. But what is he gonna throw down that hole? It's a D piece. Is he gonna set up? No, he's gonna take a burn. Xeopold set up. So we got an 18-piece drought. Gets the Tetris. 50,000 points for Xeopold. And another Tetris, wow. 76,000 points for Xeopold. 39 for Tolstoy. Tolstoy, I think he's gonna set up here. We see a dirty Tetris. Tolstoy, can he get this over? He can get it over. Takes the triple. And Tetris for Xeopold again. Very, very strong start. There's a bit of garbage in the middle of the board, but can clean up nicely. As Tolstoy finally is down at the bottom, but he's behind almost 4 Tetrises, 80,000 points. So there's a lot of room to catch up. As he set up for Tetris, boom, Tetris for Tolstoy. Can he set up for another one? And boom, another Tetris. He's reducing the lead. It's now only 2 Tetris in favor of Xeobold, who is Tetris ready, but is not finding any luck with long bar timing. The timing of the long bar is almost as important as getting Tetris ready. And simul Tetris for oh wow, it's even on the screen. Simul Tetris, perfect. And another Tetris for Tolstoy. This is shaping up to be a very good match. 153 versus 202 in favor of Xeobold. Flat burn for Xeobold makes a long bar dependency. There was no other place for that J piece. As Tolstoy takes a triple, is only triple ready, but has the wall open. Doesn't see the adjustment. So he's just gonna burn with the L piece. Oh! And misses it. He tried to adjust it, which was a good idea, but he missed the adjustment and that cost him to misdrop. But he should be fine. He's still behind 2 Tetrises, so if he doesn't make this dig, well, he's almost out. But if he didn't, he would be down to the loser's bracket. But he's out, and the players are halfway. 222 for Xeobold versus 168 for Tolstoy, who's setting up aggressive, set up for multiple Tetrises. Will he get, oh, he gets square bursted at the wrong time. Gets the TPs that will burn, and this will get the wall open, and a Tetris for Tolstoy, wow. Simul Tetris as Xeobold also gets a Tetris. And a few burns, set up again, both players. 85 lines in Tetris for Xeobold, Tetris for Tolstoy. This is the level that you want to see in the first rounds of CTWC DAS. Let's make it all the way to transition, guys. You can do it. Akibar for Tolstoy is actually gonna set him up. Xeobold with a few burns. Another Tetris for Tolstoy. Didn't really know what to do with that L piece, but should be fine with the long bar. Decides to throw another L piece down that hole. TP will work as Tolstoy is getting out. Leopold with another Tetris, almost at transition, so they have about 20 lines left. Tetris for Tolstoy. Xeobold set up. Well, could have adjusted for the Tetris, but didn't see it in time. But he's set up now. Will he get the long bar? And boom, Tetris for Xeobold. And another, oh, he's taking the triple, interesting. No Aki bar again for Xeobold. As transition is approaching, he's set up. Tolstoy almost set up. Not a good red S piece, but it's manageable. Tolstoy is set up, but he's also Tetris ready. He's kind of selling out the board a little bit, but he's down 100,000 points. He needs to make this up in post. Can he do it? His board is kind of falling apart. Good adjustment. Gets the Tetris and a triple. Gets the piece over. Transition with 331 as Xeobold. Almost at transition, 1 line left. He is already at 400,000 points. Very good flat burn for Tolstoy. Manages to get pieces over to the left, so he's still alive. He's almost at level 20. Xeobold with a 411k transition. Tetris on 19 for Xeobold. Tolstoy still fighting. His left is kind of cut off, but he can get pieces over. A square would be ideal. Gets the J over, wow. And the square. He's still alive. But so is Xeobold. There's a hung a long bar, but gets the J piece over. 445 for Xeobold. And 352 for Tolstoy, who's still fighting in level 21. He needs to make up like 80,000 points, 90,000 points as Xeobold tops out. So this is Tolstoy's chance. Oh, but he misdrops, and I think that's gonna be it. Very, very good game for both players as Xeobold moves on to the next round, and we see Tolstoy in the loser's bracket, where with this kind of Tetris he can do some real damage. Level so Tolstoy did so well. 357 in the first round of the tournament. Very, very well. Made it all the way to level 21. That's not something you see every day, especially in this this early stage of the tournament. The higher transition of Xeopold, who also did amazingly, almost got to level 21, just managed to take him out in the end. But as I said, he will be a very, very dangerous player for everyone in the losers bracket, and he might still be alive tomorrow. And on Friday, we'll have, I believe, around 16 or 24 people will be already out. But as you can see, the bracket here, GeoWolf actually lost to Ari, so another upset. We have so many upsets in the first round. And we have Kanto beat Bastinator, so that's not an upset. But Jasmina lost to Adam Irish. Syrapinski lost to the higher seed Sudar. GeoWolf got knocked down to the losers bracket by Ari. Jesse managed to beat Pitek, so that's not an upset. But as you can see, Tolstoy, the 55 seed, who was just playing now, got knocked down by Xeopold, the number 58 seed. Anit managed to win, and Mayhover also managed to win. So we have our round 1 matchups and the round 1 of the losers bracket matchups. As you can see, we see an American in action. Vince will play Adam Irish. Both are CTWC staff. Vince is actually the organizer. Shout out to Vince. We got Nia versus Sudertum, Richard Wolf versus Erie, Game Scout, who managed to come here as well. Legend. Like, without him, this TWC scene would not be the same. Almost everyone watches his videos. Big shout out to him. He's playing Jazz Thief, a CTWC veteran, so that's very exciting. We got a Polish matchup in Pyrek versus Mayhover, a German matchup in Sido versus Xeopold, and then we have Dobry facing off against Anit. So all very exciting matches, as Yobi and Kanto are playing now in round 1. Yobi is down 1-2. I'm not sure if that's a best of 3 or a best of 5 yet. It could be that Kanto has already pushed Yobi down to the losers bracket, which would mean that he's managed to survive 2 rounds in a row. Very good. Yobi, shout out to him. Does a lot behind the scenes. He's from Singapore, so well, that's already a massive journey to make to even come here. And yeah, if you look at the Kanto actually managed to win. You see he's facing Swirko, and if you just look at the other side of the bracket, eventually you see here's the schedule, upcoming matches. So Game Scout versus Jazzy, Birik versus Mayhover, Sido versus Xeopold, Anit versus Dobry, Bastinator versus someone. Yobi versus GeoWolf in the losers bracket, I believe. Vince, Adam Irish, Nia, Surdom. It's all very hype matchups. And if you're hungry, don't forget to eat some power bears. So let's see which one we have right now. For me, a J piece, an O piece, and I think that's an actual bear. Yeah, a cool bear. Nice, lovely. It's very okay. I heard the power back is going out with a bang, just like the flavors. And actually, if you eat them, it's a explosion in your mouth of enjoyment. It's beautiful. But as you can see on the all the way at the bottom of your screen, you see Jan, Tony. Tony was 12th, no 11th actually last year, I believe. And Doozy, a very good roller, is playing at some point as well. So if your favorite is yet to play, stick around, because we have matches here all day. We are going, I believe, until like 9 p.m. local time. 8, yeah, but we're a bit delayed, I believe. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of Tetris still to come. Yelena and Iceblade. Yelena, I believe, was top 16 last year. Iceblade made top 16 or top 8 actually, I believe, in 2022. So very, very exciting matchups. Richard Wolf is also playing now, which is kind of funny. He made it all the way from Colombia last minute, and his flight got cancelled, his train got delayed, and another train got delayed, and eventually he was like in the group chat of CTWC Des, like on the server in Discord. He was like, "Man, I'm finally here. Only one train to go. I'm almost there." And I was like, "Wait, I'm also almost there. Are we in the same train?" And we were like 2 carriages from each other. Like, we met up in the train, took an amazing picture, and walked around Cologne, the city where this is hosted, in the beautiful Experian building, who provide us with the cameras, the lights. This is a whole massive production, so shout out to them. And they, even if you are in Berlin, you can play there too. It's basically an esports gaming conference hall. It has everything. You can just come in there and play your favorite games. You can watch esports. They're awesome. Let's go Richard, let's go Nia. People really love to cheer on their favorites. Sorry, no one knows what happened with Anit and Mel. I think maybe the capture card messed up a bit, didn't capture the game. But that's just speculation. We have people cheering for their favorites. Guys, say it in the chat. Who are you rooting for? I'm wondering. Is anyone rooting for Scout? For Finns? I haven't heard any love for the Americans in chat yet. They came all the way. They flew over the Atlantic Ocean, made this sometimes 13-hour trip with multiple layovers just to be here. Error is rooting for Nia. Nia seems to have a lot of supporters. English player. So very exciting to see, probably. Yeah, Nia. Oh my god, everyone is rooting for Nia. Sudertum, you're in for a tough fight. You're not the crowd favorite, man. I'm sorry. Twiskai and Seacast. Yeah, they're all rooting for Nia. Yes. Okay. Oh. Really? Okay. Okay. According to my beautiful commentator Jakob, who basically commentated all of the quals, he is gonna be your next commentator. Nia was born in the US. Wow, cool. Oh my god, that's my teacher. Lokensi rooting for that teacher. That's so awesome. So yeah, Jakob will be your next commentator. Just had a beautiful, nice meal. And you... What? You said you just eat.
Oh yeah. Ow! I thought you said that I have a nice meal.
No, you had a nice meal. You are also a nice meal, but that's... no. Jakob was very confused. It must be Bulbasaur. You must have told him something. Nia coaches me. Oh, Nia is the coach of Lokensi. Nia, I believe, is the player all the way on the left side of your screen. For the players, right? Then we have Sudertum, we have Richard Wolf, and Richard's opponent, whom I lost the name. I'm sorry, I didn't memorize the bracket yet. All four beautiful, good. No, I already know the opponent of Richard Wolf. So that's very exciting. Ari it is. Okay, Ari is the opponent of Richard. All four very exciting players. Let's see what they can do. I saw Nia actually in the final game of their qual. They got a 600k and just popped off, screamed on the top of their lungs, slapped the table, was so stoked, and everyone was so stoked for them. So we have to switch commentators, I believe. So next you will be hearing Jakub.
Okay, so now welcome to the CT2 channel. You have had a bit of Alp fighting before. He is now back to CT1 so that we can have two amazing casters over there, being Alp and Jakob. And you will have a bit of fun with me over here at CT2. You most likely heard me of the other at the other CTWC Death events at CTWC Paris, for example, as well as, of course, today during the qualification slots over there on CT1. And now we're here on CT2, having some amazing matches with Nia, Zudatum, Richard, and Eri. So we have 4 different nationalities, which is exactly what at least I want to see at an international tournament. You know, many different players, different countries is always what I love here about the CTWC DAS. Yeah, so we're here in the match, which is currently a chase down situation here for Nia, it looks like. And we have messages here in the chat saying, let's go, Richard Wolf. So the viewers are cheering for their favorite players, exactly what we want and always love to see here. Yeah, I believe you also saw a bit of this amazing area that we have over here. Like on CT1 we have the really professional casting booth basically, and here it's a bit more chillax, a bit more already prepared for the interviews that, you know, are gonna come up on Saturday. Okay, so yeah, looks like we should see a 1-0 here for Richard, I believe. And let's... Well, we would, of course. The actual match, I believe, hasn't started, that's correct. They should start soon is what I meant to say. So we should see the countdown soon. Actually, the countdown is done by the referees over here on CT2. So you see Tony here in the background between Nia and Zudatum. At some point he's doing the countdown, and then once he's done the countdown, obviously the match starts. It's simply because we can't have 2 casters at the same time in the same room and speakers. It's kinda tough here. So we have CT1, which is fully loud here on location, and we have CT2, which is basically just online, and then we of course also have CT3 and 4, which are streamed as well. So we have a ton of Tetris at once. I said that before, of course, in the CT1 as well, but I'm gonna repeat it here again. Feel free to be here at all 4 classic Tetris channels at the same time, basically. And yeah, it could be that there's some capture issues with Zudatum. I personally don't know for sure, because I'm not over there. But yeah, you know, Nessus Champs oftentimes has some slight issues. Normally not bad enough to cause genuine issues, but oftentimes bad enough to, let's say, be uncomfortable. But I'm sure that Tony will fix it. And now we have just started the match, as you can see. Same seats, same start time, and all is looking amazing. Exactly what we love to see here using Nessus Champs. Nice, clean images. And Eri apparently already topped out here, which is a bit unfortunate for her, but so is the Tetris. Sometimes Tetris is quite the tough game, and it looks like that has just happened here, which means it should be a 1-0 here for Richard that we see. Yes, we do see the 1-0 for Richard, so 28, 880 for Richard. against 190 or like 100 for Eri. In the upper match between Nia and Zulatum, it's currently pretty neck and neck. Now up to about a 2 Tetris lead here for Nia. Next Tetris just went to Zulatum. And we have a bit of burning here while it looks like Richard is okay, now topping out, which means game number 2 between Richard and Eri can start soon. As you know, in the early rounds we do play best of 3s, which means the 1-up for Richard is really nice for mental state because he knows, okay, I just need to win one more game, I'm basically finished. Whereas for Eri this now is genuine like mental pressure. I hope there wasn't tech issues. It looks like maybe the controller had issues, which wouldn't be fun. Yeah, this doesn't look like fun at all. But looks like it is. It was only one game. Okay, I don't know what happens there. They are trying to figure it out themselves apparently. In the upper match between Nia and Zulatum, it is a 1.5 to 2 Tetris lead here currently for Nia. So, nice position here. Being up 1-0. And yeah, it's 2-9, 1-44. Nearly up to a 3 Tetris lead here for Nia. As you can see, Nia is much higher seeded, currently seed 44 versus seed 60 Zulatum. Which basically means that Zulatum needs to catch up here, is behind in points, needs to not only go for Witzes, needs to go for as many Tetrises as possible, and of course a Witz does oftentimes help when you try to go for Tetrises, but the red LPs didn't go where Zulatum wanted it to go, which means that Zulatum has now topped out, and we are here back at a 2-0 for Nia, having a nice penguin plushie, and this match going to the United Kingdom. And as Lokans is saying, or Kenzie is saying, Nia Gaming, exactly. So nice first matches here. We had Richard and Nia winning them. And now we're back here at the caster cam. Okay, I'm using this camera. So welcome here to the, what I would like to call the chill area. We have a nice sofa, we have our Bible saw here, we do have our Hilo eye drops as well as our Tetris gummies, so all that you could need for a nice relaxing area over here. And yeah, so this was up around 1, which means we are still just starting, just getting warmed up for the big matches, and of course all of the players here are expected to perform somewhat closely, as you can see. And yeah, of course, after the upper bracket, if they lose, they go down to the lower bracket. If they win, like for example Nia just did, means that Nia will play against Jelena next in the upper round 2. It looks like in the stream 1, 3, 4, there's still matches going on. Vince versus Adam Irish currently is a 1-1. So if you wanna watch some Vince or Adam Irish action, then go to CT1. Optimally, just use a multi-stream and watch all 4 streams at once, of course. As you also should have the lower brackets now, I believe. Anyways, there's a ton of Tetris action, that's all you really need to know. So make sure to tune into all 4 streams. And yeah, so next up, the lower bracket will be over here, which means next we have lower brackets. So we can see we have Bastinator versus Eri, Geowolf versus Yobi, Yasmina versus Zulatum, as well as Sayapensky, Piatek, Nell, Zimo and Tolstoy. For those 5 matchups, we are still waiting for the opponents, so for their matches to finish. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. On the other hand, I should of course also say, hopefully they will have the most amazing matches possible. But yeah, also as you can see here, the matches are pretty evenly, like for example seed 64 against seed 61, as well as 56 versus 60, which means we should be able to see some nice, close and exciting matches. So yes, while we're waiting for the players, well, the other streams to finish the matches, I should probably say, I can already tease a bit of what is coming up today over here on stream 2. So here we have the flat lower parts, so flat lower 0, then flat lower 1, flat lower 2, flat lower 3, which means here we are mostly gonna see the lower matches from now on. And casting here will be a bit of me, then we will have a bit of Game Scout. So if you love Game Scout videos, then feel free to tune in at about 6 PM local time or 4 PM UTC, or in about, yeah, hour and a half I believe it should be. Then is when Game Scout is scheduled to be here. Until then you can enjoy a bit of me. And over there on stream 1 we will have a bit of change up in terms of casting as well, because currently it's Alp and Jakob. Next up we will have Micho and Jakob, then Micho and Fractal, as well as me and Fractal. So if you love some Fractal commentary, feel free to tune over to Fractal later. And yeah, CT1 we will do the upper matches, which means next up flat upper 2, then flat upper 3 and flat upper 4 today. And of course tomorrow we will do the next flat upper rounds up until the top 8, and then we will do the lower top 8, and on Saturday we will do top 12 basically onwards. So lots of amazing high quality Tetris action that you will be able to enjoy here at the CTWC 2025. I'm taking a look here at the CT1 stream. It looks like Vincent and Eilish are currently on level 20, so this is some nice high level and long game that they are having. Really shows you how good these players actually are. They might have qualified at the lower seeds, but they still perform amazingly well and push each other as far as possible. And yeah, in a few minutes we can see one of them here as well. We expect to take maybe like 5 minutes for the next matches to start, which is totally fair, because it just means that you can enjoy me talk about Tetris a bit. Okay, so I see Vince vs Adam Ayush has just finished, so we should be able to see who will be playing where. If we take a look back at the bracket, then we can see exactly what will happen. Okay, so let's... okay, now we have the lower bracket here, perfect. And we can see that Adam Irish will play against Fractal's dad here. So first up we have Bastinato Eri as well as Gio of Yobi, then Jasmina Sudachum as well as Stepinski Adam Irish, then yep, Pietek, Nel, Simo Tolstoy, and we don't know their opponents. They're currently being played. As you can see here in the upcoming matches. These are the matches that are being played next, and also telling you where to play next, so GameStart knows, okay, I'm expected to be at setup 1 at 16:35, so basically now, and same for Jazzy. And so Bastinato Eri is expected to be played at 16:40 at... I wonder if 19 is actually correct. It feels a bit weird to me, because if they're supposed to play on stream 2, then that's not 9 and 10. 9 and 10 is stream 3. Huh. That's a small fun thing to notice, of course. So let's take a quick look at the chat. Have there been any messages? No, I don't see any new messages here on CT2. Or maybe my Twitch just didn't load them, which could also, of course, also always be. Yeah, so as you see, there's a ton of matches scheduled for today. Which means a ton of fun to watch. But yeah, as I said, we have 4 streams here, Classic Tetris 1 to 4. And we had all of the nearly all of the qualifications streamed, you have all of the matches streamed. So I said that on CT1 quite a lot already. But yeah, have like 4 browser windows open and watch all 4 at once. Take like 4 120-inch TVs, put them on the wall. Whatever allows you to watch all 4 streams at once is exactly what you should be doing here currently, in order to enjoy as much amazing DES Tetris as you possibly can. We here at CTWC DES are the first, and for some time also only know France is doing the same. Now we are doing the flat bracket double elimination, which we absolutely love because, as you can see here, or you could see if you take a look at the lower bracket, players play 2 times. Which is so much more than it is in most other tournaments. Like generally people play once and they are out, but here you have 2 chances to show what you can do, which means it's just so much nicer. And of course that also means, because of the flat bracket, you are expected to have generally closer matchups, so it's not going to be like seed 1 against seed 48. The worst has already happened, and from now on all should be a bit nicer. Nicer and closer on skill level, until of course we reach the final part and we are in basically like the finals. Then it's gonna be so close and so tight that there is like kinda no really higher seeded or lower seeded player. And I can see Game Scout, Jazzy, Pyrek and Mayhofer. I'm genuinely happy to see Game Scout play again. I, as all of us here of course, am a huge Game Scout fan, so being able to cast him play a match is always quite amazing. Of course also Xeopold, I know from a lot of German stuff. Dobre is a stable member of the CTWC DES, and Arnold, I believe Arnold is here for the first time this year, so I'm also happy to see some newcomers. And I will, do my best here to honor these players in these upper round matches here. Yeah, and I just saw that Arnie topped out at 11k, which means Dobre has won game number 1. Game number 1 means he is up 1 in this best of 3. Just 1 more game left to go. So I saw some Polish fans here in the chat, and they are surely happy now that Dobre has won game number 1, and he is playing game number 2 soon. In the meantime, between Zedl and Xeopold, tough names to pronounce somehow for me as a German. They are having quite a close match. It's 1.5 Tetris's lead here currently for Xeopold, who interestingly enough is the lower seed player at seed 42 at Zedl's side against seed 58 at Xeopold's side. And Xeopold is getting one more Tetris in. So is Zettel. So the lead is now down to about half a Tetris. There's a small hole in Zettel's stack, which means... and Xeopold's stack, which means Zettel now can maybe take this chance to get the lead. Lead is now in favor of Zettel, while Xeopold is trying to find a way here to clean this up. Dobry and Need just have started their game number 2. Which means if Dobry wins this, he is gonna be in the next round, which will be upper round 2. The winner of this matchup will next play against Mitolex. So our current seed 34. Gonna be quite a tough matchup, of course, but I believe in these players. And it currently quite high on the right side, is taking a nice single burn here. Nice. Ooh, these pieces are rough here for the left side. This is probably it here for Need. It's for Need over, which means Dobry has just won his second game, has won the match, and is up to round number 2. In the upper match between Zettel and Xeopold, it looks like it is still 0-0, which means we still have one full game and this game at minimum left to go. It is currently 260 for Zettel against 208 for Xeopold. Zettel needs to burn a few lines, which doesn't allow Xeopold to catch up, as Xeopold is a bit dirty himself. A jet dependency by Xeopold is filled in. It is 270 versus 211. Zettel is shaking his head, which means he isn't happy with what's happening, but all in all it does actually look quite decent here to me. And you can also see both of these players are using earbuds to listen to some music. As you know, music does oftentimes help players to concentrate a bit. Yeah, so 278, 219, 88 lines and 87 lines played respectively. Xeopold getting the next bar, next Tetris. Zettel wasn't able to go for the Tetris, which means he needs to wait for the next bar, which looks like will take a bit of time to arrive. Xeopold just burnt a few lines, and here's the next bar for Zettel. Zettel getting the bar and Tetris. And I see that Sven is in chat saying, let's go Zettel. So Zettel does have at minimum one fan in the chat who is cheering for him. Zettel needs a bar for a Skyrim 2 longbow dependency, where Xeopold is now ready to go for the next Tetris. Zettel is burning a few lines, LJ dependency filled in, and is also setting up for the next Tetris here. Xeopold is currently also setting up, is set up, and next Tetris with Zettel. We have a 36k lead, 1.5 Tetris in terms of points, and like 2 Tetrises in terms of place, 2.5 Tetrises lead for Zettel. Xeopold just taking the blue LPs, blue JPs here, and is now needing to clean this up. It's gonna be a bit of burning here, quite close to the level 19 transition. And yeah, Xeopold needs to find a way to dig down as soon as possible. That OP feels like it's gonna be deadly, but he was able to get a small burn in. Another single here, but that's its longbow at the incorrect timing. Xeopold topping out, and Zettel just won game number 1, which means it is now 1-0 here for Zettel. So, well done here in game number 1 with both players. We nearly got to the transition. Game 2 has also just started. Yeah, so this game has once again started in a bit of favor here of Xeopold, but we saw that Zettel does have the upper hand in a longer game. So for Xeopold, he needs to hope that Zettel does make some crucial mistakes in the beginning, and we can Zettel see slowly not here. He's pretty satisfied with what he's doing here apparently. Yeah, the winner of this matchup will play against Dujika, who is again the current Polish champion, but that is rolling, and here we're using Death, so here it's quite different in terms of skills, because Death rolling, you know. So let's see how these players will perform now. and will then perform against Dujika later. Next Tetris going to Xeopold. Xeopold having about a 1 Tetris lead here at basically the same line split as we can see. And we nearly have a simul Tetris here. 101, 121. Xeopold early shifted that T-piece, which means there's gonna be a bit of cleanup to do. Having an LJ dependency filled in, bar into Tetris. There's still the small hole in the stack, which means he still has at least that bit to clean, and once again an early shift. Missed the spin here as well. So it's neck and neck. Both players need to burn a few lines. Are now finished burning. Xeopold is playing one high. You can still see the hole that he had earlier. He's just trying to basically play around it. While Cedel is clean, complete at the bottom. Both players trying to go for the next Tetrises. I would have preferred if Xeopold put that piece one more to the left earlier, but it's totally fine. Still getting a Tetris out of it. 211, 211, just 120 points difference here between these two players. Neck and neck, the difference is the amount of push down that Xeopold had been doing. Here we are once again halfway done here at level 18. Maybe we can see level 19 in this game and then a bit of level 19 action. Game number 1 was quite long, and I hope that game number 2 will be the same. Next set was here going to Xeopold. Cedel getting the next Tetris. 282, 281, down to that point 250 points difference, now 500 points difference. So neck and neck, next Tetris to Cedel into 305 versus 286. And one more Tetris here going to Cedel, 327, 290, and yeah, 1.5 Tetris lead here to Cedel. Nice position for Cedel to be in. Bit of lead, clean board, not really any issues. Of course, having that blue J-piece dependency, which he is now getting, and it does fit perfectly into the piece. Next singles here into Tetris for Cedel. Xeopold has to close the well here, needs to burn at least 3 lines in total, and that is exactly 3 lines in total. And now waiting for the bar. Here's the bar and Tetris for Xeopold. 343, 378, still about 1.5, up to 2.5 Tetrises lead for Cedel. And if we take that into consideration, it's even like a 3 Tetris lead here for Cedel. And one more Tetris here going to Cedel, 430, 371. Bit of burning, just a few lines here on Xeopold's side again. As we're getting close to level 19 here. 8 lines to go on Xeopold's side, 15 lines to go on Cedel's side. Xeopold is behind, but maybe he is superior on level 19 here currently. I didn't see them qual because that happened over, like, outside of stream 1, and I basically only saw stream 1, so I'm looking forward to their level 19 performance here today. Small miss up here on Cedel's side. Cedel 7 lines to go. Tetris and 465. Xeopold's stack not the cleanest here. This is gonna be really tough to get something done on level 19. 19 for Cedel just reached 468. Xeopold doesn't get the J piece over to the left. Tops out at 469, which means we now have the 2-0 for Cedel. Match is over, and we know who will play next. The matches next. So GG's here to all 4 players who have been playing these matches. It were 2 2-0s, but for example the games were actually quite close here between these 2 German players. Also 2 nice long games that we saw, so I'm really happy with the performance here for the early rounds here at the CTWC Desk 2025. And yeah, that's not much more for me to say, except let's see what will await us next here on CT2. Upcoming matches should be Lower Zero Basti vs Eri, as well as GeoWolf vs Yobi. This should be GeoWolf's first time to play, because he had some private stuff to attend earlier today. So, oh wait, I just saw the setup numbers. I made a small mistake. Here is of course gonna be upper round 2 Jelena versus Nia, and Iceblood versus Witcher, what I just said, Bastinat versus Eri. Forget what I just said. That of course is gonna be played over on stream 3, so Classic Tetris 3. So on Classic Tetris 2 are the seeds or setups 1 to 4. So comedy, for example, GameScott versus Jesse. Over here is 5 to 8. 3 is 9 to 12, and 4 is 13 to 16. That's how it's done. Which means here we see, as I said, Jelena, Nia, Iceblood, Richard, and stream 1 will be Čvirko, not Čvirko, it's Čvirko now, versus Kanto, as well as Svidre versus Wins. And this is the bracket, as you can see, exactly how I told you it was gonna be like. And yeah, there's only one match here in round 2 that we are not fully sure about, and that's currently being played. GameScott versus Jesse, also being then facing off against Jan. 2 Belgian players here, Jesse and Jan. If Jesse wins this, it would be a bit of an upset, because seed 51 against 64, and we can see that it's currently 1-0 here for GameScout. If we take a look at the matches played so far, most of them in round 0 have been 2-0. There have been 2 exceptions of Jasmina versus Adam, as well as Sayapinski versus Zulatu. Then here in the round 1, also so far 2 1-2s, and other than that 2-0s. And let's see how round 2 will go. Hopefully we can get a bit more closer matches. That would be amazing to see. Yeah, the upcoming matches, as we saw, are supposed to start in a few minutes here. It looks to me like we're basically back on track. I think I saw 4:55 local time or 2:55 UTC, or whatever it may be in your local own time zone, is when the next matches are supposed to happen over here on CT2. So maybe we can already take a look at the players. Not fully sure, that's just my hope. But it looks like we can't. So in terms of matches that we are planning to play today, is everything including round upper 4. So there's a lot of action happening here on CT1 and CT2. It looks like GameScout just won his match, which means it is 1-1, and That means round 1 is a bit closer than round 0, because we're gonna have guaranteed 3 2-1s over here now. So we are in, or at least soon, in the last game between Game Scout versus Jazzy. I'm seeing it with like the Twitch delay, but I'm still trying to follow it as well as I can. Yeah. We are also going over to this stream as the players are here, which means we have our 4 amazing players, Yellen and Nia, as well as Iceblade and Richard. And Iceblade has an amazing shirt, as you can see. He has a blue CTWC Death shirt. This year we are changing the formula. We don't only have black shirts, we also have colored shirts, like this cute CTWC Death shirt. Which means if you want Tetris shirts that are not black and you're here on location and listen to what I'm saying, then feel free to check out our merch booth at the entrance basically to this area. And yeah, you can also see the players here. Of course, from our nice camera we can see Dennis Nizuna, who is doing a lot of reffing here. We can see Mark, who is like the main guy. It looks like Mark is totally confused here. He's like, I have no idea what you mean. Also, we can see that some of these players aren't only using standard earphones, they are even using headphones to block out as much noise as possible, which might be needed here in the next 2 days, especially in the finals, because you have these, I don't know how to call them properly. In German we just call them Klatschstangen, like clapping sticks. They're like out of plastic and you clap them together and they make like a clapping noise quite loudly. And yeah, that's a mix of really nice because you can cheer for the players. And also it's quite loud, so you definitely want some kind of hearing protection here. Especially as a player, but maybe even as a viewer. Here we can see Gunther, for example, here for reffing. Oh, it looks like Nia just wanted to change the setup, which normally works without any issues. And now a bit of warm-up is being played here. So we have all of our players here. We can watch them warm up a bit through their CRTs. Also, you can see that we do have quite high quality cameras because they're able to capture CRTs this easily. And let's just focus on Nia a bit here and watch her play. Bit of 19-1. Beat up for warm up is often quite nice. It's also quite nice when your hair does it properly. I do fully understand that feeling. It's the same for me. Yes, some nice warm up here. Makes a lot of sense to do it like this. And maybe we can start soon with our first match here. Looks like the players are making sure that they get the same seats. And I would say we can start the matches in just a few seconds here. Yes, we have just started. Nia, Jelena have started. Iceblade has not started with Richard, so that's kind of funny. There will most likely be... there will most likely be some bit of warm-up happening between them. I'm sure that they will be able to figure it out properly. So the game between Nia and Jelena appears to be going on. It is 160-173. We have seed 37 against seed 44, so it's relatively closely matched. I mean, it's gonna be the same at the bottom match between Iceblade and Richard. Seed 36 against seed 45. So we can expect some nice action there. And close, of course. I mean, you can see it in points. We got the simul Tetris between Nia and Jelena. 215-231. Next few lines are being played. And one more Tetris here going to Jelena. Nia also getting a Tetris in. And we have 246, 259. Half a Tetris difference here. And Richard here took order 213. Not fully sure if they're playing a match or not. It could be both to me currently. The upper match at least is close. 1.5 Tetris is only half a Tetris lead here for Jelena. If we take the lines into consideration, it's a Tetris lead for Jelena, but it is neck and neck between our British Nia and Spanish Jelena. So a nice close, exactly what we want here. And it looks like we should be able to get to the transition. We had 90 lines for both players. Yeah, 300, 336. Das ist einfach so. Weiß ich, ob es irgendwelche Unterschiede macht, das Rauschen einfach ultra stark. Also sogar... Oh. I believe I was live. We're doing some tech stuff here, and I believe you could hear me live on stream. It was quietly talking in German. I apologize for that. But yeah, here we are now at over 100 lines for both of these players. 350 plus as well for both of them here. Which means we will soon see the level 19 transition, high level 19. At least in terms of points, and hopefully some nice long level 19 as well, maybe even up until transition. At least my hope is that it will be until transition. If it genuinely will be, we can see in a few seconds, as you have level 126, line 126, lines 125, so what it has left to go for them, and there's gonna be a drought. Now, okay, just a short drought, as Sienna is now on level 19. Isolate versus Richard also has properly started now. And we have 27 against 52. Level 20 reached for both of the players at the top match. In the lower match, we have a small lead here for Richard. And when I say small, I genuinely do mean small. And also, let's take a quick look here at the chat, as I'm seeing a few fun messages. Like the best said, riveting gameplay from Iceblade. And also saw... Oh yeah, it was Edward saying I have the same headphones as Nia, so I'm rooting for her now. Also nice. And apparently Lukenzi is... Nia is Lukenzie's coach and Yella is a friend, so that makes it a bit tough for Lukenzi to decide who to cheer for. Totally understandable, and I hope you can find someone to cheer for, as Nia just completed this chase down, and we have 485 Betty 1 against the 43 here for Yelena, and let's see how long Nia can go. Bit of mullening in these situations is definitely appreciated, you could say. And yeah, half a Tetris now, so looks like Nia is managing to play a bit longer than the bare minimum. Quite nice. So it was not as close as it looked at that point, because it was like, might still soon. But no, it's not like that. So Nia still playing. Trying to go for a final Tetris most likely. Will the bar fall down? The bar is falling down. And yeah, nicely done by Nia. Got the Tetris in. In the bottom match between Iceblade and Richard, it is currently a 135 lead here for Iceblade, as we're about halfway done of level 18 at 60-ish, line 68, 67. Nice small tuck here for Iceblade. We have Richard needing to clean up a few lines. Iceblade, as you can see, is seat 36 and Richard is seat 45. Actually, Iceblade is only seat... Oh yeah, makes sense. Iceblade was like, I believe, had some controller stuff that he was doing. And from here, this is quite close. I believe FPB was like 650, 660, somewhere about that. So this was close to PB pace. Amazingly well played here, but yeah, we can see Nia doing DDE, double thumbs up. Amazingly well played here. Huge GG's to Nia. Well played here in game number 1. It is now 1-0. We are looking at Iceblade versus Richard here for a bit, which is currently 1-0 for Iceblade. And we have a 7.5 Tetris lead here for Iceblade. The Ice Blade performed at like a 747. And his goal for the event is to get a max out at some point, which means he definitely wants to win this match against Richard. And maybe he's even just gonna Mullen all the way. Let's see if he will. And okay, so wait, Nia's PB was 666, 120, so that was pretty close to PB. And felt like quite a good player. Let's see how far Icebird can push the score in this game. Richard would have to catch up a ton here on level 19. Richard's qualification score in general was 586. So it was quite good. It's just, you know, that bit lower here than Iceblade. And Iceblade might actually overtake Richard's qual score here. Let's see. Iceblade is open once again before the transition. It looks like Nia and Jelena have started playing again. Game number 2, which is 1-0 for Jelena. I thought it was 1-0 for Nia. In the bottom match, Richard just stood out, which means Iceblade is now in the mullening phase. In the upper match, it is basically neck and neck, as we can see 0.02 Tetrises or half a single. A difference here between these two players. And if Nia manages to win this game, it should be the match for her, and she will advance to upper round 3. So if Nia manages to win this, she will then play against Adam MTS. Adam, I feel like really underqual today. So I hope that he will be able to show what he can truly do in the matches later. So we have a few more Tetrises going on. Iceberg currently at 547 as he is 2-0 up against Richard. So Iceberg swept here, advances, and next we'll play against Micho, which might be a bit of a funny situation because Micho is scheduled to cast upper 3 with Fractal. So I guess it will be Jakob instead for a bit over there in stream 1. Just a guess, I don't know for sure. And in the other match, Iceberg is stopping out, and in the other match we have about a 1 Tetris lead here currently for Jelena. Next Tetris to Nia. Apparently we are going over back to me, which was a bit unexpected because the match is still going on. But we will take a quick look at the upcoming matches so that we know what is happening next. And let's take a look back here at the match. To 27 to 65, so 1.5 Tetrises here to Jelena, and pretty close in general, like 1.5 Tetrises, basically no difference here, which means it's still anyone's game. If you look at the Tetris rate, we can see 43, 49, which means it's really close between these two players. And we're getting close to the 100 lines and therefore close to level 19. Let's see how level 19 will go here between these two players in game number 2. In game number 1, Jelena topped out quite early. But that of course only means that in game number 2, Nia wants to show us what she can do. $3.15 and $3.68. And about 20 lines until we transition into level 19, which is the maximum speed that you can play using DAS. We saw a bit of 29 during the qualifications. People like Andy can technically play a bit more, but it's not realistic to expect that from a standard match. Like, we have to admit that. And in the chat they are asking what the actual score is. As far as I know, the actual score is 1-0 for Nia. Twisker is saying Nia vs Adam MTS would be something else. Yes, it would be. And as far as I know, that's on schedule. Because Nia, as far as I know, won game number 1. But it currently says 1-0 for Jelena. And I do generally trust in the referees that they do a good job here. But we have a 3.5 Tetris lead here for Jelena, so Nia will have to catch up quite a lot. And I'm looking at the public bracket and it does say 1-0 for Nia. I guess it's some kind of issue just on stream. The official bracket does say 1-0 for Nia. So Jelena, if Jelena manages to win this, then we can have a decider between Nia and Jelena. And that will surely make Lukenzi happy to see, because he was like coach and friend, so at least for some players that would be quite amazing to see. Here it is currently 4-6 for Nia, 5-0 for Jelena, so 3.5 Tetris lead for Jelena. Nia burning a few lines here, trying to get back to the standard well most likely. And these players do need to get Tetrises at some point maybe. But actually Nia just having an OP Smith swap makes the left side much harder to access. Getting a few nice nice burns in general in. T to the right with the to the right, nice. SZ semi-burst, not exactly what she needed, but actually worked with those pieces quite nicely. Nice piece placements here for Nia. As trying to clean this up, it looks like, yeah, soon to be open again. Open basically, and can now try to focus on getting clean. Like the last few lines, I mean, no longer survival. If you look at Jelena's scores, 5-40-60 now for Jelena. Was quite a clean board. Is playing semi-aggressively here. Maybe even trying to go for a Tetris, I'm not fully sure. At least Tetris setup is done. Nia got the long board over to the left. Tetris to Jelena. Tetris to Nia. Nice, too high, dirty Tetris for Nia. Now going for the central once again soon. We are on level 26 respectively. At level 29, the speed does increase. It doubles and is basically unplayable using DAS. So we might be able to see that here for both of these players in game number 2. A small tough SPs here for Nia, but she got something on top in order to continue burning down. Ooh, small miss up again here of that L piece, so a bit more burning here to do for Nia. Now level 27, only 27-28 left to go. I hope that we will be able to see a double level 29 here between Nia and Jelena. Nia could be... Okay, no. I was like for a second. She could be going for Dirty Tetris, but she's no longer level 28. She doesn't get anything over to the left side. And this most likely is it for Nia. Yeah, Nia does get to level 28. Amazingly well played. And Jelena takes game number 2. And as far as I know, it is now 1-1. So it is 1-1 between Nia and Jelena. Which means decider. One final game. And if I look in the chat, I do see a few messages saying stuff like, come on Nia, Nia just doesn't die. So it looks like Nia does have a few fans in chat. But Jelena was the one to get to level 29, 7-12. Wait, 7-12. What the heck? So this is actually amazing news for Jelena. Jelena's median score was like a 470. And her full comp was like a 790. So Jelena got really, really close to level, not to level 20, comp high score, as well as just pushing her general, like, quality of play in terms of statistics, like the how often do you get to level 29, how many points do you get on level 19 speeds and stuff like that. And both players have started once again here. We can see Nia and Jelena both starting game number 3. And whoever wins this game does win the whole match. So let's see. Who will make it against, like, to play against Adam MTS? If I see it correctly, we have Vince still playing against Svidre, the skiing guy. Because I saw some people in chat that was like, oh, there's a skier qualifying on, I believe it was CT3, and that's Svidre. I don't know why, but he went here in skiing uniform basically. And yeah, so here you have 37 for Nia, 39 for Jelena. So it is neck and neck here in the beginning between these two players. And over currently on stream 3 and stream 4, we do have the lower brackets. So for example, we currently they have Richard versus Adam Irish. Because as you know, over here, if you lose, you get to the lower bracket, you're not out. Only if you currently if you lose on stream 3 and stream 4, you'd be fully out of the playing part of the tournament. You can of course say spectate. Also, I just laugh, you know, Nia is so expressive, which I do laugh. Players showing emotions. So it's kind of like the opposite between Nia and Jelena. Jelena's sitting there focusing 100% on the game, not doing anything else, kind of the Adam style you could say. While Nia is showing emotions, is showing that she's sometimes happy, for example, stuff like that, which is also fun to see. Both does have its ups and downs. It's just different personality styles. Currently we have about a 2.5 tattoos lead here for Jelena. It is 107 against 192, so an 85,000 point lead here for Jelena. And yeah, you can see saying Jelena locked in and Nia just having fun. More or less like that, though of course you can be totally locked in as well. Depending if you're like someone who... I can only speak for myself. I genuinely play better Tetris when I talk at the same time. It's just easier for me to concentrate that way. And yeah, it could be similar for Nia. We also see some good adjustments, for example, by Nia. And thanks for the subscription, Soul of Psycho. It's up to 100,000 point, or like 4.5 Tetris lead here to Jelena. Next Tetris going to Nia. Both are at 76 lines, which means level 80 has been played more than halfway through here. It looks like we could see level 19 once again here. And that means maybe level 29 as well. Nobody knows, only these players could have an idea of how long they are playing. But that is more than they could have an idea instead of they have an idea. But Jelena next Tetris here, 300k, 90 lines. Again, her comp, their SPP is like 790, so she has been on PB pace quite often here. And once again, if she just manages to play the same she did last game in this game, gonna be amazing. But that we will only see in a bit. We of course, Jelena is also one of the CTWC organizers, for example, so if you do like some Tetris action, then do always remember that our players also sometimes are organizers. And next set we're going to Nia. We have 281 against 386. Which means just a few lines left to go. Four lines for Jelena, so one last final Tetris here, transitioning at 439. Nia transitioning at 330, so 110k lead. Basically a 5 Tetris lead here now to Jelena. Nice position for Jelena, exactly where she wants to be. But for Nia this means that we could see quite a big upset, as we have seed 37 and seed 44. So Nia wants to win this to upset Jelena. And she, Nia needs to come back here, and I believe that can be achieved. Like, it's a big lead here for Jelena, but we have seen Nia play in game number 1, and for the upset comeback, totally possible. Let's see if she can achieve that. In terms of points, we currently have 386 against 539. And next set is going to Nia, down to less than a 5 Tetris lead. Nia is in a clean position, whereas Jelena does need to burn a few lines, which might allow Nia to catch up, and nice T-spin from Nia, but that kinda ruined the next few pieces. Okay, next set is going to Nia. Nia at 426 now, but the stack is in quite a troublesome position, doesn't get the longbow over, which means Nia is topping out here at 427, and Jelena does take this match, this decider. So it is 1-1 for Nia. Here we are still in the end phase here of Svidre versus Wins, so there's a bit of delay for us before we start our next matches. So let's do a quick review here. We had Iceblade versus Richard, which went over quite quickly. It was a sweep for our Swiss player, and Richard performed well, just not well enough against Iceblade. I mean, the blade cuts, you know. And then we had Nia versus Jelena. We had someone from Great Britain against Spain. And the first game went nicely to Nia, showing us a lot of 19 that she could do. But then in the next two games, what Jelena showed us on both 18 and 19, just was superior. Nia could catch up when Jelena topped out before the end, but if both could simply play to the end, then that's what allowed Jelena to win. But of course, if you wanna see Nia play again, then feel free to check out Classic Tetris 3 and 4, because CT 3 and 4 will show you the lower bracket, which is the second chance for the players. They are currently live and they will be live for the foreseeable future. And these are the upcoming matches. It is Jen versus Jazzy, Tony versus Pyrek on stream 1. And here on stream 2 we have Dujika versus Zedel, as well as Mitodex versus Dobre. So we will have 2 Polish and 2 German guys. And yeah, Mitodex, by the way, has designed the shirts that we have this year. So if you do like the designs, then these have been designed by Mitodex. He has done a bit of merch in general and graphics. So yeah, huge thanks to Mitodex for that. Dujika versus Saddle, as well as Mitrodex versus Dobre. So we have a total of 2 matches once again here in this upper round. A few more Tetris happening here, I believe, during warm-ups. At least I haven't seen any countdown, let's say it like that. So a bit of burning. And yeah, so I believe you have seen all of these play before. At least in general and during qualifications. I believe I saw all of them. In case you forgot, you have seen Saddle Double play before in the matches, and Dujika and Mitrodex are here from the, you could say, other part of the bracket. They joined the rest of the field for now. And yes, so Dujika, winner of CTWC Poland as a roader, doesn't, in my knowledge, doesn't have that much experience with the DES events, but he has general tournament events, and of course he's a DES player as well, so we can surely expect some great gameplay here from him. Mitrodex has been playing in a lot of German events, always as a DES player, so we can expect a lot of experience from him here. So let's see if that will help him here against Dobre in this matchup. We have seed 34 and seed 47, as well as seed 39 and seed 42. Oh, nice to chat with here by Dujika. And yes, I normally call him like Dujik, but it's Dujika. More or less, at least, as far as I know, double are out, and it looks like we are in, or have been in game number 1 in the bottom match. In the other match, it is about 1.5, now 2.5 Tetris lead here for Dujika, while Saddle needs to burn a few lines. It is seed 39 against seed 42. So in terms of that performance, it is quite close between these two players. And we have one Tetris here to Dujika, now up to 3.5 Tetrises, while Saddle is burning just a tiny bit in terms of lines and got his own next Tetris. Small tuck here on Dujika's side, left side now a bit tougher to access, but he does get a double open once again, and Tetris for Dujika, while as Mitrodex and Dobre just started their game number 2. It is now 1-0 here for Mitrodex. Mitrodex is 1 up against Dobre. With just a ton of Tetrises here, as Dujika and Saddle are approaching their first transition. The winner of Dujika and Saddle will then face Weißbrot. A fearsome German player, has also played in a few CTWC DES events before, and is someone you should definitely look out for. And the winner of Mitrodex versus Dobre will play against Giant. Giant has been playing in Tetris events for 7 years now, so he is really experienced, he knows what he's doing. So also someone to never underestimate. Maybe doesn't qualify as like the highest person, but he has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and that does help him a lot. Dujika in a bit of a troublesome situation here, taking amazing burns though. Burning low and is basically ready to go, getting the bar and Tetris to Dujika. But the lead has now decreased, and in terms of pace it is actually in favor of Saddle. But it's neck and neck. Whoever gets the Tetris is in the lead between these two players. In the bottom match, Mitrodex versus Dobre. We have the next Tetris going to Mitrodex, 170, and the next few burns here on Dobre's side, 188. So a 3/4 of a Tetris lead here for Dobre. In the other match, the level 19 transition, is coming up quite soon here. Yep, we can see Dojika going for the next Tetris setup. Quite aggressive, one more Tetris here to Dojika. Gonna do the tuck, waiting for the bar, and nice transition Tetris for Dojika. 525, huge transition for Dojika here. Saddle is in a bit of a tougher position board-wise, transitions at 45. Dojika also just high and looks like won't be able to survive for that much longer. He qualified at like a 700k, so we know that he can play quite a lot of level 19, just not in this specific game here. So Saddle has a small chase down here. He needs to chase down one Tetris against Dojika. 1.5 Tetrises, about 30,000 points here for Saddle to go. And the lower match about a Tetris lead here currently for Dobre. It is 248 for Vitodex against 270 for Dobre. Saddle is still just chasing down. He's going the safe way as far as I can tell. Near exclusively going for singles, maybe a double here and there, but that's it. Nothing really aggressive at all, which generally is exactly what you should do in these situations. Play safe and don't take any unnecessary risks. Vitodex is getting a bit higher in his stack. You can see that he needs to clean up quite a lot here. Dobre is also taking a few burns, is set up for a one high dirty Tetris. Column 8 gets the bar and Tetris to Dobre. Dobre at 349 against 264. Saddle has one single left to go, got that single, and has now won against Dojika game number 1. Which means there we are soon ready to go for game number 2, while Vitodex is currently fighting for a sweep here, and Dobre is showing us that he does do his best to try to prevent a sweep. Yes, so we can see Dojika quite high here, topping out. Which means this game, I believe, goes to Saddle. The drought just was too much here. Vitodex versus Dobre is currently 360, 450, so about a 90k lead here for our Polish player. And we're getting close to the level 19 transition. It currently is 397 for 59. And yes, again, if Vitodex wins this, he will have swept Dobre. Dobre is being quite high. He only 2.5 Tetris ahead here against Vitodex. Nice small adjustments here on Dobre's side, but he's now high. He needs the bar. He doesn't get the bar in time. You can see the drought counter. He doesn't get the J-piece over to the left, which means Vitodex does also win game number... is now chasing down game number 2 in order to maybe win game number 2. If Vitodex wins this chase down, then he has won the match. If he doesn't, then we will have a decider between Vitodex and Dobre. So let's see what they will be doing. The match Dojika versus Saddle is currently 1-0. So it looks like they're doing some stuff. And we have 451, 467. So about 15k left to go here for Vitodex. about 15,000 points here. Oh, and he can't do it, which means there's gonna be a decider between Mitrodex and Dobre. The matches in stream 1 are currently 1-0 and going on. And it looks like they might be finished with at least one of the matches soon. But yeah, 1-1. Whoever wins this game will proceed to round 3 of the upper matches here. So let's see when the players are ready to start to play. Once they are, we can, see them play rooms. And let's see how far and high they will be able to play this time. We'll be able to maybe see, let's say, level 29, for example. Or will these players top out around the transition, just like in this game? We'll find out whenever they are ready to play. And they are. So game number 3, it is 1-1 between Mitrodex and Dobre. And looks like the others are watching a bit here. Gunther is the ref, and then we also have Zettel was watching a bit here. Of course, you always want to watch these amazing players play. And next set is going to Mitrodex as well as Dobre. It is 35 for Mitrodex against 68 for Dobre. One more line played here for Mitrodex, so Mitrodex is currently at 39 against 69. Nice, hey now. Yeah, they just continue to play here. 85, 138. First 25 lines. It looks like both of these players do not wanna stop and just wanna continue playing for as long as possible. And some of the twists are happening here. Mitrodex is being quite high in lies, last second adjustment, but doesn't get the LPs over, which means upset fulfilled. And we have Mitrodex being kicked out of the tournament by Dobre, seed 34 and seed 47. So amazingly well played here by Dobre. Huge GG's. Of course, Dobre will be allowed to finish this game if he wants to. Now it looks like he is not melting. And yeah, we are now finished here of this nice match. And that means that Dobre will play against Giant next, and Zettel will play against Weißbrot. Of course, that's gonna take a bit. As you can see, they are planned a bit later. As next up, here we have Adam MTS against Jelena, as well as Micho against Iceblade. We will see those matches hopefully in about 5 minutes. And also, of course, huge thanks to Tian Rain for building all of the backend so that we can see, for example, nicely who is playing when and where. That's actually somewhat tough to figure out sometimes. Especially when you have like this many setups and matches to be played. We play 8 matches at the same time, which does require a lot of coordination. And the preparation that Tian Rain did does help a ton. So we should be able to start the next matches hopefully in a few seconds. They're scheduled to start about now. So let's see if the players are already on stage. It is Adam MPS versus Jelena, as well as Miho versus Iceblade here on stream 2. On stream 1, it should be Axiom versus Chiako and Boki versus Vince. So I just got confirmation that we are gonna continue with the matches in a short time, which is amazing news. So we'll have 4 players. The 2022 DES World Champion, for example, in the top left being Adam. Top right, of course, we have our one of the Iberia organizers. At the top bottom left we have Miru, one of the CTWC casters, for example. CTWC DES. In the bottom right we do have Iceblade, who has been a long part of the German scene and yeah, does help with a few things out in terms of, for example, technical stuff. And yeah, so the match is currently going on. So that the names will be updated in a few seconds. So let's see how these matches will go. Currently we have a small lead here for Adam and Miru, being 156 versus 108. And now the lead the bottom match is in favor of Iceblade, 131, 149. Miru needs to dig a few lines here, gets the pieces to the left, but he does get a bit tougher pieces next. Yeah, quite tough dig here for Miru, which means that Iceblade is able to get a bit further ahead here. Oh, Miru quite high here. He needs something to burn on the left side. He doesn't get the red SPs over, which means Miru tops out at 137. And game number 1 does go to Iceblade. And you can actually see that reflected once the overlay is showing the correct data. Because it's definitely not Mutex and double playing, and it's also definitely not a 2-1. Just how definitely Saddle did win 2-0 against Duzik, but we don't know if Jelena will win 2-0 against Adam. We'll be able to know what's really going on here. I mean, of course, to remember it, but I meant like overlay, like. So yeah, 1-0 Iceblade. Let's see if he can turn this into a quick 2-0, or if Mutedex will turn back and Mutedex, I mean Miru, turn back and win this game and force the decider. In the upper match, 356, so about a 2 Tetris lead here for Adam, as you have 356 against 309. And in the bottom match it is neck and neck, as you expect when we are less than 20 lines into a match. Yeah, there we have Iceblade, who was seed number 36 against Miru, seed 29. So Miru is supposed to have the upper hand here against Iceblade, just as Adam is supposed to have the upper hand against Jelena. And one of the statements seems to hold true for now. Let's see how Iceblade and Michu will perform in their game number 2 here. Okay, so yeah, we have a chase down here currently for Yelena. She needs to chase about 120k. And it looks like Iceblade actually managed to sub Michu here. So Michu is now quite behind, you could say, as he's in the lower parts of the bracket now. He's gonna play in flat lower 2 next. And yeah, let's see if Yelena can manage to chase down Adam here. And yeah, we have a bit of a back-end issue here, which is why we don't have the correct names and hearts, but we of course do remember them and have them protocoled differently, so all is good, all is exactly correct on the final reporting, at least here on stream. Not quite as perfect. So 80k for Yelena to chase down. It is 533 and 457. About 2.5 Tetrises, only level 24. If the pieces aren't too bad, this should be doable for Yelena. But it looks like they might actually just force her to play so high currently that maybe, but no, she's able. Okay, no. Yelena tops out at 463, which means it is 1-0 now for Adam. And Adam manages to win game number 1 against Yelena. If Adam manages to win the next game as well, then he will have swept, and that of course means he will stay in the upper part of the bracket and make it into the basically top 32. Yeah, it's top 32 upper, so I guess calling the top 32 does work nicely. So we also have a short break after this match to fix some technical stuff that I talked about. So yeah, we got a 2-0 for Iceblade, and it's currently 1-0 for Adam MTS. Of course, MTS does stand for mountains. That's why in Germany we call him Adam Bergs, which is like the stupid German translation of his name. Here in Europe, this friendly banter is pretty normal, so that's why we do it quite a lot. Yeah, so Adam also already leading by the Tetris here in the opening. Next Tetris going to Jelena, next Tetris going to Adam. And one more Tetris going to Jelena again, as well as one more now going to Adam. And one more Tetris going to Adam, so Adam at 124 against 100 here for Jelena. And we have one more Tetris here, 171, 146. One more Tetris to Jelena once again. Yeah, so this has been quite the Tetris heavy opening, as you can see. 74 and 68% Tetris rate. Basically what you want when you go for high scores, which these players arguably always are. Yes, so level 18 also is nearly halfway done. Yeah, it's a bit high here, doesn't tuck the J piece, instead tuck the T piece. Gets a Tetris now. And burns a few more lines, while Adam gets the next bar into Tetris, and we have 269 against 215. And the first few rounds are best of 3. So we are currently in upper 3, and this as well as upper 4 will be best of 3s. Everything in the upper bracket afterwards is best of 5. Jelena's board is not looking too kind currently, but she should be able to actually burn out of this quite nicely. Yeah, exactly. The stack got a bit out of control, but the burn setups just were on point here, like burn preparations you could say. And now needs a long bar for column 3, which would be quite an aggressive dirty Tetris as well. She instead decides to burn down a few lines. But that of course does allow Adam to get even further ahead here in points. It is 343 against 240, so a bit over a 100,000 point or 4.5 Tetris lead here to Adam. Next Tetris here going to Adam, 373, 267. And yeah, just some clean gameplay here from both sides, trying of course to get the cleanest possible. And no, we have some slight tech issues currently that are being fixed. It is currently 1-0 for Adam, and in the bottom match it was 2-0 for Iceblade. We are doing our best to fix them as soon as possible, but we will most likely have a short break after this match to make sure that everything is fully fixed. We'd rather have a bit of unplanned delay than bigger tech issues than we need. So here we currently have Adam trying to fix the center wall. Next set was going to Jelena. And we are close to the level 19 transition as well. It is 414 against 368. Now 387. So the lead that was over 100,000 points of 1.5 Tetris is down to about 1.5 Tetris lead. 2.5 Tetris lead here for Adam. Jelena was able to catch up a bit. And now we will see level 19 for Jelena. Adam's 19 in game number 1 wasn't too good. Let's see how his 19 will be here in game number 2. Will Jelena be able to catch up, or will Adam be able to sweep here? Let us find out, as it is 472 against 426, and Jelena needs to catch up by about 1.5 Tetrises in points or 2.5 Tetrises in pace. Okay, so Adam is trying to play aggressive and go for Tetrises on the default side, and looks like Jelena is trying to do the same here as well. Jelena is nearly ready, but needs for Tetris, but needs to fill in the well for a few pieces here once again. This time skipping a bar, which may allow Adam to build up the lead even further if Adam manages to get out of the situation soon. But both players are semi-digging here. I say semi because it looks like Jelena is trying to play too high, doesn't get the bar over, tops out, and Adam sweeps Jelena in a 2-0. Oh, and looks like tech was actually just fixed fully in time. Took like the perfect amount of time to see the results of this round 3 part, which means next up is round 3 part 2. At least as far as I know, we are ready here on CT2. Let me try to check out how CT1 is going, if they went as well or if they did have a small break. Looks like they did have a break over there on CT1. And here I can already see that the next few players are getting here. As in I can see Giant play. Giant is gonna play against Dobre, and we will also see Weißbrot against Zettel. Oh, and I can also see Dobre now. I can also see Zettel. I can also... Is that Weißbrot? Yeah, that's Weißbrot. From the side I was like, is that actually Weißbrot? But it is, as you can see. So all of the 4 players who will be playing here in the next matches are here now. It will most likely take a few seconds for them to start playing. But yeah. they're playing soon. Maybe there was a weird sound. I didn't hear it myself, but maybe there was something over there in the producing part. Because I only hear my voice and, well, my voice not even via the output, just by talking. And I also hear the music. That's basically all I hear. Maybe there was something more. I wouldn't know, at least. Okay, I guess I also hear the Tetris sound, so I kinda lied. But that's all that at least I do hear. And look who is behind them. It is the Empress of Tetris. It's Eliva. Now reffing these 4 players here apparently. And as you can see, Eliva is one of our new shot designs as well. Oh, also I saw the message in chat saying Eliva, the queen of CT4 and now the queen of CT2 as well, raising the ranks. And I see a message saying Eliva is asserting dominance over the potato players. It's kind of funny because in many cases potato players are German players. I know that's what you mean, but it's still kind of funny because it's kind of not what you want to say here in Germany. But it's totally fine, at least I do know that you mean in the standard haha funny way. Yeah, so these are the 4 players, 3 Germans as you can see being Weisbrot, Zedel and Giant, as well as 1 Polish guy being Dobre. And all players have now started their match over here, which means Weisbrot versus Zedel, as well as Giant versus Dobre have just started playing here. And we can surely enjoy some amazing action between these these 4 players actually. The top 2 of these 4, something like that. can see that Weisbrot has a bit of burning to do getting the correct JPs here, which means he can do a bit of burning. Then we also have Zettel here now getting a Tetris exactly same points between Weisbrot and Zettel. Giant has a bit of a lead here currently against Dobre. Don't forget, Dobre managed to fulfill an upset against Mitodex earlier and is now of course trying to repeat that upset over here against Giant. Let's see if he will be able to do so or if that won't happen. And yet, yeah, don't worry. I know what you mean. I always take this stuff in like a haha funny way. It's just that you kinda don't wanna say that normally here. But yeah, at the bottom it's now 123 against 67, so I have a 2.5 Tetris lead for Giant. In the top we have like half a Tetris lead here for Weisbrot, so it is basically neck and neck. Neck Tetris still Zettel now having the lead himself. And next Tetris to Weisbrot, so Weisbrot having the lead once again here. And nearly the same Tetris even between these two players. In the bottom stack, Double can now start the chase down a bit or the catch up, as Giant needs to dig quite a bit here. Yeah, there's a few lines that he needs to get out of. And it looks like Double might actually be so efficient here in cleanup that he can create a tiny amount of lead. Let's see if that's actually true, if the pleasers, allow that or if they won't. Okay, next set is to Double. Double now basically ahead for like a second or so. Still behind in pace as we can see. And Giant is nearly open for the center well once again. Double wants one more bar soon in order to get a lead out of this. But it looks like that won't happen as the drought counter is now ticking. 16, 17. So it's still quite early in the drought. But yeah, now you can see up to nearly 30 piece drought here before the Tetris for Dobre. Let's see if Giant got that and was able to stay clean. Yeah, he's able to stay clean until the bar. And in the upper match, Zettel topped out at 262, which means Weisbrot 326 is able to win game number 1. Oh, Tara said Micho was talking about missteps as potato moves during quad, so the potatoes just took my mind. Ah, okay, that makes sense, A bit of clarification. In many cases, potatoes is used as kind of an equivalent of the N-word for Germans here. That's why I'm like, I understand what you mean, but you shouldn't say it. It's kind of a minefield, you could say. And in the lower match, about a Tetris lead here currently for Giant. And you have a simul Tetris, you also have a total of 244 in the prize pool. Of course, feel free to type an exclamation mark matcherino if you love supporting players. We have different tiers in the prize pool. So if you want to support players and in general show support with the players, feel free to do so. And I see some messages in the chat. Oh, I didn't even know about the usage in German. Yeah, it's not that well known outside, of course, but here it is. Also saying, just take offense whenever someone uses potatoes inside. Perfect, that's good, because your name is Rogue Potato Attacks. But of course, it does always matter what context you use it in. If it's like a username, it's totally different, But yeah, so Dobre now having a tiny lead against Giant in the lower match. In the upper match, you have about a 1.5 Tetris lead here currently for Dobre. It is 82 against 116, and we are only a bit over 20 lines into the games here currently, which means all is going well here between Weisbrot and Zettel. Exactly what they, I would even say, always wanna see. And Dobre just topped out, which might allow Giant to catch up here in just a few lines. And it looks like Giant will be able to catch up here. In the upper match, it is currently 140, 197, 2.5 Tetris lead here for Zettel. So Zettel in nice position after losing game number 1. And Giant was able to catch up to Dobre and even overtake him here. Which means Giant is now ahead of Dobre. Yes, so the second game between Giant and Dobre also started not too long ago. And in the other match is still a small lead here in favor of Zettel, a bit over 3 Tetrises, as we're about 2/3 done here at level 18. And there's been Furious saying around here, if Adam is still in, hope he gets some of the games, also Tony and Tolstoy. I can tell you that Adam is no longer in the upper bracket, but I believe he is. He lost against Richard in the lower bracket, so he played 3 matches in total, but sadly is out now. As for Tony and Tolstoy, Tony was playing against Pyberg earlier and is playing against Alex H next. Tolstoy played against Xeopol, lost against Xeopol and then Mayhofer. So Tolstoy is currently out as well. So the only one of those that you're cheering for still in is Tony, who will play against Alex H next. And over here we have now down to neck and neck between Weisbrot and Zettel. As well as about a 2.5 Tetris lead to Giant. So Giant in a nice position here, won the first game and has a nice 2.5 Tetris lead here at the halfway point against Dobre. In the upper match, we are close to the transition and it is neck and neck, so it is stressful for both Weisbrot as well as Zettel. Let's see what they can do here, if they will be able to stay calm and play all of level 19, or if we will see some top outs before level 19. I can see 6 lines to go for Weisbrot, 11 lines left to go for Zettel. The route is here now on Dobre and Giant side. And Tetris for both of these. Yes, so just one more line left to go for Weisbrot here to the transition. Zettel centers quite high. Could be dangerous in the transition. Let's see, 45 transition roughly here for Weisbrot. Zettel just 1 left to go. Looks like the 3 Tetris and some change lead will not stay. It's like 2 Tetris changed now at the same point. So Zettel is in a better position than the points make it look like. But the stack of Zettel was quite tough as well, and especially on Weisbrot's side. Weisbrot hang that long bar, does hang the next LPs as well. So Weisbrot here tops out and Zettel is in a chasing situation. Zettel needs to chase down around about 50,000 points, or a bit under 2 Tetrises. And if he manages to chase that down, he will be able to force the decider. In the bottom match, it's currently a 3.5 Tetris lead here for Giant, and Giant needs to score enough to win this and sweep, or Dobre needs to win. Needs to catch up like 100,000 points at this point, which is, let's just say, a lot. Weißbrot also just topped out, which means Zettel is in the chase down here. Zettel needs just a few more thousand points, and he will be able to force the decider between Weißbrot and Zettel. And that's it. Zettel just overtook Weißbrot, which means we have one decider coming up next. Or as we say, decider. Oh. Talking about decider, currently on CT1, we have two deciders going on between Axiom and Schwierko, as well as Bookie versus Wins. So nice, nice. And Double also just stopped out here at 388 before the transition, and that means Giant can sweep against Dobre. Well played so far by Dobre. Dobre managed to get quite high here in the upper bracket and will play in the lower bracket next due to our double domination. And Giant will face Gunther next. So that is gonna be fun. Don't forget, the next round, round 4, is the last round of the upper matches that is going to be played today. And maybe we can now focus on the decider between Weißbrot and Zettel. Let's see if we can get a nice big image of that matchup. In the meantime, we can see a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Weißbrot. Nice early lead. Next Tetris is going to Weißbrot here, increasing the lead. It's basically a simul Tetris here. And next set was Weißbrot. Weißbrot now increasing the lead to nearly 100,000 points. So amazing position here now for Weißbrot. Let's see if we can keep that up or if Zettel will be able to catch up. I mean, we are quite on pace here on stream 2, so I would love to see a nice long game here all the way up until level 29. Hoping for more than 29. Yeah, not that smart to do. And now we can see this nice and big, exactly as we wanted. We have Weißbrot on the left, we have Zettel on the right. 167 against 88. Next set is going to Weißbrot, 100k ahead. We are about halfway done here at level 18, which means if this continues, then Weißbrot could get into round number 4, and that would mean Zettel goes down to the lower bracket. That's also kind of what we expect based on the seeds, but Zettel is playing amazingly well. I would argue that he is under-qualified a bit actually, and is now showing us his true potential. Next set was to Weißbrot, next set is to Zettel, and Roma to Weißbrot. And now we also have Weißbrot nice and big in view, exactly what we love to see. To 87, 212, so the lead is still about 3.5, now 4.5 Tetrises. Lines take into consideration. It's like a 4 Tetris lead here for Weißbrot. Again, nice position as we're getting a bit closer to level 19. We're now at 94 lines. Weisbrot is going for the Witz, getting the bar, and delayed Witz for Weisbrot fulfilled. It's 382 for Weisbrot, 247 for Zedel. .22, 283, and we're getting close to the transition. Just a few more lines left to go here on Weisbrot's side. It's just one more line left to go, and he will transition into level 19, the final 19 of this match, and potentially his final 19 of the upper round, depending on how Weisbrot and Zedel play this level 19 out. 426, 329. Next set is going to Zedel here. It is now to 351. Weisbrot is burning a few lines here. Zedel is still not transitioned. Transition for Zedel fulfilled. 375. Same price here. Could be his last level 19 of the upper round, or he does win against Weisbrot, and we will see him in round number 4, the next round. Let's see how this will go. 439, 382, 6 cents more played by Weisbrot. Neither of these players is currently able to go for a Tetris. Zedel has been able to clean this up quite a bit earlier. Is now waiting for the Tetris readiness. Does get the spin. Nicely done by Zedel. Ooh, didn't get the... Actually worked out nicely. Forgot what I wanted to say. Next set was to Zedel. Zedel at 415. Zedel is slowly but surely catching up. Weisbrot needs to find a way to clean this situation that he has in his board up. It's not that much, but it's enough that allows Zedel to at least get closer, and depending on how aggressive Zedel is playing, maybe even overtake here. Okay, no, Zedel is playing safe for a triple instead of trying to go for a Tetris. So, not as bad of a position for Weisbrot as it could be. But still, Zedel was able to get into a pretty nice catch-up position. Small mishap on Zedel's side, losing Desi at the centerpiece. So, yeah, a bit of cleanup now that Zedel needs to do, but Weisbrot needs to clean up a bit as well currently. And it is neck and neck here, so Zedel has played 7-8 lines less, but in terms of points, he's really close here to Weisbrot. Zedel is getting high here. No, he doesn't get the blue ice piece to where it needs to go. This could be for Zedel. Zedel just gives up kinda, and this means that Weisbrot is winning game number 3. Weisbrot wins the decider and is continuing to play here in the upper bracket. So GG's here to Weisbrot for winning game number 3. Well played. And yeah, that means we can take a quick look at the bracket after this, because we know the next opponent of those who played over here on stream 2. Stream 1 is a bit behind us currently in terms of schedule, where we have currently Axiom versus Chiako. But as we can see, Weisbrot and Zedel is over. Weisbrot will play against Elb next, and Giant will play against Gunther next. The losers of this round, are they in the sheet already? Yes, they are. It's just an update on my side. So if you can take a look, I believe at the lower bracket, we can see who our other players will play against. At least kinda, okay, kinda. We can see Zedel will play against Pierrek next, and Dobry will play against Jesse next. Yeah, so this is what is awaiting us now. We're gonna have a short break, as we have a bit of waiting time for stream 1, so see you again in a few minutes. Actually, about that, we might do a bit of commentator change here, because the original schedule says that Game Scout is gonna do the next part over here. So maybe we will change commentators, maybe not. We will know that in a few minutes. See you. Ah, okay. Oh. So we are back here at the next part of the bracket. We have Eliva versus Adam, as well as Marco versus Iceblade. Eliva and Marco are now joining as well here in the matches. And these are the last players that join tomorrow. The top 16 qualifiers will join on Friday, so tomorrow. So we have here in the upper 4 round, the last round of top 3 as well as the last round being played today. So we have Eliva versus Adam, as well as Marco versus Iceblade. All of these players have played here before quite a lot, so I'm pretty sure I don't need to talk about these too much. You already know them. And of course also thanks to the contribution here to Rogue Potato UK of 1078, once again saying DES! I hope that we mentioned all of the other contributions. I tried to mention all that I saw, but I can see that Kingsman also did one saying, Vince looked like he's ready to head to the beach. If he loses this match, he might as well make his way there. That's... I mean, sure, why not? The beach is a bit far away, so I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. And we also had Jera Gain saying, let's go Andy. And I hope that was all messages that were sent and that I didn't miss any here. And I can also see a few messages here in chat, for example, saying, Marco is the GOAT, I believe in him. And I see that just as Marco tops out, an Iceblade is continuing to reign supreme here and won against Marco. So, Iceblade's path here so far has been playing against Richard and winning, playing against Miho and getting an upset. So maybe Iceblade can play here and get the second upset in his path to victory. He told me that he doesn't really have a goal except wanting to get a max out this weekend. Not even during comp, just in general get a max out again. So he's definitely performing quite well here. And yeah, Daniel, or Melons, not sure who you wanna be called, it's all your fault, you got it perfect. Talk about all you need and all you got is, we have, of course, amazing sponsors like, for example, Power Bears, who provide us with gummies and power. We do have Hyperkin, who provides Retrons. We do have Hilo, who provides eye drops to help us be able to watch the screens for so long. And we also, of course, have our partners like Experian, this amazing venue, CTWC, and of course we have a ton of people who help on location and in advance, so thanks to all of them. And of course also huge thanks to this $50 contribution that just happened by Chris and no message attached. So huge thanks here to Chris for the $50 contribution. Next set is going to Marco. So as long as nobody is saying that Marco is the GOAT, he will be able to perform properly. Let's see who will win game number 2. Will Iceblade be able to sweep, or will Marco be able to defend and force the decider? In the other match between Eliva and Adam, it's currently a small lead here for Adam. Small lead, actually not really, it's 100k lead here for Adam as we're getting close to the first level 19 between Eliva and Adam MTS. Adam going for the Kadam 8 Tetris here. And we have more Tetris here for Marco. Marco's about 1.8 Tetrises ahead of Iceblade. Iceblade is quite high here on the right side of the stack, which means he needs to burn a bit here, which allows Marco to get an even further lead, even bigger lead. In the other match, The players are less than 20 lines away from the level 19 transitions, so not too much time. We will be able to see level 19 up there. And welcome in the chat, Arden. Arden saying, "Go, Marco!" Marco can't hear me, but he will get the spirit. And also saying, "Hi guys, hi Jakob, hi to Arden. I miss you this year in commentary. Last year we casted the quals together, for example, and I really enjoyed that. So it's kind of sad that you couldn't make it this year, but it is what it is. Sometimes it just doesn't work out, sadly. And now we have 427, 533 in the upper match. About a Tetris left to go until the transition to level 19 in game number 1 here in upper rounds 4. Basically top 32 upper round. Oh wait, I just saw the door was opened and I saw that someone joined, and it is one that you have heard quite a lot over the years on YouTube. It is someone who has been taking a lot of amazing pictures here on location. You know him under the name Game Scout.
Hello, it's great to be here. So
I hope they are able to hear you. I don't know because I don't hear all of the stream audio, sadly.
all right, I think I unmuted my mic.
Okay, perfect.
Hopefully I am audible.
Yes, okay, I got confirmation. They can hear you, so welcome to the stream. Do you want to join me on this couch or do you want to sit over there? Okay, so...
Here for sure, so I can see our lovely audience as well.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, we are here in the round 4, and you have Eliva versus Adam as well as Marco versus Iceblade, and it's 1-1 between Marco and Iceblade.
Wow, what a matchup up at the top. So busy over on the losers bracket action, it's been hard to keep up with what's going on in winners bracket, but wow, what a dig from Eliva. Amazing pole vaults. Oh, not quite able to do it, but that was a crazy dig while she was surviving it.
It was an overshift of the T-piece, and that just escalated into this top out and allowed Adam to win his first game here.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, I believe this is your first time playing like a flat bracket double elimination. Do you like it or is it confusing to you?
So I'm not one of the organizers, so I don't have to deal with the nightmare of scheduling all these. That's the part that makes me nervous about it, because I know what it's like as a regional organizer, trying to make sure everybody's in the right spot, playing their matches and everything. As a competitor, it's great. Obviously, I get to play against someone who's roughly my skill level, and I got a second chance once I lost my first match. So I succeeded in my goal of winning a match today. So
Perfect.
As a player, I loved it. It makes me nervous as an organizer, but you guys have been so organized. It's truly impressive. It's really inspiring, actually, for future regionals to get them up to the level that you guys have done. Because there's so much more that goes into it than beyond just what you see on stream.
Yes, there's a lot. We have probably spent like a combined 80 to 100 hours per week since last year's CTWC. It's crazy how much effort goes into this, and I'm happy to hear that it has left a good impression on our Americans so far.
Absolutely. And so it looks like we're well underway with all these games. Close games all around. Love to see it. Marco looking to fill that line dependency in the middle. Didn't quite get the line in time. And oh my gosh, for a second time plugs it, so is unable to get the Tetris.
It's always like that. When you have line dependency, the bar doesn't fall down, and if you don't need it, it arrives immediately.
Yeah.
It's always like that. Yeah.
All right, but his opponent Iceblade is also having to do some burning, so he's not losing too much ground, at least right now.
That's about a 1.5 Tetris lead here for Iceblade. 144 against 185.
Oh my goodness, and Marco's going to be stuck digging for a little bit, but gets the two perfect J pieces to cut out that out. But he keeps getting these uncomfortable pieces. He's had to do S-flat twice now to cut off his Tetris well. And oh my gosh, he almost had to do it again, but that was a great adjustment with the T-piece to make a spot for that S, so he didn't have to do S-flat a third time. But oh no, no spot for the square.
And Adam's square has been covered for a bit here, which has allowed Eliva to build up a 3 Tetris lead now. So nice opening here for Eliva, and Adam will have to put a bit of aggression on.
Yeah. Oliva, a very strong, consistent player. I got to see her win the bronze bracket over in the main CTWC last year, winning against tons of competitors. So she showed she can bring it in tournament play, and I know she's done well at these past events too.
Yep, top 8 in all of them.
Very impressive. We'll see if getting top 8 this year looks like it'll just be an incredible feat with the depth of the field. Having Adam, I guess a former champion, top 4 every year, playing this early in a flat bracket.
Yep, he only got seed 28. But I mean, if you look at the qualification results, we had 13 players getting at least one max out in an hour using Death. This is high level. And then we also had many got 3 and 5, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah.
Also crazy is that Marco and Iceblade 1-1 and already close to the next transition here, while Eliva and Adam MTS are only halfway through 18 in their second game now. Actually, Iceblade has already played 2 matches before this and he got an upset, so maybe he can upset a second time.
It is fun being able to pull off those upsets in a bracket like this, because it's very, very tiered. You start out with someone close to you, and then it gets further and further away the farther you make it up the ladder. Well, that was an interesting overhang. It looks like it could potentially work out here. We'll see if he nails the spin. He gets it. Nice gamble by Iceblade there.
Has 2 different solutions, so it's not that much of a gamble, luckily. I see players go for that like all the time.
Yes. You either do the spin or the tuck.
Exactly. Yeah, 3.5 Tetris lead here for Iceblade, about 20 lines away from the transition now. Next Tetris to Iceblade again. Both players having clean stacks and are able to play aggressive and just as I said, clean stack, by the way. Look at Marco's side, not getting the J piece to where he wanted it to go.
Eliwa also in the middle of a rough dig, trying to clean this out. Doesn't look like she's at any risk of topping out, especially after that triple, but it is slowing her down a bit and giving Adam some time to catch up. Is this still best of 3?
Yes, this is the last round of best of 3. So starting tomorrow, all matches will be best of 5.
Okay, so we were fighting to stay in the winner's bracket here. Down at the bottom, we've got our first transition from Marco, and there's Iceblade. Around a 100,000 point lead for Iceblade going into transition.
And immediately having a misdrop. But it's only 1, it's quite low in the stack, so Marco can catch up a bit. But Iceblade should be able to stay in and get out of this soon. Oh, Marco going for cut 6 and getting the bar.
That was a gutsy Tetris, but he did get it and cleans things out with a nice triple. Cutting into the lead, it's now down to 45,000 for Iceblade. Trying to get his stack clean. Ooh, bit of an uncomfortable board, some LJ dependencies all over the place. We'll see how he tackles this.
A 35-piece drought at the top. That was a long drought, but both players managed it nicely.
Yes, they're both right before transition, so they're wanting to play safe regardless. And it has paid off for comfortably surviving this drought. Simul Tetris into transition.
Yep, and Eliva has a lead of about half a Tetris, which is the minimum that she wants, as Adam's 19 January is quite aggressive.
Oh no.
Oh, these O pieces for Eliva.
And she did not get another line piece in time, and she's not going to be able to do it, but Adam still does need to get 8,000 more points. We'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, Iceblade also topping out at about the same time, which means Marco 2-1 wins against Iceblade and manages to get into the winners top 24 starting tomorrow at 9 UTC.
Fantastic play by Marco there past 19, and Adam gonna do it with a triple, taking the match.
Yeah. Which means you only have 2 more matches left to go over here on stream number 2. And we wanna switch to the couch view, but I had Bulbasaur here and he's taking up a bit of space, so let's move a bit to the left. Feel free to join me here because we are quite zoomed in. I guess you have to sit around this area. Oop. that wasn't planned. I just moved the whole couch.
Okay.
So I hope that this works out nicely now. So let's see if we can be properly seen on stream. We are gonna use the mouse to right camera.
Okay.
Okay, looks like it. Yeah. Okay, which means now they can see us over here. Me, Jakob, and Game Scout.
Hello. Yes, it's been a wonderful weekend so far. Really glad to be here. The tournament organizers have done quite a lot. I've seen them work so hard, even in the little time I've been here at the last minute. Not only were they were coming over to the airport to get me and Pixel Andy and Gunter while they were still assembling cartridges and more material for the event. So really working every moment they can to make sure that this event was running smoothly and to the best of its ability.
If you've seen Mark, he's basically running around all the time, trying to get the people to where they need to be. If there's like issues on stage, trying to fix them. You could say we are here since like 8:30, and we have had like a 15-minute break to eat, and yeah, it's like that at all of our events.
So I've been busy over at the other end of this place with the losers bracket stuff. What can you tell me about what's coming up next in the winners bracket?
Actually, I would have to take a look at my laptop.
Oh, okay.
It's not on there, but you know I have our amazing CTWC desk running laptop here, which totally isn't just a normal laptop. But yeah, next up over here in our winners bracket, let me refresh the bracket. Over here we will have Alp versus Weißbrot, as well as Gunther versus Giant. You for sure know Alp and Gunther.
Yes.
Perfect. I mean, of course you know Gunther. We drove with him yesterday from the airport.
I also know Giant.
Perfect.
Yes, I remember he was the winner of the very first Germany regional back in 2018, I believe.
It's actually tough to say because there have been ones in like 2010 or so that weren't organized by us, but by people we don't even know. They just did it and then stopped doing it. Then we picked it up in 2018 at Gamescom, NTSC, 2019 the first PAL Championship, and then since 2020 we actually do proper tournaments ourselves, and 2022 first CTWC DAS, and of course 2023, 2024 have been here at Experian, same as this year. Yeah, I mean, just see something here in the center of us. Do you see these amazing gummies?
I do see them. Oh my goodness.
Do you want to grab some?
Sure, absolutely. So we get to hear a lot about these back in the United States because Power Bears very generously sponsors us each year. It's the CTWC, but are they a German company?
Yes, they are. German companies,
so we are
as
in
I
the
know.
homeland of the Tetris gummies that I've been enjoying the past couple years.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
fantastic, straight from the source. So
We got a whole bunch of them. I can't tell you how many. I'm just gonna say, you know these like really big packages? Yeah, we got one of those. Like packages as in shipping boxes. Feels like a whole crate and amazing. We love Power Bears. And yeah, so what kind of pieces will you get for your
I'll
casting
see.
here?
let's see. Oh, I got a square. Square is good. What are you gonna get?
That's a good question. I get the most classic Tetris shop all of them. I get the bear.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I remember the first time I got one of these packs, I thought the bear was in there by mistake, as maybe one of the other gummy packages they put together, but then I realized it was intentional as the Easter egg for the logo of there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the iconic domino shapes, snack your game, as well as plus bonus secret shape. So, the power of reading. But you know, they are amazing. If you like gummies, they have like 20% juice, so they're even so much healthy. So our genuine recommendation is pick them up at, for example, Amazon, I believe all over the world. They are a bit more expensive than like the cheap gummies, but they are good quality. And of course, we also have Hydro the eye drops. You know, I've been casting today at this point for like 8-9 hours. And these do have a lot with eye fatigue. So I used them twice already today, like once over there on the main stream and once over here on the secondary stream. And yeah, that's why I can still watch at the screen, because you see all of this bright light. It's quite taxing on the eyes otherwise. And it's even tougher on the eyes over there on this main room. So thanks to Hydro as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic when sponsors give you both good and useful products
Yes.
that you can genuinely recommend. I get a lot of sponsorship emails in my email inbox, and half the time I'm not sure if it's a scam, and a lot of the other half of the time you'll get like these kind of scummy mobile games that want to give you a lot of money because their apps are predatory, but there's nothing predatory here.
No.
These are legitimate companies, legitimate products that we have legitimately been using. I actually had a pack of the Tetris gummies that I was given in my sponsor packet as a way to get through the day. I didn't eat from breakfast till dinner, but the gummies satisfied me for a brief lunch snack.
That's actually something I have to tell you. We had a crowdfunding stream like a month ago, and huge thanks to those of you who donated. We got enough money to provide food to our staff people. So you got, for example, some chips today to get sandwiches. The sandwiches are nice. You can choose from like cheese and sausage, as well as vegan cheese and vegan sausage, and combine them however you want. And they would make them fresh for you. So you're like, hey, I have like this chip or these two chips, so I would like a sandwich that's, let's say, vegan cheese, vegan sausage, and they would just make it fresh for you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and so huge thanks for that. It's the people outside of like this room that allow us to be here. So we are forever grateful for all of you. And I believe we are soon ready to play our matches. Yeah, you can see them 9:15 scheduled. Elf versus Weisrot, as well as Gunther versus Giant. Yeah, I also looked a bit at the Discord chat, and I already see people being like, hey, Kingsman, we need this at CTWC as well.
Oh, the double elim flat bracket?
No, the upcoming matches, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Now, I would say that this is a prime example of, yes, the attention to detail that the organizers have put here, because, yes, there's a lot to keep track of. And so it really is necessary to have this kind of preparation in place. And absolutely, it's definitely ideas and inspiration for what we can do back at the American tournaments.
Yeah, and you can see the players are also currently playing, so details, we now need to pay attention to what they're doing in the games.
Are these live matches right now?
I believe it's still warm-up,
Okay.
but it could also be live match. It's always a bit tough because I don't do the countdown, I just get sent over here. So I'm like, okay, is this a match? Is this like warm-up? Sometimes it's a match, sometimes it's warm-up, and sometimes the names are, of course, correct. Okay, now they are. Perfect.
Yes, this is a very different environment from a lot of Tetris events that I've been to in the United States, where it's mainly at expos and conventions rather than a dedicated esports facility. So the commentators don't have to be like right up against the action. I know sometimes, especially for second stages, commentary is really tough because you got the main stage announcers blaring in your ears over the speakers. You have to not get distracted by it. But here, everybody's got their own dedicated rooms, so we get complete silence and ability to focus on what we see.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I just got confirmation, this is actually the match already. So we got into the match like 20 lines deep, but it doesn't matter too much because we have Elf versus Weisrot as well as Gunther versus Giant. So you have two Germans against a Dutch and English player, and the French scammer Gunther.
The French scammer Gunther?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's like a Parle Des Tetris joke.
Ah. I love it, yeah, and I'm glad for the stats people that I know are gathering stats on every single game here that we didn't have an early top out that happened off stream. At least we'll get to see the end of every game here.
For the stats people, 123 matches in a single event. 123, it's insane.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the stats people are going to have their work cut out for them with this event. But it's great because as another stats person, not in charge of DAS stats, but other stuff, we both hate it and we love it with giant tournaments because it's a lot to do, but it's also a lot of data per player. So we really get to see what these players' performances were over a larger sample size.
Yeah, it's amazing. We had a bit of an early shift, on Giant side, so a bit of cleanup, but Gunther also not having the cleanest tech, so both players need to work there a bit. So the Tetris lead for Gunther should stay roughly the same here for a bit.
Yeah. So it's actually fascinating that you told me that there was even more history to the German scene, because I had previously known that Giant won, I guess, maybe the first official CTWC regional here, where he was flown over to represent Germany in the 2018 World Championships. I guess there was stuff that happened even before that.
Yeah, let me try to find what it was. It's actually much tougher nowadays because we have our own website, so it's actually somewhat tougher to find the stuff back of like many. Oh, I actually found it. For 2014.
Wow, wow.
I don't know any of these people.
This is actually amazing.
Yeah.
So is there anything available beyond just this picture we're seeing off stream of it?
I have no idea. This is all the information I have.
This predates the first known regional that I previously knew about in 2015.
Apparently.
The 9th German Classic Tetris Championship
Apparently,
in
yeah.
2014. Oh my goodness.
Nobody knows anything about it.
Oh, wow. I guess I wasn't able to find it because I was Google searching in English for stuff.
I can send it to you via Discord if you want.
Oh my goodness, yeah. We'll have to get the research team in on this. Ancient German regionals. Love it. And meanwhile, we have even more stuff happening on stream. All of these players doing very well. Except maybe Giant is a little bit behind pace of Gunter here. But Elp up at the top, looking to get a strong 500k transition here, along with, oh, I don't want to butcher this German name, up on the top right. What's the correct pronunciation?
Weißbrot.
Weissport?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically. Be happy that it's not a Polish name, like Schwerkostschak.
That's true, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of names to learn that now that I've come to a European event for the first time.
Yeah, it's amazing. Also, all players are transitioning, have transitioned or transitioning now. So we have double 500k and nearly 500k for Gunter, as well as about 380 for Giant here in the transition. So pretty good transition scores here all around.
Yeah, Giant fighting through some stuff. Just going to try and get this safely back down. Gunter at the same time. Oh no! 3 misdrops in a row. This will be difficult to survive.
He's still low enough that he can at least, but the right
He's
side, oh,
very
this is tough.
Yeah,
Oh no.
he can't do anything for the left or the right at this point. But he does have a huge lead, so he tops out with 498. Giant needs to dig out of this. Would really love an L piece and gets it.
Nice flat burn here for Giant. Is now in a much better position. Should be low enough to not be an immediate issues.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Very helpful line piece, and he gets the right pieces for the left. He should be okay without a serious misdrop. Uh-oh. All right, very good T-piece. Oh, no! Can he tuck anything in there? The square doesn't help that much.
Yeah.
This is technically survivable. Oh my gosh,
Yes.
that pole vault.
Oh, perfect pieces here for Giant.
No way. Wow. He could actually survive this. He's getting the right pieces. Oh, still has to cover up that hole in the center a little bit. Gonna be stuck digging a while longer. Ooh, what a perfect piece. Burns a clutch double. Wow.
The top match, by the way, is neck and neck. There's basically there's a 2 Tetris difference, 640, 690.
Giant still fighting for his life here. And he is just about down. Oh no.
Oh, that felt like a misstep, that J piece.
I think he wasn't quite sure what to do with it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it wasn't too dangerous.
It actually worked out in the end, but that was tough. 60k still have to go. L tops out at 670. And Weißbrot takes game number 1. Yeah.
And Weissport looks like he might be mulling this out. Meanwhile, Giant still, he does not have unlimited time here.
Definitely not. Bit of an early shift once again here. Level 25, like in terms of lines, there's a lot to go. It should be doable even if it just lines out.
Yeah, that's true. He should just barely get there if he lines out to 29, so he could do that if he wants. Or one Tetris would do it.
Actually, I would say line out at this point. It's the safer option.
Yeah, he'd love to get some doubles and triples just to be sure.
Yeah, of course.
So he's setting up. He could have taken the triple there. It looks like he's trying to do it with the Tetris. Ooh, he did not take the triple there. We'll see if that works out. Uh-oh.
Okay, Tetris ready, just waiting for the bar now. LJ dependency, no longer accessible. Now needs to take a few burns. LJ dependency.
Oh no, and now he's stuck in a big dig.
No, he doesn't get the L. It's over.
Oh! Just 19,000 points away. He did have the triple available, but chose instead to go for the Tetris for the victory.
That's why I said you should line out. It's the safe option that you should do. And Weisbrot now at 840. 8 lines left to go, and his mullining is over. It looks like he's trying to get 2 Tetrises in. Can he get at least 1 bar in time, or do we have a drought counter? Ah,
Trying
picks up
to, the level 30 attempt gets cut short.
Did you see Andy's double level 30 during quals?
I did see one of those level 30s. It was very hype. I think that level 30 also had an extra Tetris that he built up for.
It was amazing.
Yeah, I remember back in the day in 2018 where it was unbelievable when Corion set up for a level 30 Tetris with tap. And nobody had ever seen somebody do that after burning down past 29. And now we see people doing it with DAS.
Yeah, it's incredible. And we just had the counter happening. You could see like it even do like 3, 2, 1 with the hands. And that's how I know, okay, the counter is happening. Yeah, so all four games have started once again. We are in the chill phase. But yeah, there have been 9 German championships that nobody knows about. But Giant has been part of some of them.
Wow, so even before 2018, Giant was part of some of them.
Yeah. So, for example, this was like the 8th or so, and this is Giant.
Oh yeah, I see him. There he is. And there he is in that one too, and that one. Wow. So where is that? What year is that earliest one from?
I only know that we have like the 5th. I have no idea when it happened, because it's like you find all information here, and it's like 2014.
The 5th one happened in 2014. Wait, if this was annual, does that mean the first one predates the first CTWC?
It can't be yearly because the 9th was in 2014.
The 9th was in 2014.
Yes, and the 5th.
And the 5th.
Yes.
Oh, so they must. Maybe this was like a monthly thing.
I have no idea what it was.
Oh
And you also don't find anything past the 5th. It's.
I'll have to interview Giant about this after his match here.
You should. You should. It's some crazy stuff for your YouTube channel, surely.
Yeah, well, even just the stats team and research team that I know there's a lot of cool people you'll meet in the Classic Tetris Discords, because you have people from other communities who are trying to often like make wikis or articles in their own languages, and so they're trying to do a lot of research themselves. Like we just had somebody who was Chinese joining the Discord server asking about ancient regionals, which actually prompted the question about like, oh, the first official CTWC regional was in 2015, because he was writing an article for the Chinese Tetris wiki. And well, now I have information to tell him that, hey, actually there's some more ancient stuff you can put in your article.
Perfect. Gunther has quite the high spire in the center.
Oh my goodness, that was an unhelpful piece. If he gets a line piece now, he's okay, but he is not getting it. Oh no, it has to block the well. Needs a line piece now, and he gets it.
Gunther has a ton of experience, so he's used to these situations, but it's always tough to play around these finally open bar, actually double bar, perfect pieces here for Gunther.
And what a survival act there. Scamming his opponent out of an early victory there. Pulling off a miraculous heist against the RNG.
You got the European spirit, perfect.
But Giant does have a 1.5 Tetris lead in this match so far, thanks to that big dig. Now up to a 2.5 Tetris lead. And up at the top, Elp has a healthy 2.5 Tetris lead. About 2/3 of the way to transition. Actually, barely that, more like halfway.
Yeah, halfway. Yeah, you could get like double to triple 600k transition maybe. Like Giant and Elp are looking good for that, and Gunther isn't too far off.
Yes. Gunther with a little bit of a overhang, and finally gets the right piece to tuck in there.
And set up for the Tetris, just waiting for one bar now. Giant's board requires a bit of burning, double into Tetris. I just said a bit of burning, and he got it. Nice delayed burn setup that we saw in Weisbrot's like 2 pieces ago. And we're getting close to the transition. We're at about 90 lines.
So, up at the top here. Alp is still holding on to a very solid lead here. Neither board is in danger. Both players just grinding out these early Tetrises.
Giant needs to burn a bit once again, and if he does this often enough, Gunther will be able to catch up. As you can see, down to half a Tetris the difference between these two players.
Gunther just has that one little annoying hole at the bottom, and we'll see how long he waits until he burns that away.
I believe you mean Giant.
Oh my gosh, that's what I meant, Giant. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. He's not going to be able to get the perfect well transfer here.
It's somewhat similar now on Weisbrot's side. He also built up a small hole, but he's able to fix it basically immediately. Took a few burns, which allowed, or would have allowed Alp to get ahead if Alp didn't have to burn himself.
And Giant does commit to the triple there to do a well transfer.
I do like that decision.
The transition is coming up, yeah, and you don't want to be building dirty Tetrises while you're past level 19, with Das at least.
You kind of want to. If you need to, you want to. Let's say it like that.
That's
Not
true.
you can.
If you need to do it, you can do it, but it's safer to build from the bottom if you can afford to do so. And
I really don't want to, yeah.
yeah. Oh, and the pieces are working out for all 4 players here. All 4 with clean boards. Gunther with a little bit of a unfortunate parity that forced him to create a long bar dependency in the center. It looks like he'll commit to some burns. And he'll get to resolve it without a long bar. Right into transition. Perfect timing.
A small hole now also for Alp. It looks like it's gonna be at the bottom, so nothing to worry about. Yeah, he's basically out of it already.
Uh-oh, and Giant is gonna get his board open just in time for transition and is able to safely burn it down.
Which means he is ready for the Tetris, as we had a bit of a drought here. At the top, both transitions have been going well so far. Alp does need to burn a bit, but he has like a 2.5 Tetris lead still, so all is good here for Alp.
Gunther with an aggressive setup that is rewarded with a Tetris. Alp still has a 1.5 Tetris lead. Has been ahead basically the entire game. But Weisbrot is catching up.
It would be a bit of an upset if Weisbrot manages to win against Alp here, as you can see. Weisbrot does have technically the lower seed by 3 places, which is not that much. Weisbrot won game number 1, so Alp does need to win this game, and he's now been in points. Weisbrot managed to catch up, played a bit better 19, and that's sometimes all you need. It's now a tiny lead here for Weisbrot, neck and neck. And Giant is about to Tetris lead now. Now he scammed the French scammer out of his lead.
He has indeed, and he is fighting for his ability to stay in the winner's bracket. Alp as well is now behind, having to dig out, and Alp's chances of winning this match are now in a precarious position. Up against the wall here, trying to come back as Weisbrot is clean and trying to build up a bigger lead now in the home stretch of this game.
There's a bit of a drought counter-happening now at about 20 pieces. Let's see how much it will escalate here. It doesn't at all. Perfect.
Giant had some uncomfortable board states up there while he was in the middle of a dig. He's getting the right pieces to dig out so far. And he needs to get out of this as Gunther is...
Oh, mismap here for Weisbrot on the left side. O-piece on top of that. This could be survivable depending on the pieces. Okay, nice flat burns. Right side, long bar, perfect.
Perfect L piece. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, amazing pieces and amazing D-well handled by Weisbrot out of the immediate danger zone and back into the just danger zone.
What was that a quick tap?
Yeah, it was.
That was incredible. A way to save himself from eating an L piece there. Oh no.
Oh no, these S-bursts. Oh.
He doesn't get the tuck there.
Early T-piece tuck, yeah.
And it looks like it's near the end. It's not over. Alp needs to get another Tetris and a half. Uh-oh, and Gunther needs a line piece to survive right now. And it looks like he is not going to get it. And Giant has come all the way back. And Alp now needs just a couple more lines.
So we have a double decider.
Double decider on stage.
And this is only day 1.
Oh my gosh, yes. This is also another reason why organization is so important. Tetris matches, they can vary quite a bit in how lengthy they are, depending on whether you have early top outs or all full game deciders.
what is really helpful for us is that we have amazing like basic script stuff, like in Google Sheets for example, that helps us be like, okay, if you expect a game to be, let's say, 7 minutes, how much is it going to be in reality, and how long is the full match, and all of that. It's amazing. It helps us a ton with organizing, which is why we were like 15 to 20 minutes delayed, and we are basically back on schedule now.
That's fantastic. So it looks like Elp finished out his little bit of a mullen, and now we are waiting on these deciders.
Exactly, double decider. And once these matches are finished, we are finished with the upper rounds for today, which means only a bit of lower is left to go. Nice clean openings here for these players. No fancy tugs or anything you need to do, just clean. And as I said, that Gunther set up for the first tug, showing us I can tug here. Yes, so 2 Tetris's at the bottom, the upper players burnt a bit here. Weisburg closed the ball before the bar and has a bit of a high right now. Gonna be a bit of burning. Like, in terms of Elp now has the Tetris lead. It wasn't like 10 pieces or so. Yeah.
And so what round are these people going to play in if they win?
If they win, it's upper round 5.
Or round 5. Is that the top 16 yet?
Top 24.
Top 24.
So this is like the top 32.
Got it, yes. Because there are things at stake, depending on how far you make it, not just in prize money, but I saw there's trophies for all the top 16.
Yes, we had, last year we had the smaller trophies for the top 8, this year for the top 16. And the top 5 get like something in between the big trophies for the winners and like the small trophies. We call them like medium.
The medium trophies.
Yeah, medium trophies. They are like styled like the big ones, but scaled down. More or less, it's simplified. You will see them during the prize ceremony on Saturday. Yes, so point-wise, it is neck and neck between Elp and Weisbrot, and Giant has about a 3/4 of a Tetris lead here against Gunther. Elp needs to burn a few lines. He has 3 holes in the stack. And is going for the left side. Nice L piece into nice longbow into nice J piece. Amazing pieces here for Elp to get lower in the stack.
And Gunther and Giant at the bottom, very close to each other, less than a Tetris apart. About a little more than a third of the way to transition. Both have really solid scores for this stage in the game. Typically for that mid 500k transition, you're looking for about 100,000 every 25 lines. So
yeah,
you want to be at 200,000 by 50, 300,000 by 75. So you can see both these players are right on target.
And Giant is even ahead of target. He's at 258 and an 80% Tetris rate.
Yeah, fantastic early game from him in this decider. Meanwhile, Weisbrot is got a little bit of a lead. Just trying to hang in here at the beginning. At the beginning of the game, you want to build up a lead if you can, but you don't want to risk things too much. You don't want to hand your opponent an automatic victory. And Gunther is locked in, as is Giant. Giant again has that little hole at the bottom that he's just gonna burn away and reset things, so now they are tied. Meanwhile, Elp in a bit of a dig. It's that part of the board where it's no danger, it's just annoying because you have to sacrifice a bunch of Tetrises just getting all this stuff out of the way. But he's doing it efficiently and is now back down to the bottom.
Yep, now our players are in a clean stack. And if you know me and my CTL streams, you know one of the most used sentences is always stay hydrated, and I just did it. I drank some water, and I hope you drank enough today as well.
I did, yes.
Perfect. Oh, nice adjustment here of Giant. Saw the next G-Beast coming up, I was okay, I'm gonna move. It was only like a single piece, but simply doing adjustments is always nice.
Fantastic. Meanwhile, Weisbrot has a pretty substantial lead at this point, over 100,000 in the early game of a decider. Currently fighting through a little 22-piece drought, does get the Tetris.
Yep, also 22-piece drought at the bottom match, funny enough. They use different sheets, but still sometimes it looks similar. Next set was to Gunther. Gunther is a bit ahead of Giant currently, especially as Giant needed to burn like 3-4 lines there. And next set was to Giant into same. Well, it was the same score.
Yeah. Elp does have his work cut out for him if this lead is maintained into the transition.
Giant might be able to build up a bit of a lead now that Gunther needs to burn a bit.
Yes.
Let's see how this will work out at the bottom match. But yeah, 120 KD for Weisbrot, like over 5 Tetrises. He can play comfortably safe on level 19 at this point, which is where you want to be. He has like 2 levels advantage on level 19 that he can just burn away.
Gunther is trying to get this clean before transition. Looks like he does have the opportunity now to... Oh, he's trying to go for the Tetris.
Yeah, you should. If you 1 high on 19 is pretty doable. So if you know you're behind, go aggressive. The transition Tetris is worth as much as the Tetris on 19, so it's normally worth it. Again, if you're 1 high, if you're like 3 high, safety first.
Yeah.
Small hole at Elf's stack, so he needs to clean up a bit here, which might allow Weisbrot to just pull ahead even further.
Yeah, so Elp is down over 5 Tetrises at this point. Weisbrot can play this a little safe right now. He doesn't need to take any major risks since he knows he is ahead both in lead and in pace, because this is a true lead. Sometimes you can have a mirage of a lead if you're ahead by like 2 or 3 levels. But meanwhile, Elp is just not being able to set up a clean Tetris, so Weisbrot, as long as he survives, he's just going to make that chase down more and more difficult. But uh-oh. And Weisbrot is in big trouble.
Oh, he doesn't get the Elf piece over to the left. This could be to Weisbrot, it is it. And
it looks like he gave up. But Elp, in a little bit of trouble too, has that really uncomfortable line piece in the center. Ooh, and doesn't get the perfect piece to clear that out cleanly.
He needs to catch up about 4 Tetrises here, which is definitely doable. If he does that, he is staying in the winner's bracket. If he is unable to, he will be in the lower bracket.
He has plenty of time if he gets this clean, but it was not good pieces for a while. The pieces are better now. Perfect T-piece. He's almost out.
He can't line it out. He has to play a bit aggressive. And Giant also in a bit of trouble here on the right side. He can't really burn down.
There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, that's it. He couldn't get it over, topping out at 629, which means Gunther, 685, manages to win this decider. It is 2-1 for Gunther.
Gunther doing it for the French.
Yep. I laughed like in the first slot when the first 3 players all were French guys.
So Elp now has got his board not fully clean still. We're gonna switch over to seeing us. We want to see the. We want to see this chase down.
The decider.
Oh no!
Decider chase down. 2.5 Tetrises.
Yeah. So Elp does need another Tetris here, and then maybe he can line out. And there's the Tetris. Nah. It's too much to. Well, be really close with a line out. Maybe with some triples.
He can't line it out. I believe even triples wouldn't do it. He needs like 1 or 2 Tetrises.
1 Tetris and a little bit more will do it. His board is not clean, so he's just going to try and reset. Okay, his board's clean back to the bottom.
Let's go for it. 20 lines, enough for a Tetris. He needs a Tetris and some change, but just a tiny bit of change. So Tetris,
Now Tetris will do it. And he is all set up, but uh-oh, getting a bit droughted. Oh, he's going all in, and now he doesn't have the Tetris set up. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now we have the situation that you never want to be in. You have to clean up, and you have to get a Tetris.
Yeah, the chase down is in jeopardy, so he's going to have to build up a really high Tetris unless he gets this clean down quick. And he now cannot afford a big drought once he gets this Tetris set up. So only 2 more burns available. He's got to set it up here.
Yeah, he has to play aggressive. Only 1 line to spare.
Okay. There's the Tetris setup, but where's the line?
Here it is!
Wow.
And you can see how Alp is. He has been able to win here against Weisbrot, which means we have our 2 winners of these matches. Alp and Gunther defeating Weisbrot and Giant.
What a hair-raising chase down that was. It was never guaranteed right up until the end.
Yeah, it was like the last possible Tetris was what it did.
Yes.
So you have been able to cast 2 sets of matches now, so 4 matches in total. So thanks for being here, and hope you had an amazing time casting these matches and enjoying our lovely setup here.
Yes, it's so nice. Normally, I'm not commentating on these comfy couches back at other regionals. So yeah, this is fantastic. Feels like a true World Championships here, the World Championships of DAS, and we will see who becomes a winner in the next couple rounds. It's going to be so much action, so many matchups we've never seen before live. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yep. Many of these matchup with Americans and the European never happen live, and this is like the first opportunity you have to see them. And I will interview some of them over here on these couches. You can see you have 2 couches, one over here, one over there. So you have seen the CTWC DAS 2024 final videos most likely. I hope you did on CTWC, the YouTube channel. If you didn't, check them out. It's gonna be somewhat similar again this year. 2 couches and me plus the interview partner. But it's also getting a bit later now, and we have actually managed to play all of the matches that we were supposed to play today, so we are on schedule.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And are things still going on CT3 and CT4 for our viewers? Or have those matches wrapped up now too?
We are wrapped over here, so we can just more or less end the stream. We of course need to talk nicely to our viewers for a minute or 2, but in general, CT2 is over. I believe CT1 is still going, CT3 and 4 are still doing the lower rounds, so yeah.
So still plenty of Tetris action to watch
Yep.
for as the evening progresses.
Exactly, and from my side, all I have to say is, gonna see you again tomorrow at 9 AM UTC or 11 AM local time. And I hope that you loved what you saw the first day, and see you again in, tomorrow, about 14 hours, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you again.